Primer. A Cutter Grogan Thriller by Patterson. Chapter 1. New York. Cutter Grogan had his feet up on his desk as he unwrapped the sandwich he had bought from the deli. Loft office on Lafayette Street. His name on the outside door. Cutter Grogan, private investigator. All right, it was old school in a time when firms like his went for fancy names. He did not need fancy, however. He got his clients through referrals. Business had never been a problem for him. If anything, he often had to turn clients down. Someone thumped his door and then pressed the bell repeatedly. A fancy firm would have a door camera and mic through which visitors could communicate. It would have a reception desk which would take such calls. He was old school. He didn't have an executive assistant. "I am busy," he yelled, and hoped the visitor could hear him. There was a reception area immediately inside the entrance and then a semi-transparent door that led to his office. Office? It was a single room. Walnut bookshelves on the wall, a large oak desk on which was his laptop, a landline phone that had never rung, who needed them, and his cell phone charging on a wireless mat. A globe in the corner, colored rugs and throws on couches. It had a warm, comforting look. Cutter couldn't take credit for the decor. That was Megan and Beth Peterson's doing, friends of his. Twins, snarky as hell, a trait that they delighted in unleashing on him. "We have taste, you have none," Beth had said, and she and her sister had taken over refurbishing the interior of his office. The sisters, who worked for the agency, a covert U.S. outfit, had also installed elaborate security systems, like the ceiling-mounted camera that had a good view of the door. He could see who was battering down his door if he wished. He didn't want to. He liked to be surprised. He was on his third bite when he heard the door open, which meant either the visitor had picked the lock or had a key. He went for the latter because the twins had also installed a high-end lock which had biometrics and couldn't be easily beaten. So the visitor had a key, which meant they were a friend because he had given keys only to them. He was a PI. Such deductions came easily to him. He saw two figures through the glass door. He stopped chomping. Beth and Megan? Nope. The twins would have let themselves in without the pounding. He sighed audibly when the door slammed open. NYPD Detective First Grade. Gina Difiore entered. FBI Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica followed her. The latter led an FBI-NYPD Joint Task Force, JTF for those who loved acronyms. Difiore was her deputy, her partner in real life. Their titles didn't reflect their seniority. Both were heavy hitters in their respective organizations and had track records that ran into pages. "I'm busy." Cutter resumed eating. "Yeah, we can see that," Difiore sneered. She slapped his shoes away from the desk and planted herself in one chair while Quindica took the other. She shot up instantly, eyeing the paper bag on his desk. "Is that from Lin Shun?" Lin Shun, the deli, that only New Yorkers in the know were aware of. She grabbed the bag before he could answer, dipped her hand inside and brought out a pastry. Gina Difiore rarely smiled at him. A scowl, a frown, a grimace, cold, flat, dead eyes were her usual expressions when it came to him. She grinned at the pastry and bit into it. She dipped her hand in and brought out another and gave it to her partner. Cutter watched as his visitors finished his delicacy. "You're welcome," he growled. He had done a favor to Lin Shun some years ago, as a result of which she insisted on not taking payment from him. Forever. He was equally stubborn and didn't take freebies. They came to a compromise. He paid for his meals but got the pastries free. Cutter was sure murders and kidnapping had been committed over her delicacies. Such were their quality. And here, Difiore and Quindica had consumed them without so much as a please or thank you. The detective airily waved away his growl. She dabbed at her lips and wiped her hands on a paper towel, poured herself and Quindica generous shots of the juice on his desk and sipped. "It's my mistake." He shook his head. "What is?" Quindica cocked her head at him. "Giving you my office keys." Difiore made a noise that sounded suspiciously like Shaw. "Drop everything you have," she ordered. "We have a case for you." Chapter 2. Case? He attempted a growl to assert his authority. It didn't come out the way he wanted, not with Quindica's impassive eyes and Difiore watching him with her usual expression of boredom, contempt, and weariness, her resting face that she reserved just for him. "Isn't that something you folks do? Cops, FBI, solve crimes, keep the citizens safe. Wait." He snapped his fingers. "This is your personal case, something you can't take on because of some conflict of interest?" "Hear us out," Quindica ordered. He took in her serious expression and made a tell-me gesture. "Coffee," Difiore demanded. "Of course, ma'am. Anything you want," he said sarcastically, and went to the counter at the back of his office, which doubled as the kitchen. He poured the brew from the simmering pot into 3 cups and brought them over. The detective inhaled the rich aroma of Jamaican Blue Mountain, which Beth and Megan sent over from their stock, and sipped appreciatively. "Our CIs are dying." Quindica wrapped her palms around her cup with a bleak expression. "Not just them, a UC was killed too. We sent him to infiltrate a criminal gang and then lost contact. Their bodies started turning up later, dead. UC, undercover officer, CI, confidential informant." Cutter translated automatically. Cutter leaned back in his chair and sipped his coffee, letting the bitter-sweet taste linger on his tongue before swallowing. He could feel Quindica's controlled rage. "How many CIs?" "2. If they were tortured, the gang knows they were planted by you." "They were shot. No signs of torture." "What's this gang involved in?" "Human trafficking. Women from Mexico, Colombia, Eastern Europe, Russia, from all over." "We don't have proof of that, however." Difiore raised a warning finger, "which is why we deployed those people." "Why's the JTF involved in this? Human trafficking is something the FBI would be investigating on its own." "It was. We took over the case," the detective replied. Yeah, they would, Cutter thought. He knew them well enough to know the rage they felt when they came across vulnerable, trafficked women. They have the juice, too, to get Bart to assign the case to them. Bart Jameson, the FBI director, who also happened to be Cutter's friend. "All this is fine," he shrugged. "But what's it to do with me?" Quindica slid a photograph across the table. Cutter picked it up and froze. "Jens Vaxon," he murmured. He studied the man from his past. Narrow face, sharp jaw, gray eyes, spiky hair that had streaks of gray in it. "He served with you, didn't he?" the FBI SAC asked. "Yeah, Delta, like me. Different unit, but we were in Afghanistan at the same time." He rubbed a palm across his chin, feeling his stubble rasp. He took in the former soldier's face, the same flat eyes, dark hair, and twisted smile that he remembered. He's got ink on his neck now. He fingered the tattoo on Vaxon's neck. He brought out his phone, snapped a picture of the glossy image, and slid it back to the SAC. "He leads the gang?" he asked reflectively, still processing the information. "Yeah, about 20 strong. We have files on every member. We'll share them with you." "Whoa!" Cutter raised his hands in protest. "I haven't agreed to anything. This isn't the kind of work I do." "It isn't? Remember that cartel you infiltrated in order to rescue Rebecca Sterling?" "Peyton, you're forgetting," Difiore sneered, "that her father is Trevor Sterling, a billionaire who paid very well for that rescue. Grogan works only with wealthy clients, super rich, well-connected folks." Cutter flushed. "That's not fair," he shot back. "Yeah, There was a time when the vice president and the speaker referred me to their network, but those aren't my only clients. You both know I don't take payment from those less privileged." Quindica waved his defense away. "We don't want you to infiltrate this gang. You're too well known for that," she said dryly. He had made the city and country headlines a while ago when he had played a key role in taking down a white supremacist gang. The media had called him the Fixer, a name that still followed him. "Use your network. See what you can find out," she continued. "I didn't know him well. I was closer to Zeb, Bear, Buana. You know them." He referred to his friends. Zeb Carter and his team worked in the agency, a covert outfit that went after national and international security threats. Quindica and Difiore had met them a couple of times and were aware that they worked in a secretive organization, but didn't know the extent of their operations. Vacon. Our tours overlapped. That's the only connection I have with him. You might call it a nodding acquaintance. "Get us intel," Difiore said flatly. "We don't care how." "Your CIs and UC didn't give you enough information?" "No. The UCs were low-level soldiers who didn't know enough of the gang's operations. They were drivers. They didn't get to speak to the women. The UC was barely a week old before they were killed." "How long have you been tracking Vacon?" "A year." "You might have a leak." "We are aware of that." The detective's face tightened. "The CIs, we thought they were killed because they were asking questions. They gave themselves away. They didn't know of the UC, however. I was his handler. Since Jason's killing, Peyton and I closed off access to the case to everyone except the most trusted." "You vetted—" "You know we did. We run checks regularly," she flared. "But our task force is large," Quindica interjected. "We have 50 officers and support staff. The leak could have happened from anywhere. We replaced several people and got OPR to investigate them." "No luck?" Cutter read her expression. He knew the FBI's Internal Affairs Department had reorganized as the Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR, to reflect the organization's commitment to integrity. "No, nothing turned up, but—" her teeth clenched. "This is an ongoing investigation for OPR. They won't stop until we find the snitch. It is also possible Jason slipped up in some way and revealed his identity. He was an experienced officer, however. We don't think that is likely. He was a new hire. Maybe he saw too much. Leak. Wrong time. Wrong place. Who knows?" She shrugged. "It's all speculation until we know what went down." "Why haven't you arrested or at least questioned Vacon if you think he killed them?" "The cops did when the bodies were found. He had a cast-iron alibi, as did every other member of his gang. The CIs were found in their apartments. Jason was found in his car outside a bodega late at night. That neighborhood was nowhere close to where he lived or to Vacon's office. Nothing linked the killings to their employment. They're ongoing investigations." "What did Jason go in as?" "A security expert. We created a cover for him. A bouncer at various bars, close protection at big events, fired for harassing women. We fabricated a criminal record for him which completed the picture, a person desperately looking for a job." "How did Vacon hire him?" "He has a security company which provides guards for various businesses. That's his gang's cover." Jason replied to an ad. "There must have been several applicants for that role." "There were," Difiore said flatly. "We made sure his CV was the only one worth considering." Cutter stared at her. Neither she nor Quindica offered more information. They must have hacked into Vacon's computer system to rig the hiring process. If they did that, they must have also snooped around but found nothing incriminating. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in my office. He glanced at Vacon's photograph. "I find it hard to believe he would be involved in something like this. He was aggressive, contemptuous of the Afghans, and there were many occasions when I suspected his kills were unjustified. He was in a different team, however, and I wasn't read into their missions. Still, I'm not convinced he would lead a criminal gang after quitting the military. He did. Everything's in the files we'll send you, Difiore said harshly. That UC who was killed had a family. Those CIs trusted us. Cutter picked up the image again and fingered it. Heck, what do I lose? He convinced himself. I have nothing else on my plate. This'll take a couple of days digging at the most. He's in the city? In Miami. That sealed it for him. It'll be warmer, sunnier than here. Payment? He asked, even though he knew what the answer would be. Not that I have or will ever charge them, but I want to hear what Gina says. What payment? The detective snorted. You are volunteering your services for your country. Okay. He suppressed a grin. Quindica got to her feet with a pleased expression and waited while Difiore finished her beverage. That's expensive coffee, Cutter reminded the detective. I know, she replied. I also know you get it free from your friends. Why do I even try? He sighed at himself. Difiore and Beth and Megan. I never win the repartee game against them. Chapter 3. Cutter glanced at his watch when his visitors left. 3 p.m. It stopped raining. I'll go for my run. He changed into sweats and hurried out of the building to see Difiore wheel out their ride from where she had parked it near a fire hydrant. He nodded at Quindica's one-fingered wave and started pounding the sidewalk. Their unmarked car got stuck in traffic. He caught up with it at a light and kept pace with it for a while when the flow resumed. Cutter felt the prickle, the faint ping on his internal radar. It was a warning of danger, a sixth sense developed from years of being in hostile terrain. It didn't sound off every time, but he paid attention when it did. He rotated his head to loosen his neck muscles as he kept jogging and scanned the street swiftly. Nothing out of the ordinary. Lafayette Street was as busy as ever, thick downtown traffic, the same direction Difiore was driving. Uptown density was no less. He side-glanced at a store window. Can't see any followers. The detective sped up at an opening. There! He spotted the black sedan tailing her car. 2 men in it. Hoodies. Can't see their faces. He drew abreast with the vehicle when traffic stalled again. Brought out his phone to record them. The driver sensed his motion, flicked his eyes at Cutter. His lips moved. The shotgun passenger dove out of the car and lunged across the hood. His hand came out from behind his back. Baseball bat. Chapter 4. Cutter stopped instinctively, but the crush of bodies from behind drew him into the incoming swing. He twisted on his heels, ducking, and took the blow on his left shoulder. A groan escaped him at the jarring blow. His phone clattered to the ground. The thug's car squealed to a stop. Vehicles honked angrily. Someone yelled. The crowd around him made way, their voices merging into exclamations and curses as the surroundings blurred out. Cutter focused on the attacker who was drawing back for another blow. Dark hair, dark eyes, snarling mouth. The man's details registered on him automatically. Cutter's right hand shot out to grip the man's hoodie and yank him off the car and dump him onto the sidewalk. The thug sprang up athletically. He jabbed the bat horizontally in a wicked blow. Cutter swiveled his hips and felt it graze his ribs. His right palm curled around the weapon and pulled it forward. The thug wasn't expecting the move and didn't have time to evade the punch. Cutter's knuckled fist struck him in the throat. He moved balletically to sweep the man's legs from underneath him, to slam him onto concrete again. Gun! Difiore's voice pierced through his battle fog. His head snapped up to see the driver's weapon pointing at him through the rolled-down window. Cutter threw himself backwards, taking down a couple of onlookers with him. Bullets buzzed over him and sprayed the concrete wall of the building behind him. His hand slapped to his waist to draw his Glock. He cursed when he remembered he hadn't weaponed up before leaving his office. The driver's gun hadn't lowered yet to aim at him, 4 meters separating us. Thug on the sidewalk in front of me. Cutter took a fraction of a second to assess and work his move out. Catch Thug. Fling him at driver. Use his body as cover to lunge forward and chop the gun away. Thug lurched up before he could execute his plan. Cutter dove forward to grab his ankle. He ducked when the man lashed backwards but couldn't evade the foot that caught him on the face. "Get out of the way!" He roared at the mass of people near him and rolled desperately out of driver's firing line. No shots came his way. Thug pulled open the passenger door and hustled into it, even as driver jammed on the gas and sped away. Cutter propped himself on an elbow and watched as the vehicle side-swiped a cab, straightened, burst through the red light on Grand Street and disappeared out of sight. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Difiore yelled. He looked up to see the detective race forward, gun drawn, along with Quindica. "When a gun is pointed at you, you take cover," she shouted without waiting for his answer. "You don't counterattack, not on a crowded New York street and when you are unarmed." Her eyes blazed at him when she stood over him. Quindica crouched beside him and felt his chin with gentle fingers. "I'm fine." Cutter tested his jaw and ran his tongue over his teeth. No split lips. The kick had caught him on the side of his face, missing his nose and mouth. "What about your shoulder?" the FBI SAC asked him. He sat up and rotated it. "Hurts as if a mule kicked it, but the joint is fine." He looked up at Difiore. "I had the opening. His gun had to travel downwards. Besides." He grinned slyly. "I thought you would cover me." We were 2 car lengths away. Quindica lent him her hand to rise. Gina saw it go down in the rearview mirror and called out a warning, but by the time we called it in, parked and got out, it was over. Cutter nodded. Time slowed during any action, but it had taken only a few seconds for the incident to go down. "Stand back," Difiore commanded the gathering onlookers, many of whom were recording them on their cell phones. "Police." She flashed her badge at the crowd. Several cruisers rolled up. Officers piled out of the vehicles to control the crowd and take over the scene. One of them came over to them for Cutter's statement. "Nope," he said as he briefed the sergeant. "The car had no plates. I got only a brief glimpse of the men. Both were dark-haired, dark-eyed, gray hoodies. Nothing special about them. No ink that I could see." Half an hour later, he was in the rear seat of Difiore and Quindica's sedan. "They were following you," he stated. "Yes, we are aware of that," Difiore said curtly, meeting his eyes in the rearview mirror. "Our meeting you was a last-second decision," Quindica elaborated. "We told no one about it." "You weren't aware of the tail?" Cutter scanned the inside of the vehicle. He guessed it was a JTF ride from the comm system. He leaned over the central console and spied the notepad and pen near the gear shift and picked them up. "Don't mention Vacon," he scribbled and showed them the page. "Your ride might be bugged. Have it checked out." "We were planning to surprise you," Quindica continued without missing a beat. "Yeah, I got that." He played along. "It's not often I get invited to my best friend's anniversary." He chuckled silently at Difiore's grimace. "You'll be there?" the SAC asked. "I wouldn't miss it. 2 weeks from today, right?" "Correct." "They could have been watching you." Difiore snatched the pad and wrote on it. "No," he wrote back. "My surveillance system would have caught them. They could be related to the Vacon case." She frowned. "Not many know we have taken it over." "Your team is big." She nodded shortly and watched when he ripped away the pages carefully, balled them up and stuffed them in his pocket. "Those thugs," he mused aloud, "could have been after me or after you. I have my share of enemies." "Yeah." Quindica picked up his cue. "We'll know once we have them in custody. Every cop on the street is looking for them. They won't get far." "Gina." She met his eyes. "Thanks. Your warning saved me." She nodded again. The scowling, resting face had been replaced by an impassive one. First, Detective Gina Difiore had an ensemble of expressions that she dipped into when dealing with him. Cutter got out of the vehicle and walked back to his office. On the street, it was as if the incident hadn't happened. Traffic crawled as normal. No pedestrian stopped and stared at him. In the city that never slept, a random street brawl and shooting were soon forgotten. Cutter recollected the way the driver had held his gun. He could have shot me if he wanted. Killing me wasn't his objective. The gunman had been intent on enabling thugs' getaway. No, he decided. I don't think the NYPD will get them. Chapter 5. Did that man see you? The man asked Raoul, the driver, when he had finished. Yeah, but it won't do him any good. We look like any other dark-haired person. I threw my gun in the sewer. It's untraceable even if it's found. We ditched our car and have gotten another ride. I told you to follow them. Follow. Bug their ride if you get the opportunity. That's all. I didn't ask you to take any offensive action. We had no choice, Manuel said defensively. That man brought out his phone to record us. We couldn't allow that. You're burned, the voice said crisply. Stay down until I give you new orders. We can resume tailing them again, Raoul offered. You will not do that. The man didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Raoul and Manuel knew the consequences of disobeying his orders. Stay put in your queen's apartment until you hear from me. Alejandro Rodrigo Rodriguez reflected for a moment when he ended the call. Raoul and Manuel had been seen. That thought lingered in his mind. He sighed and looked out of his Central Park apartment. They were good men and had been with him for a long time, but emotion had no place in his business. He made another call. Juan, Raoul, and Manuel. They made a mistake, he told the listener. Take care of them. They'll be in Queens. Juan asked no questions. He grunted and hung up. Rodrigo leaned back in his chair and crossed his hands behind his head. The bigger problem remained. Difiore and Quindica had to be shadowed. Not yet, he told himself. They'll be alert. Give it some time. Which meant he had to have an unpleasant conversation. Unpleasant for him. He steeled himself and punched in the numbers. You failed, the voice on the line said harshly. I saw it on the news. The detectives now know they are being followed. Rodrigo didn't point out that Difiore and Quindica weren't mere detectives. That comment wouldn't do down well with the shot caller. I will make amends. How? I will put another team on them. They will be watchful. Yes, I will have to deploy them after some time, after their guard lowers. By which time the situation might be out of control. The asset hasn't surfaced anywhere. I have people in the city and around the country searching. I am sure you have other enterprises helping too. The man stayed silent for a moment and then said, That man was Cutter Grogan. Do you know who he is? Yes, I looked him up. He is dangerous. They're friends. It's out there in the media. I am convinced they met him casually. They don't know about the asset in any case. Do you realize how many parties will be interested in that asset? We are talking of billions here, and your two men screwing up means Nothing is lost, Rodrigo said firmly. He had to assert control. I will have the detectives tracked again at the earliest possible moment. I already have men watching their apartment and their headquarters. It's only when they are out and about that I won't have eyes on for a while. But I will address that too, quickly. I hope you do, the man said harshly. You don't want to make me unhappy. Chapter 6. Cutter went through the files Quindica had sent him. 21 dossiers on the gang with numerous photographs, along with the MPD, Miami Police Department's, investigation reports. He started with Vaxon's information. He skipped over the parts he knew, former special forces, 2 tours of Afghanistan. He even knew why the operator had been discharged: excessive use of violence and suspicious killings. However, those times were different. The events were hushed up. His lips tightened at the memory. Vacon, along with several other soldiers, were quietly let go by the army. The operator had then become a mercenary, and after a couple of years of selling his services to various warlords on the African continent, had come to Miami. He had based himself in Florida, where he formed his gang. Shady businesses contacted him to force their competition to disband. The JTF suspected him of kidnapping as well. There was no conclusive proof in the files, however. It's all speculation and circumstantial evidence, Cutter mused. Cutter didn't know any of Vacon's gang members. Most of them were former sergeants, many with criminal histories for assault or burglary. The most recent photographs were of Vacon and his men with a bunch of women in various villas. All the women were young but seemed to be adults. The JTF had tried to identify them but hadn't succeeded. Neither the CIs nor the UC had been able to verify who they were before they were killed. He read the MPD's case files. The 3 men were shot in their temples. 9mm rounds, different gun each time. From the burns and markings, he knew the weapon had been close to their heads. No sign of struggles or restraints. No witnesses. The police speculated that the killer was someone the men might have known. MPD had little else to add. Cutter closed the screen when he had finished reading. Nothing in there points to Vacon killing the CIs and UCs. "Are you soft on him because he was Delta 2? He argued with himself. "No." He shook his head. "Killing a cop is a serious crime escalation. Vacon is not a saint. He has broken the law. But would he execute a law enforcement officer? He might not have known Jason was a cop." Cutter leaned forward abruptly, impatient with his mental debate. There was only one way he would get answers. He booked a flight for the next day. Chapter 7. 11 a.m. in Miami International Airport the next day. The concourse was packed with tourists. Sundresses, large hats, and shades on women, while colorful shirts and shorts on the men seemed to be popular attire. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and paused at a vending machine to get a bottle of water. He studied his background in the reflection on its glass front. No one paid him any attention. No one followed me in New York either. Various languages and accents swirled around him as he went out of the concourse and took a cab. "Alapata," he told the driver, and settled back when the vehicle nosed out and got onto the airport expressway. "Vacation or work?" The driver's lilting Caribbean accent reached him. "Work." Cutter grinned. Jase Campbell. He read the driver's name from the laminated card that hung off the rearview mirror. "Hope you get some time to enjoy the city. It's not too hot this time of the year and not too crowded either. Tourist season starts a few months later." "I didn't get that impression at the airport," he said dryly. "Airports." Jase waved dismissively. "They are always busy." They made small talk as the cab exited the expressway to get away from the slow-moving traffic. Cutter rolled down his window once they entered Alapata. Loud music from cafes and restaurants. Colorful graffiti on walls, some of it bleak. Broken-down vehicles and fancy cars providing a contrast. Residential homes on one street, warehouses and offices on another. "Where to?" 22nd Street. Cutter gave him the address. "Should I wait?" Jase asked when he stopped in front of a warehouse that was a stranger to new paint. "No." Cutter paid him, took his business card and slipped it into his pocket. The smell of burning trash reached him as he approached the warehouse and studied the names next to the buzzer. He pressed the bell for Omega Protection. He pocketed his shades when he entered a hallway, past a few offices until he reached Vacon's door. He pushed it open and stopped. A reception area, carpeted floor, a leather couch to the right, a woman at a desk in front of him, late 20s. A man in a sleeveless vest sitting on the desk. Blonde, shaggy hair that reached his neck. Stubble. Ink on forearms that rippled with muscle. Cargo pants that were stuffed into combat boots. A hunting knife prominently strapped to his right thigh. A lazy grin on his face. Tyler Reed. Cutter placed him from the files. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. Cutter noticed the way she shrank from the man. It wasn't obvious. A fractional bend of her body away from the dude. Reed's attention isn't welcome. "I want to see Jens," he said. "Do you have an appointment with Mr. Vacson?" "No. I was in the city and I thought I would drop by." Reed hadn't moved from his perch. His right leg swung lazily. His hand idly caressed the knife. The grin remained on his face. "He's not in—" "He is." Cutter smiled, turning on his charm. He cocked his head at the door behind the woman through which a voice could be faintly heard. "You need an appointment, sir. He's busy. He and I go way back. Please tell him it's Cutter Grogan. I am sure he'll see me." "He's got a busy schedule, sir." The woman remained polite and firm. Her eyes flicked to Reed's swinging leg and back to the visitor. "If you can share your number, I'll get back to you with an appointment." "I would like to see him now." She said no. Reed chuckled. "What part of that didn't you get?" "I got it." Cutter smiled easily. "But like I said, I'm here. We're old friends." "Yeah? You should have called him." The man got off the desk and approached Cutter. "Ma'am." Cutter looked past him. "If you let Jens know I am here—" Reed stabbed his chest with a finger. "That's not going to happen. Leave. Call to get an appointment." Cutter stilled. Reed had brown eyes. They danced with amusement. His forefinger stayed jammed where it was. "No need to get physical. Remove your hand." "Sir!" The woman rose. "Let me check." "No need, Leah. Our visitor is going." Reed's palm slid over the PI's chest. His fingers curled over a bicep. They squeezed and made to turn the visitor towards the door. Cutter had enough. He slapped Reed's hand away. The man's smile widened. "Visitor wants to play." Cutter caught his vest, tugged hard, pivoted on his heel, and sent him crashing into the door he had entered from. A moment's shocked silence. Reed swore and spun around, his eyes gleaming wickedly. A muffled exclamation from the inside office. The door behind Leah swung open. Jens Vacson stood framed in it, his puzzled face turning to slow anger and then surprise. "Grogan? Cutter Grogan? That's you? What the hell's happening here?" "I didn't think it would be this hard to meet you, Vacson," Cutter drawled. "We need to talk." "Enough." Vacson held his hand up when Leah and Reed explained what had gone down. "I know Grogan," he told the woman. "You should have informed me when he arrived." "She was doing her job," Cutter said softly. "And you?" Vacson ignored him and rounded on Reed. "Leave. Don't do anything. Wait for my instructions." He jerked his head dismissively. Cutter followed him into the office and settled in a leather chair. A few photographs of Vacson from his army days on the walls. Glass surface on a wooden desk on which were a few files and a laptop. A filing cabinet in one corner, a door to another room at the back. "What the hell, Grogan?" Vacson exclaimed. "You could have called me. What's with the dramatic entrance?" "The feds are interested in you." Chapter 8. Vacson's anger disappeared. He rocked in his chair for a moment and then leaned forward. "Explain." "Two FBI officers approached me yesterday. They knew we both were in Delta. They said you had killed 3 men. "I had nothing to do with those killings," Vacson said heatedly. "MPD cleared me." "They haven't. You are still a person of interest." "What has all this got to do with you? Why are you here?" "The feds asked me to use our background to get close to you and find out what went down. They suspect you're involved in human trafficking. Women." "That's a lie," Vacson snarled. "I run a security consultancy." "Save it. I read what they have on you. You run a gang. Grogan, why are you here? Cutter brought out the dead officer's photograph from his jacket pocket and slid it across the desk. Jason Cowling, he announced. You hired him under a different name. You killed him. I didn't. He was an FBI agent. Chapter 9. Vaxon's eyes narrowed. No other reaction. A phone rang outside. Leah's voice came through indistinctly. FBI, the former operator said reflectively. I had nothing to do with him. Believe me. It's not me you have to convince. I could have approached you differently. Sucked up to you. Used our Delta connection. We were in Afghanistan. That's a shared experience. I figured I would come to you directly. Trafficking in women? He continued disgustedly. You couldn't stick to other crimes. Vaxon's face shuddered. You don't know anything about me. That's right. And I don't wish to either. This sickens me. Cutter flung another photograph on the table. The former soldier barely glanced at the image of him and his men at a villa with the women. I need to sort something out. Come to me in the evening. I will explain everything. What's there to explain? Grogan, Vaxon snarled. It isn't how it looks. I am protecting those women for someone else. How does that make it better? You know they were trafficked. The man's face closed. I didn't kill that agent. Meet me in the evening, here in the office, after 6 p.m. I'll tell you what you can share with the feds. You did what? I asked him outright. Cutter grinned at Difiore's barely restrained shout on the call when he began outlining his meeting with Vaxon. Cutter had left the Omega office to rent a car. He had driven to South Beach, where he had bought an empanada from a food truck and was consuming it with his window rolled down and the sea breeze riffling his hair. Picture of the PI hard at work. I figured that was best, he mumbled around a large gulp. Using my network, ingratiating myself, all that would take time. He would be suspicious of my making contact after all these years. What did he say? Quindica asked calmly. Cutter broke it down for them. He would say that, the detective said heatedly, that he didn't kill Jason or that he isn't trafficking. I believe him about the latter. Why? Quindica cut in before her partner exploded. Just a hunch. A hunch, he says, Difiore scoffed. Meet him in the evening and brief us, Quindica told him. I live to serve you. Have you seen the news? She didn't react to his quip. No. I've been busy doing your bidding. He inspected his empanada critically and wondered if he was going heavy with the pity me act. No, he decided, and bit off another generous portion. The cops found the bodies of those two men in a Queens apartment, single shot to their foreheads. No one heard or saw anything. The place is registered to a company. We're tracking down its owners, but looks like there are a lot of shell companies involved. Cutter finished munching. He took a swallow of water and glanced at a parasailer on the blue waters. Someone is cleaning up. Yeah, our car is clean. No bugs. Perhaps they were following you to plant one, or to see whom you met. You identified those men? Nada. They aren't in the system. Be careful, Cutter. We don't know who we're dealing with. I do. Who? You and Gina Difiore, who would like nothing more than to lock me up. He hung up and sighed in contentment. It was good to have the last word in. Chapter 10. Cutter returned to Alapata at 6 p.m. Offices were closing for the day, cars driving out of their parking lots, but several warehouses and small businesses were still open. He parked in a quiet street next to a packaging company and walked to the building that housed Omega. No parked cars nearby, no one visible. The trash smell from earlier still lingered. He scanned the surroundings to locate it and saw a thick plume of smoke from behind the building. He thought of investigating it, but from the coarse shouting and yelling, guessed they were kids or vandals. He shrugged. No threat to me. He hadn't been followed. He had confirmed that from his counter-surveillance as he had driven up. His Glock was in his shoulder holster, concealed by his loose jacket, angled just right for a fast draw that he could execute with blurring speed. Experience and practice. He pressed the buzzer. No response. He jammed the buttons for other offices. No voice came over the small mic. He tried the door. It opened. That isn't right. Cutter stepped inside, focused and alert. The hallway was dimly lit. No sounds from other offices. Their doors were locked. The carpeted walkway stretched ahead of him. He paused, listening. Nothing. He moved forward, alert, his hands close to his body for an easy draw. He reached the door to Omega's office. He tried the knob. It opened easily. No Leah at the reception desk. No Reed either. I wasn't expecting either. "Vacon," he called out. The former operator didn't reply. Cutter couldn't hear any voices from his office. What the heck? He shrugged mentally and opened the door and went inside Vacon's office. Empty. He sighed. I should have given him my number. That way he could have informed me he was running late. No. He frowned. Why would his office be unlocked? He eyed the second door that he had noticed behind the wooden desk. 2 steps forward when the shoes came into view. Another step forward to see Vacon's body laid out on the carpet, hidden by the desk. Unmoving, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Cutter swore. The empty, unlocked office made sense. He went to the body and crouched over it. Confirmed that Vacon was dead. Chapter 11. Single shot to the forehead, he noted. Blood and gray matter spattered around the head, and then his radar pinged. He wasn't alone. His right hand flew to his Glock, started drawing it out. He spun on his heels, still in the half-crouch, heard the second door open and took in the hooded man lunging towards him. Dark clothing, hood over his face, only his eyes showing, no gun in his hand. Why isn't he carrying one? He could have shot me. And then the man was on him, body slamming Cutter. A hard chop at Cutter's wrist made him drop the Glock. He ducked a knuckle jab aimed at his throat, countered with a punch to the assailant's belly. No force behind it, too close to the desk for him to draw his fist back. Cutter dodged a knee strike, retaliated with an elbow to the ribs. Assailant was unfazed, kept pressing, sucking up room. Can't keep fighting for long, Cutter thought desperately, as he dodged a finger thrust to his eyes and attempted to kick the man's legs away. He might have backup. The man's right fist rose. Something glinted in it. Cutter tried to block it and groaned when a savage left-hand strike to his neck left him gasping. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Needle. He's drugged me. And then it made sense. Why assailant didn't have a gun and had crowded his space. He wants me alive. Captured. Cutter fell to the floor, consciousness slipping away. "Who are you?" assailant asked. Cutter's tongue was stuck in his mouth. He couldn't reply. He felt his hands yanked behind his back. Zip ties was his last thought. Chapter 12. Cutter came to from the rocking of the car. His right shoulder throbbed. He kept his eyes closed, his breathing steady, his training instinctively kicking in to maintain the appearance that he was still out. He was woozy. The drug wasn't full strength, didn't matter now. He felt fabric against his cheek, smelled cool air. His body was cramped, his legs nearly drawn to his chest. He could feel light against his eyes. I'm not in some vehicle's trunk. He could hear honking and feel bursts of speed. It came to him when the vehicle stuttered during a gear change. This my rental. Why is assailant using my car? That wasn't important either. Answers could wait. He listened to the sounds of traffic. They seemed to be on a busy road. He tried to make sense of the route, but his senses were still muddled. He couldn't open his eyes either. No one in the shotgun seat he worked out from the feel in the vehicle. Assailant was alone. Cutter ran an internal body check. No limbs seemed to be broken. His wrists were bound behind his back and his ankles were zip-tied securely. He hurt from the fight, but the mushiness in his head was clearing up. The car began to slow down. He heard music from a nearby vehicle. "We are approaching traffic lights?" Adrenaline surged through him. He worked out an escape plan. Assailant might have a gun beside him, but he'll have to angle it backward and turn his head to aim. That plays in my favor. He would have to twist his body around the narrow seat to bring his legs up. Could he do that? He felt the back of the shotgun seat with his knees. Yeah, there was enough give in it for him to move. Cutter felt the car slow further. "Come on, change," Assailant whispered. "We're approaching a light." Cutter opened his eyes. Driver's seat in front of him. Assailant's shoulders spilling out of the driver's seat in front of him. Yeah, this was his rental. He made his move. Chapter 13. Cutter twisted around in the seat, grunting with effort. His neck jammed painfully against the seat. Ignore. His wrists hurt from the stretch. Ignore the pain. Assailant started turning towards him. The right side of his face showed. Light brown beard, thick brown hair, sharp nose. Cutter didn't have time to make any more observations. He slammed his bound feet into Assailant's jaw. It was a good kick. No, he corrected himself. A great one. The soles of his shoes had connected cleanly with the full pistoning power of his knees behind them. Assailant grunted. The impact made him yank the wheel. The car swerved directly into an oncoming truck from the left street on the intersection. Horns blared. The truck rammed into the car's hood, the impact wrenching through the vehicle. Assailant's airbag blew up, obscuring him from Cutter's view. A second car crashed into the rear, buckling Cutter's passenger door. He smashed the door with his shoulder. It moved fractionally. He head-butted the fabric covering of its inside. It opened. He fell onto the road. Felt glass shards from the shattered window prick his cheeks. Cops will be here soon. Other drivers might come to help. Assailant might shoot anyone who approaches. Must get away. He could see his attacker try to free himself from the airbag. His door is deeply buckled. That might slow him down. The truck's driver had jumped out and was hurrying towards the wreck. "Keep back!" Cutter roared. "He's a shooter!" The driver looked at him uncertainly. "Get away! Call the cops!" Cutter scrabbled his fingers and felt a shard of glass prick his palm. He caught it and rolled desperately out of the road onto the sidewalk. He rose to his feet awkwardly. Cars slowed down to prevent a pileup. Drivers and passengers looked at him curiously. "Hey!" someone yelled. "Do you need help?" "No! Call the cops!" He took leaping jumps with his bound feet into the gated driveway of an office building. A car turned into it. The driver, a woman, looked at him, alarmed. Cutter ignored her. He leaped high into the air, bringing his knees to his chest, shoulders screaming with the strain he put on them. He maneuvered his bound hands from behind his back to underneath his legs and brought them in front of him. He fell, groaned, searched for the glass shard which had fallen to the ground and found it. The woman raced away into the opening gate and disappeared. No sign of assailant. No shots that he could hear, though from the commotion and the sirens in the distance, he guessed there was a growing pile of cars and people at the accident scene. Cutter sawed at the zip ties at his ankles. Sweat streamed down his face. Adrenaline fueled his every move. The binding snapped. He didn't bother to free his wrists. He got to his feet, breathing ragged, and raced out of the driveway. 1 second to scope the street, which was well illuminated from the lights as well as the traffic. People huddled around the wrecked car. He couldn't see assailant. "He's dangerous!" Cutter yelled. He didn't wait to see if his words had any effect. He sped down the street. 22nd, he noted. We weren't far from Vaxon's office. He took the first right. Sirens were louder, but one glance behind him confirmed no cruiser was pursuing him. The map of Alapata in his head, Gotta get to a residential area where I can get a car. Can't risk stealing one at any of the offices. Some of them might have security. He headed south, twisting and turning through smaller streets until he came to 49th. Darker street. A woman with a child entering her car on her driveway. The vehicle's lights turned on, bathing the paved concrete. "Ma'am," he panted, "I need your car. I am no threat to you, but I need to take your vehicle. I'll leave it somewhere in the city." "No," she backed off, holding her baby closer to her. "Please." "Ma'am," he said forcefully, "I am not going to hurt you. Look." He held his hands out. "I only need your car. Can you please cut my wrists free so that I can drive away? You are safe from me." He didn't know what it was about his words or his looks, but the mother stopped backing away. She licked her lips. She glanced at his wrists. The daughter made a soft sound. She hugged her closer and then, lips thinning, came forward. She took the glass piece gingerly from his hands and cut his ties quickly. She stepped back, alarmed, when he raised his hands. "No," he assured her quickly. "I need to restore circulation. Thank you. Call the cops. Tell them what happened. They will find your car downtown." Cutter floored it. Chapter 14. Cutter had stashes in every major city in the country, often more than one in the larger metros. He had one in Miami, too. He drove towards downtown. Safe Vault, a secure lockbox facility, his destination. It was an unmanned business with a biometric scanner at the entrance. He parked against a fire hydrant deliberately. That will help cops to retrieve Mom's car. He hustled towards the entrance, keeping his head down. He knew he had cuts and bruises on his face from when he had landed on the glass-sprinkled road. The fog in his mind had cleared up. His body's natural reaction to the intense escape had ensured that. He pressed his finger to the scanner. The door clicked open. He headed past rows of lockers towards his box. He keyed in his passcode and opened it. Spare Glocks, many magazines, a few Benchmades, grenades, flashbangs, false passports, wads of cash in different currencies, sets of clothing, burner phones. Everything he needed was in there. Next stop, a public restroom. He undressed swiftly. There was a mirror at the sink counter, but he couldn't risk being seen by other people. He felt his shoulder where the needle had pierced him and inspected the inside of his tee. It was wet. He smelled it. The killer couldn't inject me deep. The needle barely pricked my skin. Enough went in my body to knock me out but not keep me down for longer. He probably squeezed the plunger on the way out, which got some of the drug on my tee. He was speculating. It also didn't matter. Not then. There would be time for a medical scan and to work out what had gone down. He put on new clothing, a thin layer of armor on his chest, provided by Beth and Megan. Some kind of composite material, Kevlar and other names they had mentioned that had gone past him. His friends used them, and that was good enough for him. Another tee went on top. Jeans, belt, lightweight summer jacket that hid his shoulder holster. He inserted a new SIM in the burner phone and turned it on. He wrapped a pair of shades around his eyes. It was late evening, but it was Miami. Sunglasses, even when it was darkening, was normal eyewear. He pulled a ball cap low over his eyes and stepped out of the public restroom confidently, blending into Miami's bustle. Chapter 15. Cutter went to Bayfront Park, bought roasted nuts from a vendor and munched on them. Just another Miami resident enjoying the balmy evening. He dialed Difiore's number knowing Quindica would be with her. "It's me," he said when she picked up. "Grogan, what went down?" she exploded furiously. "You've got a lot of explaining to do." Quindica cut in, her voice measured. "Cutter, we're getting confusing reports. Vacon." "He's dead," Cutter interrupted. He relayed the events, the fight, the abduction, and his escape. Both women listened without interrupting. "You need to get checked out." "I will. Not right now, however." "Grogan." Difiore's voice rose. That needle could be, it's a risk I'll have to take. He wanted to interrogate me. It must have been morphine, but I don't have time for a medical. The detective gave up attempting to convince him. You listen to the news? He cocked his head at her tone. Nope. I've been busy getting away. The killer shot 3 people at that traffic light and then got away. Breathe in. Breathe out. Control your emotions. Control your anger. Rage is useful, but only if channeled. The words had been drilled into him from his training days. They came back to him instantly. I told them to stay back, he said hollowly. Yes, Quindica replied. There are reports that a bound man, you, escaped from the car and warned people. The truck driver? He was the closest. Dead. All 3 are dead, Difiore said flatly. The killer carjacked a ride and got away before cops could get there. I'm sure they'll find it somewhere, abandoned, but right now there's a manhunt underway in Miami. People saw his face? Confusing descriptions. Tall man, as tall as you, brown hair. Yeah, that matches what I saw of him from the side and behind. No tattoos. I'll send a detailed description, but there isn't much more I can add right now. I might remember more details later. His accent? American. Can't say more than that. He barely spoke. Looks like he didn't know who you were. No, which means he isn't connected to the dudes who were tailing you. Or the men shadowing us were unrelated. That's possible as well. Any luck with identifying them? No. We've put out their details, but no one has come forward to say, that's my husband, employee, partner, whatever. Why did he kill Vacon? Quindica asked rhetorically. I've been thinking about that, Cutter responded slowly. Vacon must have made some calls, asked some questions after I met him. Questions that the shot callers didn't like. Or they knew you met him, figured he might tell you all he knew and sent the killer to silence him. That's possible as well, he conceded. I wasn't tailed to his office, but he could have a security camera. They could have found out that way. I didn't stop to search the place. He had a receptionist. Is she safe? We'll find out. NYPD hasn't reported any more deaths. Cops will find my Glock at the scene, he began. We'll inform them, Quindica said. You'll need to go in and give NYPD your statement. Get back home after that. There's nothing more you can do in Miami. No, let them frame me as a possible suspect. What are you talking about? Difiore said roughly. Right now, these folks think I am a threat. If the cops are looking for me too, what would their reaction be? They'll think you'll get away, she replied slowly. You'll be a wanted suspect, Quindica said angrily. Every cop will be looking for you. How's that going to help us or you? The shot callers will think I'm no longer a threat, he said grimly. That's when I'll hit them. Chapter 16. Cutter hung up before the women could object. He grinned when Difiore sent an angry message instantly. Drop the hero act and return to New York. Last I checked. I'm not your employee, he replied. Heck, you aren't even paying me for this gig. I've gotten attacked, drugged, and not even a thank you. He broke open the phone and removed the SIM card and broke it. He inserted a new one and checked out the park. No one was paying attention to him. A few runners doing their laps. Elderly folks conversing. Families playing. It was just past 7 p.m. and the city was still active. He popped another nut into his mouth and was chewing slowly when he stopped abruptly. Killer might go after Vacon's team. He dialed a number from memory. It's me, he said. You're still alive, Beth Peterson said drolly. How does it feel to be the most wanted man in Miami? Popularity has its downsides. Your kind of popularity is a magnet for bullets. Don't I know it, he said feelingly. Cutter. Megan came on the call. Standard operating procedure for the twins. Whoever took his call put it on speaker for the other sister to listen in. How are you? Still breathing. He chuckled and quickly broke down his escape to them. You need to get yourself checked out. I will. Later. Can you find out if the rest of Vacson's gang are still alive? I'll send you their addresses. Is there any police activity? Any reports of shootings? No need to send anything to us, Beth said in a superior tone. Werner has everything on the gang. Werner, their artificial intelligence software system that was the heart of their outfit's intelligence gathering and analysis. We looked that up the moment we heard your involvement in Vacson's killing. Nada. No other reports. Looks like the killer hasn't gotten to them or no one has called in the cops yet. Can you send me their addresses? Cutter asked. It'll take me time to look them up on this new phone. All my files are in the cloud. Who do you think we are? Your secretarial service. Please, he said resignedly, but grinning. Another brief pause, and then Beth continued. The person closest to where you are is Tyler Reed. I had the misfortune of meeting him. Cutter recalled Lothario in the reception area. Wait, how do you know where I am? Please, Cutter, Beth scoffed. You are dealing with genius-level IQ sisters. You are a mere mortal compared to us. Werner placed you the moment you called us. Bayfront Park. Now, do you know what else Werner found out about Reed? Tell me. Werner's tagged another address for him. Sonia Vasquez, his former wife who filed for divorce because he beat her up. We'll send that too. Where is she? Cutter asked. She's in Overtown, not far from Bayfront Park, Beth replied, providing him with the specific address. He thought about it for a moment. Reed knows Vacson is dead. He might hole up. If he's smart, he won't hide in his apartment. He'll go to his ex-wife's. That place won't be the obvious choice for anyone hunting him. That's 10 minutes from here. I'll need a ride. Can you check if Leah is safe? He asked. She's the receptionist in Vacson's office. She's an innocent in all this. We will, Megan assured him. Be careful, Cutter. Buana said he might have to come down and clean up the city if anything happens to you. No one wants that. He grinned, picturing the black agency operator, and knew his lethal friend was capable of doing just that. Yeah, I have no interest in getting shot up. It hurts. Chapter 17. Wheels. Cutter needed mobility. He headed to Biscayne Boulevard, which was adjacent to Bayfront Park. Checked out the street swiftly and chose a location which was dimly lit, which also meant fewer pedestrians. Human nature. People chose to walk where it was brightest. He waited patiently. A cruiser rolled past without slowing. A car full of college students, music blasting from their speakers. A young man approached a nearby rust-colored Ford. He fumbled in his pocket for the key. Cutter moved. "Sir," he called out, putting on a concerned expression on his face. The man turned to him. "You dropped your wallet." The man looked behind him. Cutter's left arm went around his neck like a steel band. His right hand cupped his mouth and he squeezed tight until the man went limp. He confirmed his victim was unconscious but otherwise unhurt and dragged him away to the grassy bank next to the sidewalk. He had acted swiftly, smoothly, not causing a ripple in the surface tension on the street so that no one had thought anything was amiss. Mason Reyes. He got the man's name from his wallet, extracted the car's key, and thrust a roll of bills into his pocket. Compensation for the theft. He walked back briskly to the Ford as if he were the owner. He went to the trunk and thanked his fortune when he spied the toolbox. He opened it and brought out a screwdriver and swapped plates with another parked car. Reyes might report the theft when he comes to, but cops will be looking for a Ford with the wrong plates. Cutter drove to Overtown. Chapter 18. Cutter encountered little traffic as he drove to Overtown. He tuned the radio to a news channel and listened grimly to the report on the Alapata shooting. A truck driver, an office worker, and a nurse who had rushed to the accident scene were all shot dead. His hands tightened on the wheel, his lips thin. There's a city-wide hunt for the shooter and a suspect who the police have identified as Cutter Grogan, a New York private investigator. Miami Police Department believe either Mr. Grogan or the shooter or both were involved in the killing of Jens Vaxon. Cutter turned down the volume. He had heard enough. Breathe, he told himself. Sofia Vasquez's apartment building stood 20 floors high in Overtown, on the corner of NW 17th Street and 4th Avenue. Her unit was on the 4th floor. A large, tall, leafy tree grew near her windows, swings hanging off its branches. A grassy lawn surrounded the building, complete with a play area for children. The parking lot lay adjacent to the lawn. Cutter parked the Ford and checked out the building for several moments. Many of the apartments were lit up, people coming back from work, preparing dinner. He could hear children's voices from several windows. Could Reed be here? There was one way to find out. He made his way to the entrance and lingered near the door, pretending to speak on his phone. A resident approached, keys in hand. As she entered the key code, he closed in, slipping through the door just behind her, still speaking to his non-existent caller about loan terms and credit periods. She was busy messaging on her phone and didn't notice. He went to the elevator behind her and waited for her to press the button for the 6th floor, and then jammed his finger on the 4th. He smiled politely at her when he exited the car, still negotiating in his phone, and pocketed it as soon as the doors closed. A few seconds to check out the hallway. Worn carpet underneath. Fluorescent lights overhead. Drab walls. 6 apartments on the floor with door numbers on every one of them. Cooking smells wafted through the air, mingling with the hum of TVs behind closed doors. Sophia is a high school teacher, he recalled from Beth's message. 4-year-old daughter. Reed had attacked her and the child several times, which had led to her leaving him. He nodded approvingly at the small camera over the door. It looked like Sophia took safety seriously. He rang the buzzer. Sophia opened the door, her short frizzy hair framing a face marked with tired lines. "Yes?" she asked. "Ma'am, I am Mark Welling." He introduced himself and presented one of his false business cards. "I am a private investigator with night security. We are conducting a reference check on Mr. Reed. I am not married to him anymore." "I am aware of that, ma'am." He looked over her shoulder, trying to get a feel for the apartment. He didn't sense anything unusual. He heard a TV playing softly in the background and could see the outline of a coffee table and a leather couch behind Sophia. "This won't take long. This for a job application he has made to our client." She sized him up and then sighed. "Come in." She widened the door. Cutter frowned. "I wasn't expecting to be invited inside." She stepped away to his left, shut the door behind him, and hurried away to join her daughter, who was at the dining table. He frowned at her, retreating back, and then heard the shuffle of feet behind him. "It's a trap." Chapter 19. Cutter lunged to his left and spun around. He wasn't quick enough, however, and took a jarring blow to his right shoulder. 2 men. He winced and stumbled. Reed and unknown. They were hiding behind the door. Reed, who had struck the first blow, swung his baseball bat, aiming for Cutter's head. He ducked, felt the weapon sail over him, and punched the man savagely in the gut. Cutter saw the other man swing at his legs and tried to jump away, but caught the blow on his thigh. He groaned through gritted teeth and fell back against a wooden chair, which dug painfully into his back. He slid past it, caught it one-handedly, and hurled it at unknown, who didn't have enough room to maneuver and took the furniture on his chest. Sophia screamed. Her daughter shrieked. "Go to the bedroom!" Cutter roared at them and gasped when Reed jabbed him in the chest. Fury rose in him, a dark, consuming rage. He slapped the weapon away, head-butted the Omega Man, and broke his nose. He grinned savagely at the man's howl and knuckle-punched his neck brutally. Unknown recovered. He swung his bat. Cutter took the blow on his left forearm, wincing from the impact, and kneed him in the chest, which sent the attacker staggering against the wall. Reed wasn't done. He came in, swinging wildly, his nose bleeding, his face twisted in anger. Most bony parts of the body could be used as a weapon. Cutter had learned from the best and survived fights in the most hostile terrains of the world against ruthless killers. He smashed his elbow against Reed's mouth, felt his lips split and teeth break. The man screamed, his shriek dying away in a choking gasp when Cutter followed it up with another gut punch which felled him to the floor. "Ma'am," Cutter panted at Sophia, who had returned to the living room, "do you have anything to secure these men with?" Cutter tied Reed and Unknown with pieces of rope Sophia provided. "They threatened me and my daughter," she said shakily as she retreated to the dining table, "told me to let you in and act normal." "I guess that, ma'am," he replied. He sized up Unknown, who was still unconscious. "He looks familiar." He searched his memory, and then it came to him. Carlos Mendez, another member in Vacson's gang. "Can you get me a kitchen knife too, ma'am?" he asked. "Don't want to use my Benchmade. Don't want Reed and Mendez to know I am well armed. Let them assume that I have no weapons." She drew a sharp breath, nodded hesitantly, and returned with the weapon. "Your daughter's in the bedroom?" he asked. "Yes. I've put headphones over her ears." "Please join her," he told her, and plunged the blade into Reed's thigh. Chapter 20. "How did you know I would come here?" Cutter grated above Reed's howl. "I didn't." Reed's body shook, tears streaming down his face. "I thought no one would know of this place. I told Carlos we could hide here, but when you showed up—" "Why didn't you shoot me?" Reed jerked when Cutter pushed the blade deeper with a finger. "I wanted to know how much you knew. We wanted you alive." Cutter glanced up at Sophia, who hadn't moved and was watching with a shocked expression. "Go, join your daughter, please." He twisted the blade when she had left, making Reed scream. "Who was the killer in Vacson's office?" he asked remorselessly. The buzzer sounded. Cutter held his finger to his lips warningly. He went to the screen, which was on the wall next to the door. A man in the hallway, his head bent down, presenting a ball cap to the camera. "Is he the killer?" There was no way of knowing. He hurried to the bedroom. "Were you expecting anyone?" Sophia shook her head fearfully. Cutter returned to the living room and then dove back when the door shook from shots fired into it. "That's a wooden door. It won't last long. That has to the killer. Can't be anyone else." He hurried to the bedroom and went to the window. The tree's branches were close enough. "Can you jump onto those?" he asked Sophia. "No, not with my daughter. Those are too far away," she moaned. "Where's your phone?" "In my bag, in the living room." Cutter pulled out his phone and speed dialed the last number he had called. "We are here at your service, sir," Beth began sarcastically. "The shooter's at Sofia Vasquez's door," he said tersely. "I can't risk a firefight." "On it." Her voice changed. She became all business. Cutter pocketed his phone. "She'll call the cops." He heard the door crash in the living room and spun to the bed. "Help me," he grunted. Sophia and her daughter scrambled to his side, and together they jammed the bed against the door. "Hide there," he ordered the teacher, pointing to the bathroom. "Where are you going?" Sophia asked him, frightened, when he climbed onto the windowsill. "Out, but I will be back," he said quickly when he felt her fear spike. "I will come around from the front and ambush him. By that time, the cops will be here too." He dove towards the nearest branch. Chapter 21. Leaves slapped at his face as Cutter hit a branch and wrapped an arm around it. His shoulder felt as if the joint was being torn apart, but he gritted his teeth and clung on. He climbed down rapidly, his palms burning as they slithered and slipped down the trunk. He hit the ground and sprinted to the front of the building. "Move!" he yelled at a couple at the key code entrance and shoved past them inside the building. "Call the cops!" He flung over his shoulder and raced up the stairs. Can't wait for the elevator. He reached the fourth floor and eased through the landing cautiously with his Glock ready, screaming and shouting throughout the building from the shots. The TVs in the neighboring apartments had gone silent. He heard a frightened voice from inside one residence. The door to Sophia's unit was open, cracked and swinging on its hinges. No sounds from inside. Cutter took a deep breath and dove inside the living room. He slid on the carpet, felt the broken furniture prick his body. The killer, who was heading to the bedroom, spun around at his entry. They traded glances for a fraction of a second, and then the man's lips twisted in a sneer. His gun came up. Cutter snapped a shot and cursed because he missed. Before he could trigger again, the shooter had leaped out of the living room in a graceful dive, out of the window. Cutter hauled himself up and approached the sill cautiously. He risked a look and saw the shadowy figure of the killer go down the tree, taking the same escape route he had used. He fired at the man and ducked when bullets returned, and when he looked up again, saw the man wave at him mockingly and disappear. Cutter swore and looked back inside. Reed and Mendez lay on their backs, motionless, blood seeping from their chests. Chapter 22. Cutter approached Sophia's bedroom door. "Ma'am, how are you doing in there?" he asked urgently. "We're safe." Sophia's voice shook. "We heard shooting. What happened? Is that man?" "The cops will be here soon," Cutter said reassuringly. "She and her daughter don't need to know Reed and Mendez are dead or that the killer has escaped. That will alarm them unnecessarily. Please stay inside until the police arrive. Ask them to show their identification before you open the door. Get them to slide it beneath the jamb. Got it?" "Yes." The teacher's voice quavered over her daughter's whimper. "Won't you be around to tell them?" "I won't be hanging around to get arrested. You'll be safe, ma'am. Wait for the cops." And Cutter returned to the living room and looked out of the window. A bunch of people on the lawn and in the parking lot, pointing and gesturing at the apartment. He strained his ears for sirens but didn't hear any. Cavalry should be arriving any moment. Beth will be on MPD's case until she gets confirmation they have responded. He whirled at a sound at the door, his Glock flowing smoothly into his hand, the fast draw executed with blinding speed, crouching to one knee at the same time. "Whoa!" A man in the doorway stumbled back. "Don't shoot. I'm the next-door neighbor. What went down?" He gasped when he took in Reed and Mendez's bodies. "Get back to your apartment. Stay inside until the police arrive," Cutter told him roughly, holstering his gun. He shoved the man back into the hallway and shut the door as best as it could close. He was turning to the living room when he heard another sound. He looked down. Reed had moved an inch. His eyes were wide open. "He's alive!" Chapter 23. "I didn't examine them closely," Cutter thought as he crouched next to Reed. "I thought both were dead. Mendez is." He examined the men. Reed's shot in his lungs. He can't breathe normally. Cutter had seen similar wounds before. He doesn't have long even if the cops and EMTs get here in the next few minutes. He looked at Reed, who was making hoarse sounds as he sucked air through his mouth. Who was the killer? Reed's lips moved. He strained to get words out. "No, don't speak," Cutter told him. "Blink twice for yes and once for no. Understood?" Blink, blink, yes. "Do you know the killer?" Blink. "No. I must get as much out of him before he dies or the cops arrive," Cutter thought as he considered his questions. "Do you know why he shot Vacon and you?" Blink, blink. "Do you know who sent him?" "Yes." "Do you know why?" "Yes." Cutter pursed his lips at the replies. How do I get him to elaborate? "Is he from a rival gang?" "No." "Are the killings related to human trafficking?" "Yes." "Vacon was involved in that?" "None," Reed said and followed it up with a blink. Blood seeped out of his chest and made a damp patch on the carpet. Cutter frowned. If your gang wasn't involved in trafficking, why did those young women end up in your villa? I have seen photographs. Pro? Cutter asked, thinking rapidly what the word could mean. Protection. Blink. Vacon was protecting the women from someone? No. For someone? Yes. Another gang? Yes. A business arrangement? Yes. A human trafficking gang? Blink. Cutter sat back as he tried to piece together the picture. Vacon didn't know the women would be trafficked. That's why he took them on. Yes. Where are the women? Gang? Back with the gang? Blink. Cutter held a finger up at the sound of voices from outside. He went to the window. No cruisers. The same bunch of men still talking loudly. He returned to Reed, whose face was wet and shiny with sweat. The criminal looked like he was aware he would die. Which gang is this? US 1? No. South American? No. East European? Russian? Blink. Your gang handed the women to the Russians once Vacon found out they would be sold into sex slavery? Yes. The shooter is Russian. Reed lifted his shoulders with effort. That's a shrug? Cutter wondered. You don't know? He asked. No. But he was sent by the gang. Yes. Why today? And then he worked it out. I came to Vacon and accused him of trafficking and killing the UC and the CIs. FBI planted a cop in your gang and cultivated some informers. All of them were killed. No. You know about them. Vacon grew alarmed when I told him he was on the FBI's radar. He circled back to the gang. The Russians decided to clean up before he could snitch on them. Reed caught Cutter's wrist and squeezed with surprising strength. Blink. Yes. Are the rest of the gang members dead too, killed by the shooter? Dawn. You don't know? No. This doesn't make sense. He shook his head. Why would a Russian criminal gang come to Vacon for protection? Why couldn't they guard the women themselves? Esque? Cutter ran the letters in his mind. Escape? Escaped? Blink. Someone escaped from the Russians? Yes. Who? Woo. A woman from amongst those captured? Yes. This was when the Russians had them? Blink. They weren't confident of their own security. Cutter worked it out. That's why they came to Vacon. Yes. Why would a gang tell anyone they had poor security? It didn't make sense the more he thought about it. Did the Russians tell you about her? That she escaped? No. Who then? No. No one. Yes. Vacon figured it out somehow. Blink. How did he work it out if the women didn't tell him, Cutter wondered. Reed's shuddering breath brought him back to the moment. He shoved the thought away to the back of his mind. Reed. Cutter bent over him. Where is this woman? The gangsters flicked his fingers towards the window. Outside? Got it. In Miami or somewhere out there? Yes. On the run? Yes. Imp. She's important. She knows about the gang and about the other women. Cutter snorted. That would make her important to the gang. Blink. No. She's important for some other reason, he asked sharply. Blink. Why? Blink. No? You don't know? Yes. The Russians are hunting her? Yes. Who is she? No. You don't know? Yes. Who are these women? Russian? No. East European? Cutter hazarded a guess. Reed raised his wrist and waggled it in a maybe gesture. His hand fell back. His breath rattled in his chest. Perspiration rolled down his face. They didn't tell you? They didn't talk with you? Yes. No. They didn't speak English? No. Where is this gang? Dawn. Only Vacon dealt with them. Blink. Reed's eyes sharpened momentarily. They flicked to his hips. P.E.? P? What's that read? Cutter asked urgently. P.H. The eye movement again. Phone? Yes. Cutter searched his pockets and came out with the man's phone. There's something on this about the gang. Blink. Blink. Reed's body trembled as he attempted to raise his hand. Cutter took his wrist and guided his fingers to the device to unlock it. It was the last move the gangster made. He didn't draw breath again. Cutter stared at him for a moment and then hurriedly changed the biometric access and password on the phone and dropped it in his pocket. He got to his knees when the commotion outside the window grew louder. Sirens wailed. He looked out to see several cruisers and EMT vehicles rolling in. "Ma'am," he went to the bedroom. "The cops are here." "Yes, I can see them," Sophia nearly sobbed with relief. "How can I thank you?" "Thank me? I'm a trouble magnet. I'm partly responsible for putting her and her daughter in danger." "No, ma'am," he said gruffly. "That's not needed. Please tell the police what went down. Give them my name, Cutter Grogan." "I know it. Tyler mentioned it. I recognized you from a TV interview several years ago." He didn't have an answer to that. He turned out the living room's light, got onto the sill, and leaped towards the tree. He caught a branch and slithered down cautiously. He crouched low and ran towards his vehicle once he was in the parking lot. His ride was at the far end, with the nearest cruiser several spaces away. He eased out without turning on his lights and breathed a sigh of relief when no cop stopped him. He thought back to Reed's answers and shook his head. What have I gotten into? Chapter 24. Cutter stopped when he saw a car on a deserted street in the neighborhood. He checked his mirrors, parked behind it, and repeated the number plate swap move. He searched for deserted parking lots in Overtown on his phone and drove to a large, closed-down big box store. He parked deep in the shadows and switched off his engine. He climbed out of the car and let the cool night air dry the sweat that was sticking to his back. 5 people dead today, 3 innocents, all shot by that killer. The rest of Vacson's gang might be dead too. He smacked his forehead at a thought. The camera outside Sophia's door. I should have asked her where she stored the recordings. It would have the killer on video. He fingered his phone. Nope, can't call her. Cops will be with her. He knew someone who could get the video, however. Beth and Megan. He brought out Reed's phone and searched it. Several calls and contacts. I'll send those to the twins too. They can track them down. He ran through the messages. Nothing of importance. He found an audio recording and pressed play. Vacson's voice came through, anger evident in his tone. You didn't tell me those women would be trafficked. A voice with a heavy Russian accent responded, sounding bored. Why should we tell you our business, Vacson? How did Reed get this? He said only Vacson dealt with the gang. He must have been in the room when his boss called the Russians. Why did he record it? Vacson asked him to, or he wanted to blackmail his boss, or the Russians? Cutter shrugged. Reed's motive wasn't relevant now that he was dead. He continued listening. I don't want any part of this, Vacson said hotly. I'll bring the women back. We paid you. I'll return that as well, even for the days they were in our protection. You are a criminal, Vacson, the Russian sneered. You are getting morals all of a sudden? There are some businesses I won't get into, the former operator said tightly. Bring them back along with the money. Remember, the Russian said softly, there are rules in our business. You know what happens when you break them. I am not a snitch. Vacson didn't use the Russian's name, Cutter mused when the recording ended. He searched the phone, but there were no other clips nor were there any photographs. But if this gang is on the FBI's radar, they might know who that man is. He dialed Difiore. She picked up on the first ring. You got away, she stated. Got away? From the Overtown shooting, the detective said impatiently. We are following the news. Where there are bullets and bodies in Miami, That's gotta be you. Cutter, are you okay? Quindica asked in concern. MPD is reporting 2 deaths. Are Sofia Vasquez and her daughter okay? Yeah, they both are fine. I'm unhurt, he said. Reed and Mendez's attack was already a distant memory. We're waiting, Difiore said impatiently. He smiled in the night and laid it out for them. There was a long silence when he had finished. Reed willingly volunteered all of this. Difiore challenged him. That's what you took away from what I told you. Your friend Vaxon had a conscience. She switched gears unrepentantly. He wasn't my friend, and yeah, looks like it. We know most of the human trafficking gangs, Quindica thought aloud. We tapped our CI network and no one reported bringing women over from Eastern Europe recently. These Russians must be new in town. That makes sense, Cutter agreed. Their safe houses might not be as safe as they wished, which could be how that woman got away. She's out there somewhere, alone. We don't know how big this gang is, but every one of them will be looking for her. Yeah. Reed didn't describe her? I don't think he or Vaxon or anyone in that outfit saw her. Send us that recording. No. What did you say? Difiore spat. You don't trust us? The 2 of you, with my life. But your JTF has a leak. That's how the killer, let's assume it's the same one, killed your UC and CI. The Russians will know if I send you that recording. They might go underground. They might move the women to another country. They might already have done that. They might have, in which case we have little to work with. On the other hand, if they are still in Miami, the gang will stay put. Cops are on high alert. They won't risk moving the women until the heat has died down. Did you ask Reed about the UC and the CIs? No. If Vaxon didn't know who killed them, why would he? In any case, he was dying. I had to ask him the most relevant questions. Grogan, Difiore raged. Send us the clip and return to New York. Yeah, Quindica agreed. I'll speak to MPD and get you cleared. Not happening. I'm staying here. We sent you to Miami to get intel on Vaxon. You did that. Your assignment has ended. There is nothing keeping you there. Except the 3 dead civilians at the traffic light and 1 killer. Difiore read his silence. You aren't thinking straight, Grogan. That knife has your prints on it. You're getting sucked in deeper into all these shootings. We instructed law enforcement agencies to take you alive if they came across you, but given the tensions in Miami, there are bound to be trigger-happy cops. I am aware of the risks. Don't go lone wolf, Quindica pleaded. He didn't respond. Send us that recording, Grogan, Difiore yelled angrily. That's evidence. It's what I uncovered as a civilian, and a good defense lawyer will say I got it illegally, by torturing Reed. Like you said, my prints are on that knife. We know you. You're going for that killer. Grogan, this isn't the Wild West. You're dealing with a dangerous Russian gang. Stay away. Come home. Not happening, Cutter said and hung up. Are you awake? He messaged Beth. She called him instantly. Cutter, how many bullet holes do you have in you? He grinned despite his exhaustion. None so far. Are you okay? Megan joined in. There's a lot happening in Miami. Yeah. He briefed them on the events. How many lives have you used up, Cutter? The elder twin sighed. I stopped counting a while ago. What do you need from us? Can you? We can, Beth asserted. He smiled. Aren't you on a mission? I don't want to. Cutter Grogan, we will tell you if we don't have time to help you, got it? Yes, ma'am. Sophia's camera would have captured the killer. That video. Yeah. We get where you are going with this. We'll get the footage. It might be a high-end system. I'm eye-rolling here, Cutter. Understood. I'll send you the audio clip as well. Voice print matching, Megan said. We'll check if he's on any database. Do you have access to the FBI? Yes, Beth told him. There are very few systems out there that we aren't hooked into, and there's not much we can't do." He believed her. "We'll also check the darknet for anything on this gang and the women. You asked about Leah. She's fine." He nodded in the darkness, relieved. "Want to hear something funny?" "I could do with some humor," he growled. "You know why the killer took your car and not his? While he was killing Vacon, a bunch of hoods had stolen the wheels to his ride." Cutter chuckled. "Some folks were burning trash and tires when I went to his office. It must have been them. Ace killer thwarted by thugs," he laughed. He sent them the clip when they hung up and leaned against the car. He looked at the city's skyline. "There's a woman out there. She's young. She'll be scared. She might not know the language. She'll be on her own and is hunted by criminals. That killer is out there too." He straightened abruptly. He knew where the shooter would be. Chapter 25. The villa where Vacon had put the women. "The killer will figure I'll go there to check it out. He'll ambush me there. He had me, but I escaped, and that will rankle. He'll wait for me there." He brought out his phone again and connected to his cloud account where he had uploaded Difiore's files. It's in Alapata, too, on 17th Street, not far from Vacon's office. Which made sense. The former soldier would have wanted to have minimal travel to get to the captives. He looked up the residence on a satellite map. Its rear door opens into Calle del Refugio. Vacon chose well. His team could exfil from both locations. The villa had both a front and backyard and strips of grass on both sides. A high wooden fence separated it from the sidewalks and the neighboring residences. Trees lined both 17th and Refugio. He'll choose a vantage point from where he can watch both entrances. He checked out the map from various angles and then shrugged. He won't choose an obvious location. He's smarter than that. Cutter uncapped a bottle of water, washed his face, and took several swallows. He let the breeze dry him and felt his blood pump. He drove out of the parking lot towards Alapata with his backpack in the shotgun seat. Several cruisers went past him with lights and sirens. He drove at the speed limit. There was no reason to be reckless. 17th or Refugio? Front or back? Back, he decided. That's where I would enter the villa from. He'll be thinking like me. He parked on Refugio 2 blocks away from the villa, his Ford blending in with the quiet street. A few houses were lit, TVs visible through many windows. Cutter stopped when he was a block away, sheltered behind a live oak trunk, and scanned the street with his fusion binos. They combined conventional light intensification technology that was used in NVGs along with thermal imaging. Nope. Can't see anyone hiding behind cars or up the trees. No point trying to locate him. He won't be hiding in obvious locations. But he'll have his ride on the street. He'll want it for a fast getaway. He ghosted from tree trunk to tree trunk, using the parked cars for cover, and at the same time ran their plates through Werner. The AI software looked up DMV records, bank and company databases, social media profiles, performed its algorithmic matching, and came back in a fraction of a second. 2 potential vehicles, both rentals, both linked to shell companies. One car, black and well-worn, stood out. Its hood faced away from the villa. That's how I would park it for a quick escape. The other vehicle was newer and white in color. Nope. That will stand out in the night. Cutter ducked beneath the white car and stuck a tracker to its chassis, strolled casually to the black vehicle and tagged it too. A live oak was near the dark ride. 10 meters away from it, its branches spread over the sidewalk, giving succor from the harsh sun during the day. Trees and me. He grinned, leaped up, caught a branch and climbed high. His perch was 4 meters high. Uninterrupted view of the villa's rear gate and the stretch of sidewalk to the black vehicle. The branch he was resting on was bony, but wide enough for him to have a firm grip. He stretched out on top of it, his dark clothing blending with the foliage. Hours passed. A few cars went by. One dog walker strolled, his head bouncing to the beat only he could hear. Cutter wondered if he had guessed right, if the killer was waiting for him. I haven't lost anything if he isn't here. He went into the zone, where time didn't exist, a semi-alert state where a change in the surroundings would rouse him instantly. There had been that time with Zeb in Syria. The two of them had lain in a wadi, waiting for 36 hours for their target while terrorists went about around them. Dawn broke. A figure emerged from between the villa and the neighboring house. Cutter didn't shift. He didn't straighten. His every sense and nerve were alert, however. The man wore dark clothing and a hoodie, a small backpack hanging off his shoulder. His head was down, tall enough to be the killer, an easy walk. The killer went wide on the sidewalk several times and bent down a couple of times to tie his laces. He's checking for anyone behind cars and tree trunks. The man raised his head. The hoodie slipped back. It's him! Cutter made out the killer's beard easily in the morning light. About 20 meters separated the assassin from his car. Open stretch of sidewalk. Cutter worked out his moves. Shoot him in the right shoulder and thigh. Jump down. Disarm him. He stretched out his Glock, his sight on the assassin's torso. The killer's left hand reached inside his pocket. Cutter exhaled slowly. His finger curled on the trigger, and then a dog appeared. Chapter 26. The dog entered Cutter's peripheral vision beneath him. It was small, scrappy, curious. It darted to the tree trunk and looked up. Its leash trailed behind it, attached to the owner who too came into view, sweating and panting lightly. The killer saw them. He didn't slow down. The dog started barking. Cutter cursed inwardly. "Come on, Max!" The owner tugged at the leash. Max wasn't budging. He continued barking up the tree, his small body quivering with excitement. The killer took it all in. His right hand flowed to his jacket. Cutter swore at Max beneath his breath and leaped out of the tree just as bullets shredded bark, leaves, and branches. He landed lightly and shot at the killer, who was sprinting towards his car. His rounds missed. "Get back! Stay down!" he roared at the runner. Max leaped and went into a barking frenzy, straining at his leash. The owner yelled and hurried backwards, yanking at his pet. Cutter covered the killer. He was stationary. He had the advantage since the assassin was on the move. He aimed at the killer's thighs. Need him alive. The killer threw a glance at him. No panic on his face. Controlled action. His gun was across his body. He was close to his ride. His head turned towards the runner, who had ignored Cutter's warnings and was still standing on the pavement in shock. Cutter sensed the assassin's intention. Spraying at the dog owner will be enough. Shooting at me is riskier for him. He knows even if he gets me, I'll return fire as long as I can. "Get down!" he shouted at the owner and threw himself bodily at the man, bringing him down on the pavement. A hail of bullets went over their heads and clipped into the fence and beyond. Max burst free when the owner's leash released. He bounded excitedly at the assassin, barking. Cutter rolled off the owner and onto the sidewalk. His left palm jammed onto concrete to prop himself up. His Glock bucked as he fired. The killer's car windows shattered. He saw the assassin duck, and then the vehicle raced down Refugio, swerving from side to side to evade his rounds. He shot at its tires and knew he had missed. He thought for a moment of sprinting to his vehicle and giving chase. "I parked 2 blocks away," he thought bleakly, as he got to his feet and watched the killer fade into the distance. "He'll be long gone by the time I retrieve my car. He'll stop somewhere and search his ride for a tracker if he's smart. He'll find the one I planted." "Who are you?" the runner yelled, panicked. "Were those real bullets? Is this a movie?" "It's not," Cutter growled. "Are you hurt?" "No. Man. I thought for a moment I had stumbled into a film shoot. Who was that man? Hey, Max!" He yelled at his pet, who was standing in the street, pleased that he had chased off the assassin. "Get back your dog," Cutter sighed. "Call the cops. Tell them I am Cutter Grogan. That will save MPD some time in identifying one of us. You," he shook his finger at Max, "lost me my chance." Max wagged his tail hard, lifted his hind leg, and urinated near his boots. Cutter had to laugh. Random incidents couldn't be planned for. He hurried to his ride and fired it up. The killer must have been on the roof, he realized. His guess had been right. The assassin had been waiting for him. He eased out on Refugio and watched in his rearview mirror as Max's owner talked to a few residents who had come to the sidewalk. He glanced at his phone and thumbed the screen to bring up the tracker's app. The assassin was racing out of Alapata. Even as he watched, the red dot slowed and stopped. He's searching his vehicle. The red dot disappeared. Cutter smiled grimly, recalling the message he had scrawled on the tracker. "You aren't good enough." Chapter 27. Cutter did the license plate swap trick at a popular diner on Washington Avenue. The parking lot was full, but he didn't attract any attention as he bent over another car and exchanged the plates. He went inside, his ball cap pulled low. Difiore and Quindica have managed to convince MPD not to release my photograph to the media. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to walk into this place. He found a window table and ordered a coffee. He rummaged through his backpack and inserted a flesh-colored, nearly undetectable earpiece and attached a tiny mic to his collar. He paired them to his phone. "Are you awake?" he messaged Beth. "I am now." He called her. "Sorry." "Stop. Tell us." "Us?" Looks like Megan's with her too. "So, a dog made your day," Beth snarked when he had finished briefing them. "Yeah," he said ruefully. His coffee arrived. He thanked the server with a nod, cupped the mug with both hands, and sipped appreciatively. The diner was crowded with early-morning office-goers and shift workers. A TV above the reception played on mute. A breaking news banner announced the shootout in Alapata. Cutter didn't react to it. None of the customers glanced at the TV. "Well, at least the dog had a good time," Beth continued. "Geez," her sister groaned. "Bad news, Cutter. The audio clip on Reed's phone has no match. Mr. Killer does not come up anywhere either. He's a stranger." They sensed his disappointment. "Don't go gloomy on us," Beth snapped. "There might be someone who could help." "Who's that?" He sat up. "A Russian friend." "If you can introduce me—" "No. We'll call him. He won't talk to you." "You'll do this for me?" "Yeah." He could sense her grin. "We need our heads examined. Hang up before we change our minds." Cutter's phone buzzed with a message when he was driving out of the diner's parking lot. "Max should have bitten you." Difiore being emphatic. Chapter 28. Cutter went to Tropical Park on 40th Street, strolled searching for a shady spot. Several runners in the morning sun. A bunch of kids practicing their karate kicks, supervised by their sensei. A yoga class some distance away. He lay down beneath a tree, placed his cap over his face and closed his eyes. He needed to rest. A wet snout woke him up. "Come on, Buster!" A woman tugged at her dog. "Don't disturb him." Cutter sat up, patted Buster on his head, and got a lick in return. He stifled his yawn and stretched. He had been asleep for 4 hours. One of MPD's most wanted had slept in a public park in full view of passers-by. He found a food stand, wolfed down some veggie rolls, and washed them down with coffee. No messages on his phone. He returned to his car and saw a cruiser drive past. "I'll have to change my ride soon. Switching license plates won't work for too long." It was afternoon. Sunlight glanced off his Ford's hood. The city was heating up. Sunshades and shorts were almost default wear. Cutter drove back to Refugio and parked a block away. He strolled down the street. A lone cruiser in the distance parked in front of the safe house. There will be more cops at the front. MPD will have worked out the killer was hiding on its roof or nearby. Is there a way I can get into the safe house's backyard from Refugio? He messaged Beth. What am I? Your personal navigator. She followed up with another message before he could sigh. Wait up a moment. 2 houses before you get to it, on your right. It's empty. Go around it to the back. Squeeze through the hedge which goes all the way to the fence behind Vaxon's house. You can climb over it and voila. Thank me later. He was putting his phone away when another message popped up. Meg says don't get arrested. We won't bail you out. Gina will tell MPD to lock you away for life. What would I do without you two and Gina and Peyton? He fired back. Your life would be dull. Cutter gave up. He entered the driveway of the house she had suggested and walked confidently around it to the backyard. Does it have cameras? He wondered. If it does, Beth will take care of them. He squeezed through the hedge, grimacing at the branches scratching at his face. He crawled slowly. A line of washing flapped in the wind in the second house's backyard, and then he was at the fence. He peered through the wooden posts. No sign of any cops. They'll be outside. They'll have finished the search. He climbed over the fence and dropped into the backyard. He drew gloves over his hand as crouched low and ran towards the back door. Locked. He tried a window. It squeaked on its hinges, but it swung out. Vaxon's men were always with the women. It didn't matter if the windows were open. The women couldn't escape. Cutter dropped into a bare room. He could feel the emptiness of the house. Not a single sign that women had been held captive here. He looked down. The carpet was clean, too. He searched the floor. Empty drawers in the kitchen, no cutlery, crockery, or utensils. The sink gleamed from a deep scrub. He went upstairs and searched all bedrooms systematically. It was as if the house had been deep cleaned before new tenants arrived. Through a front-facing bedroom window, he could see 17th Street and the cruiser parked on it. 2 cops leaning against it, chatting casually. He was drawing back when he felt the carpet give beneath his feet. A loose floorboard? No, the carpet itself was loose. He pulled it up and froze at the scrawl. He was fluent in several world languages and had a working knowledge of a few more. He recognized the script. Ukrainian. 2 words. Help us. Chapter 29. Cutter photographed the scrawl and left the house silently. He crawled back between the hedge but didn't feel the sting of the branches. Those were Ukrainian women in there? A Russian gang in America brought Ukrainian women for sex trafficking? That woman who escaped is one of them? He forced himself to walk casually out of the side of the house and go to his car, and then saw a black Toyota in front of the neighboring house. Its door was open and it looked like its owner was unloading groceries. He hustled to it, saw that its key was inside. He removed the cartons from the trunk and placed them on the sidewalk, ran to his Ford, removed his backpack and scribbled a note and placed it beneath one of the cartons. Sorry, need your car. Hope the money beneath this note helps. Call the cops. He drove away before the owner emerged from the house, stole license plates from another vehicle at a parking lot, and returned to Tropical Park. He sent the image to Beth and called Difiore. Did MPD find anything at that safe house? The one at which Max? Yeah, that one. He cut off her smirk. Why are you asking, Cutter? Quindica came on the line. Did they find anything? No. House was clean. Do you have anyone in the city? Someone you can trust? We have several agents, but those we are confident in are here with us in New York. Grogan, spit it out, Difiore ordered. Check your phones. He messaged both the women the photograph. He heard their sharp breaths. Where did you find this? The detective asked. Beneath the carpet in the upper bedroom, the one facing the street, below the window. It's Russian, correct? Quindica guessed. No, Ukrainian. It says, help us. I'll overlook that you broke into a crime scene, Difiore said. That could have been written by anyone. Difiore started and then she trailed away. She cursed. Ukrainian women and a Russian gang. I'll fly down our tech team, Quindica said firmly. We'll take over the house. We'll search it again. There might be something there about the women's identities or where they might have gone. You haven't taken over the case? The house is their crime scene. They won't like it if you waltz in. Do I sound as if I care? Send us that audio clip, Difiore growled. No. Why did you send us this photograph in that case? To check if you knew of it. You're withholding evidence. Take deep breaths, Gina. Watch your blood pressure. She forbade him from calling her by her first name. He knew it was her way of shielding herself in case anything happened to him. It also irritated her when he did so. He grinned at her snarl. Cutter, Quindica intervened. Help us. I am. Chapter 30. Cutter's phone rang as soon he had hung up on Difiore. Are you sitting down? Beth asked. What? He chuckled. You don't know? You don't have eyes on me? No satellite tracking me? You aren't that important, she scoffed. What's up? He could read the excitement in her voice. We know who your friend is, the one you've been trading shots with, she said triumphantly. Alexei Kuznetsov, former Spetsnaz from Alpha. You've heard of them? I've fought some of their killers. Yeah, he replied. Counter-terrorism and special ops. Part of FSB, but their killers are deployed anywhere. Yeah, Megan joined in. He became a freelance assassin after quitting the military and then dropped out of sight. Our Russian friend was intrigued when we sent him the photographs. He's dangerous. Our sources told us to convey that to you, Beth added. Cutter recalled the man's unhurried movements even when he was under fire. I know. I've been up close to him. What about the audio recording? That's why we asked you to sit down, Megan said. Viktor Petenko, mobster, very smart, head of the Petenko Bratva, original name, has a hand in just about every criminal activity in Moscow. He fled to America just before the Ukraine invasion and assumed a new identity. He's Victor Franklin now, businessman in Miami, Cutter guessed. Correct. He openly denounces the Russian attack. He's a real estate entrepreneur, shopping malls, theme parks, office and residential complexes. Cutter shrugged. Nothing about this is worthy of my sitting down. He's close to the Kremlin. Our friend says there are rumors, which he agrees with, that he often acts on the Kremlin's orders. Cutter's grip tightened on the phone. This was bigger than he thought. Cutter. Megan read his thoughts. Let the feds handle this. They have a leak. You can trust Gina and Peyton. I do, but they don't work alone. Their JTF is large. They're smart. They'll know how to work around that. I'm surprised you're asking me to back off. We wouldn't if you weren't alone, but you are, and are facing enemies of unknown strength. I've been in worse places. Cutter's feeling guilty, Beth explained to her sister. He's thinking all this exploded because he met Vacon. Franklin or Petenko, whatever you want to call him, was active in Miami before you visited Vacon, Megan reminded him. You didn't start anything. I will end it, however. Cutter, Zeb came on the call, his voice calm, measured as always. You need any help? He chuckled. I don't think NYPD will be too happy to see all the criminals wiped out. That's what will happen if Zeb comes along with his team. They'll take no prisoners. They would be out of work. We'll leave some alive. Buana's deep voice reverberated. I'll call if I need support, Cutter promised. Beth, Meg, do you have... We're working on Petenko's files. We'll send something over to you soon. Should we share it with Gina and Peyton too? The twins often shared intel they had uncovered with the JTF via anonymous, untraceable messaging. Not yet. You're skating on thin ice with them. When haven't I? Chapter 31. Petenko slammed his palm on the table furiously. His lieutenants, ranged in front of him, didn't meet his eyes. "Does anyone have any news? Where's the girl?" he asked coldly. Feet shifted. One man played with his glass of water. Ivan finally broke the silence. "We are still looking." "You are still looking?" Patenko roared. "So is FBI and Miami cops. And this man, Grogan. No one knows about her." The Bratva leader speared Ivan with an angry glare, at which his lieutenant shrank in his chair. "We will get her. We are watching every train station, bus, and the shipping terminals and airports. She is still in Miami," another man said, opening up now that someone else had taken the brunt of their boss's wrath. "She is alone. How long can she escape?" "She has proven she's more intelligent than all of you." Patenko spat. He turned on Kuznetsov, who was idly fingering a pencil. He knew the killer could jam it in the nearest lieutenant's eyes before the man could even react. Everyone feared the assassin. Everyone, except Patenko. "Alexei," he growled, "why didn't you kill Grogan when you had the chance?" "I didn't know who he was, both times," the killer said quietly. His gray eyes were dead. His voice was emotionless. His beard caught the light and seemed to glow. "I figured it would be good to take him alive and question him." That worked out well, didn't it? He got lucky. Twice? I wouldn't call the first time luck. He was smart. The needle must not have gone deep enough. It happens. The assassin shrugged, unconcerned. "And now, what will you do?" "I will set another trap." I looked him up. He's dangerous. Kuznetsov inspected his fingernails as if he were bored. "I have met many such dangerous people. They ended up dying. I want that girl. Alive. Every soldier should be looking for her. I want Grogan too. I don't care if he lives or dies. Try to take him alive and find out how much he knows." His lieutenants nodded their heads. "What have you heard from NYPD and FBI?" Kuznetsov rubbed his nails against his shirt to polish them. "Nothing," Patenko sneered. "NYPD have sealed Vaxon's house, but that's only because you shot it out with Grogan there. FBI haven't shared everything with the police. The feds didn't tell them that Vaxon kept the women there. The police are not a threat to us, and in any case my informers will tell me if they find something." "What about the FBI? Those two women who head the joint task force. They are always in the news. They seem to be good." "They don't know about the missing girl." Patenko stood up. "There is another gang who is looking for her." His men murmured in surprise. They leaned forward. Kuznetsov didn't react. He was impassive as if he knew, which he did, since he was Patenko's trusted enforcer. "You know about them," the Bratva leader continued. "They had the routes into America. They knew who to pay off. We used their services to move the women here." "The Sombras!" Dmitri exclaimed from the back. He was responsible for shipping. "They didn't know the product." Ivan frowned. "We had covered the women in veils. We always had our men with them." Patenko prided himself on running a modern criminal outfit that ran like a sophisticated business. Product, market, synergy. Those were words he believed in and encouraged his people to use. "I don't know how, but this gang found out about them," he clarified. "They know of the girl too. They too have their soldiers looking for her." "What do they intend to do with her?" Sergei asked. He was responsible for sourcing, another word that Patenko liked. "They are not like us. We want to send her to Moscow. They want to sell her to the highest bidder. There are enough countries out there who will pay top dollar for her information. There might be even terrorist organizations and other criminal gangs who might be interested." "We can't let that happen," Ivan snarled. "She belongs to us." "Don't I know it?" Patenko snarled. "That's why I want all of you to find her quickly." "We should have never brought those women to America." Kuznetsov started on the nails of his other hand. "Our idea was good," Patenko defended himself. "It had been his idea. Like a true corporate leader, he took credit for his success and blamed others for failure. No one would think of looking for them in America, he continued. Everyone would expect Ukrainian women to flee to other parts of Europe, and even if they were found out, we could always claim we had rescued them. Don't forget, our plan was to sell them to South American and Middle Eastern gangs. There is a big market for them. No, the real problem is how a 16-year-old girl got into that group. She doesn't look that young, Sergei defended himself. As sourcing lieutenant, it was his responsibility to select product. All of them were drugged as soon as we got them. We didn't know who she was. Is there any point in discussing this? Kuznetsov blew on his fingers. The room fell silent. Even Patenko inclined his head to acknowledge the killer's point. He straightened his suit jacket and adjusted his tie. Find her before the Sombras do. Find Grogan. He gestured at Kuznetsov, who followed him out. Sergei made a mistake in including that girl in the consignment. You want me to kill him? No, but remind him a second mistake will have severe consequences. Kuznetsov's reminders were legendary. They usually left the victim with fewer fingers after prolonged agony. If he hadn't included her, we wouldn't have even known who she was, the killer objected. If we had left her behind, who knows where she would have ended up? Her information could have fallen into the wrong hands. It could, even now. We'll find her. Patenko nodded, reassured by his enforcer's quiet confidence. He inspected himself in a full-length mirror in the lobby. He looked handsome with his light hair stylishly cut, his clean-shaven face accentuating his sharp chin. His jacket fell perfectly around him, and his trousers had razor-sharp creases in them. He flicked his cuff and glanced at his Rolex. I have to go. Shopping mall inauguration? Da, with the mayor. I will then make a speech about our support for Ukraine and denounce Russia. The killer reached into his pocket and brought out a shattered device. What's that? A tracker. Grogan planted it underneath my car. Patenko's head snapped up. He followed you here? Not yet. I found it quickly and destroyed it. Look behind it. Patenko turned it around and read the scribbling. You aren't good enough. Grogan wrote that? Da. He guessed I would find it. I told you he is dangerous. Maybe. Kuznetsov flicked lint off his shoulder. He seems to like to play games. I will play with him. Chapter 32. Rodrigo didn't want to make the call, but he had to. It was answered on the first ring. I have been following the news in Miami, the voice said. Grogan is all over the city. Yes, Jefe, he said. You told me he is friendly with Difiore and Quindica, that their meeting with him in New York wasn't important. Were you aware he left New York? I didn't have a team on him, Jefe, but I have now sent a team to Miami to track him. I also have rotating teams on the FBI women. You know how much I dislike mistakes. I am aware. Rodrigo clutched his phone tightly. The Jefe was thousands of kilometers away, but the menace in his voice was palpable. Why are you still in New York? I am flying to Miami this evening, Jefe. I will supervise our men. Does he know about the girl? Even the FBI do not know of her. I don't see how he would. I am sure Difiore and Quindica sent him to talk to Vacon because of their military connection. Would Vacon have told him the girl is missing? No. Vacon developed morals. That's why he returned the women to the Russians. If he knew about the escaped girl, he would have found a way to inform the feds. You are guessing. Yes, but I am sure I am right. He's smart, however. He might work out there is something else going on than some Ukrainian women. Yes, that's why I will have him tailed. He just might lead us to the girl. I hope you'll be doing more than that. Yes, Jefe. I will be. I want results, not details, the voice said, and hung up. Rodrigo's hand was shaking slightly when the call ended. Ricardo Guerrera, The Sombras' jefe was someone to be afraid of even when the man wasn't in the country. He wiped his hands against his jeans and booked a flight to Miami. He hadn't planned to go to the city, but now that he had committed to his boss, travel was unavoidable. 1. He called his chief hitter, whom he had sent to Miami. "Meet me at the airport. Did you get the file on Patenko?" "Si," his man replied. "Let's talk when we meet. I have a plan." Chapter 33. Cutter stood in line at the popular downtown food truck that was known for its cheese specialties. His shades and ball cap were all the disguise he had. They were sufficient. His line had men, women, families, couples, students, tourists, and office-goers. The truck was known around the city, and the crowds were thick at meal times. It was ideal for a wanted person to go unnoticed. He took his paper-wrapped meal and returned to his Subaru. Newly stolen car, already on its third plate change. He hadn't looked up what NYPD wanted him for, but vehicle theft had to be high on the list. Check mail. Beth's message buzzed his phone. He took a large bite of his Frito pie melt, took a moment to savor the flavors flooding his mouth, and then thumbed his email with his left hand. A file with everything on Viktor Patenko. He read it swiftly. His time in Moscow wasn't dissimilar to other Bratva leaders. Ruthless power grab helped by political connections. The advantage he had over many other outfits was his proximity to the Kremlin. Cutter knew those ties didn't last long, but for now, he seemed to the inner circle's poster boy who laundered money for the politicians, carried out wet work on their opposition, and in return got planning permissions, special concessions, and a blind eye from the cops. All this must be from Beth and Megan's Russian source. He scrolled farther down. Victor's arrival in the U.S. was a well-planned move. He brought over his entire family, wife, 2 children, and his close associates as well, setting up shop in Miami. New identities for everyone. Patenko became Victor Franklin. He burst onto the Miami real estate scene by buying a prominent downtown tower. He announced he had fled Russia because he didn't support the Ukraine invasion. He had no choice but to leave, he proclaimed. The media lapped his story up. His elaborate backstory, rags to riches, featured in magazines and TV shows. He set up a charity to help Ukrainian soldiers, dined with the mayor, rubbed shoulders with politicians, all the while establishing his Bratva in Miami. Why aren't the cops or the FBI onto him? He shook his head disgustedly at his naivety. He wasn't on anyone's radar in America when he was in Moscow. Why would law enforcement be interested in him when he got here? He's got highly placed informers everywhere in any case. Those snitches will bury any investigation on him. Cutter ignored the rest of the file and focused on the Russians' operations. He owned several buildings and office complexes. Many of them are downtown, highly visible, not where he would hide the women. He ran down the list of premises. Would he keep them in his organization's locations? He went back and snapped his fingers. Most of them are owned by shell companies without his name on the documents. That makes it easier for him to carry out his operations. Can I trust this intel? If Beth and Megan forwarded it, they do. That was enough for him. The twins would never send him dubious information. Of all the premises, one stood out. A warehouse in Doral which ostensibly stored building materials. Cutter put away his phone and finished his meal. It was recon time. Chapter 34. Downtown Miami to Doral took half an hour in the late afternoon traffic. Cutter drove slowly, listening to a thumping beat from a local radio station, his head bobbing to the music. He zoomed in on the warehouse with his right hand, his left steering the wheel lightly. 99th Street Northwest, industrial area, packaging companies, warehouses, auto shops. The building materials storage site seemed to be within a larger industrial park, fenced off on all sides except for the wide entry to 58th Street. I need a vantage point. He punched the numbers. Yeah. Beth picked up the call on the first ring. "We wondered when you were going to call. You're going to scope the warehouse?" "Yes." He wasn't surprised that she had guessed his intention. "She and Meg know me very well." "You'll need somewhere safe to hide," she murmured to herself. He could hear keyboard clicks and her soft humming. "You looked up that place?" "Yeah, on satellite maps. There are several other buildings in that fenced-off industrial park. Each one of them is owned by a shell company with an offshore base. However, we hacked into their cameras and his people go into the other buildings freely." Of course they would hack into the security system, he thought dryly. The twins' interpretation of what was lawful was flexible. "They have cameras inside." "Nope, we checked. If they do, they are probably hooked into an air-gapped machine." "Here," Megan grunted. "There's a strip of green that runs parallel to the fence." "I know which one you mean," he interrupted. "It's a grassy bank that extends to 58th. "That's the one," the elder sister confirmed. "One of the warehouses runs alongside it. That doesn't look like it's used. We didn't see any foot or vehicle traffic going in or out of it. If you get onto the roof, you'll be able to see right into the building materials warehouse. We'll send you the deets." His drive to Doral was uneventful. He entered a neighboring industrial park and parked in a visitor's slot. Backpack slung on his shoulder, phone cupped to his ear, yelling furiously at a non-existent caller that the consignment had to be delivered that day, gesticulating furiously, making like he was a warehouse executive. He walked out on the street, still talking, onto the grassy bank and entered Patenko's complex. A line of warehouses on the left and another on the right, with a wide open space in between for trucks to maneuver in. Parking bays in front of each unit. The disused building was right in front of him. Cutter looked around casually. A truck in front of the building materials warehouse. 2 men outside it studying a sheet of paper. No other vehicle in sight. He drifted towards the side wall of the unit he was close to. Stucco walls of a light color, about 20 meters high. He went to the back. No rear doors. Aircon units mounted high at regular intervals down the length of the entire building. Overgrown vegetation lining the ground extending to the fence. A straggly line of live oaks and gumbo limbos that separated the industrial park from the one behind it. Cutter spotted a drain pipe on the side of the building. It looked sturdy enough. He tested it, then began to climb. Once on the roof, he lay down and crawled to the front edge, careful not to be seen. From his vantage point, he could see the front of the disused warehouse clearly. The 2 men by the truck were still studying the sheet, making conversation that he couldn't hear. He watched them for a while. They didn't look up at him. No worker hurried out of the warehouse and pointed towards his roof. Did Beth kill their cameras? He shrugged. It didn't matter if he wasn't detected. He trained his binos and scanned the dark interior of the warehouse. A forklift rolled past inside. A man in coveralls pushed a trolley of cement bags. He could see crates stacked against the wall. Looks legit. No women. Did I guess wrong? He moved to the next unit. Its entrance was shuttered down, as were those of the rest of the units. In the entire industrial park, only the one opposite him showed signs of activity. He was weighing his options when a dark van rolled up and parked behind the truck. The driver, a burly man, climbed out. He went to the shuttered entrance and pounded on it. Cutter's eyes narrowed when it opened from the inside. He could make out a silhouette in its dark interior. The driver spoke to him, returned to his vehicle, and from its inside brought out a carton. Cutter focused on it. A popular brand of tampons. He froze. Those women are in there. Chapter 35. Stillness returned to the industrial park, broken only by the occasional sounds of activity from within the main warehouse. I can't go in shooting, Cutter considered. I don't know how many shooters are in there. Those men in the warehouse might join too. They didn't seem to be armed, but there was no way of knowing whether they were legit workers or Patenko's hitters. Nope, can't go in there on my own. Not with hostages in there, he decided. But what if I can get them out of the building? He studied the top of the units and brought up the satellite map image of the neighborhood. Yeah, he nodded. What I have in mind might work, but I'll need more firepower. He wriggled backwards and slid down the drain pipe. He dialed Beth's number as he hurried back to his Subaru. Would you folks have a grenade launcher in Miami? You're sure you don't need an Abrams tank? Beth retorted sarcastically. Those women are here. Go to the airport, she snapped, her voice turning serious. There's an entrance to a private hangar on Dolphin Expressway. Check your phone. I'll message you the location. You'll be expected there. He'll have what I need. And much more, she said. The entrance off the expressway had a key code-operated barrier. It rose when he lowered his window and showed his face to the camera in the console. A heavily inked man was waiting for him at the hangar, in which Cutter could see a Lear jet. Jake, the man introduced himself. He didn't offer his hand. He was big, muscled, inked, and had a stillness to him as he sized up his visitor, glanced at his phone, and then jerked his head at a black Range Rover. That's for you. I don't need a ride. I need... Leave your Subaru here, Jake said, as if he hadn't spoken. You'll find what you need in that vehicle. Cutter, bemused, got out of his vehicle. He nodded at it. It's stolen. False plates. I'll deal with it. Cutter messaged Beth. Range Rover? Look beneath the floor mats in the rear. You'll have to roll them forward, she replied. Enter the code. A set of numbers and characters appeared on his screen. He opened the rear, inspected the seats, and found they were locked onto a set of rails. They rolled forward smoothly when he unsecured them. Beneath the mat was a keypad onto which he entered the code. A flap, a little smaller than the mat, popped up. Cutter raised it fully and whistled at the array of weapons inside. Glocks, HKs, grenades, stun guns, each one of them securely wrapped to prevent damage from jostling. I don't need all these, he replied to Beth. I'm not starting a war. What if Patenko brings one to you? She's right. The weapon he was looking for, the M320, a versatile 40 mm launcher, was nestled in its case. Cutter packed it in its case along with several grenades and slipped several remote-controlled C4 sticks in his pocket. He placed the case in the footwell of the shotgun seat and returned the rear seats to their original position. Good hunting, Jake drawled as he rolled out. Cutter parked in the same visitor spot at the industrial park. His Range Rover blended in with other fancy cars. He nodded to an office worker as he grabbed the case and went out of the estate. He went down the grassy strip and checked 58th. No traffic. He laid out the C4 sticks strategically on the street, all along the intersection to 102nd Avenue, and went to the drain pipe. The pipe strained from the additional weight but held on to its fastenings. The evening sun cast an orange glow over the roof as he crawled forward slowly, binos to his eyes to check that the hostages unit was still shuttered down. Another truck had appeared in front of the warehouse. No men in sight, though he could hear a forklift inside the building. Cutter unloaded the weapon and inspected the grenades he had brought along. All were HEDP, high-intensity dual-purpose ones with shaped charges, designed to penetrate lightly constructed walls. Each one of them was neatly labeled with a blast radius. He released the barrel latch to expose the chamber and loaded a grenade in the muzzle, locked the barrel back in place, and placed the stock against his shoulder. 1 moment to sight the truck. The grenade left the launcher at 85 meters per second and tore into the side of the truck, splintering it apart and rocking the vehicle on its shocks, accompanied by the scream of metal and the roar of the explosive. Cutter loaded the second grenade and fired it high into the warehouse. He shot 2 more into the open entrance and turned the launcher towards the hostage unit. Men yelled. A few workers screamed, ran out of the building and raced towards 58th. He let them go. The next grenade slammed into the stucco wall of the captive's unit near the roof. The next missile he shot into the gaping hole of the prisoner's building was a tear gas one. He shot 2 more in quick succession. A man ran out of the warehouse, looked at the truck's wreck, and sprinted out of the park, yelling at the top of his lungs. The hostage's unit's shutter rolled up partway, and a burst of fire emerged from within. He smiled grimly. "They don't know where I am. Looks like Beth and Meg burned their cameras." He caught a glimpse of a man's shadow through the partially open shutter but held his fire. Can't risk injuring the women. He waited, feeling the pressure of time running out. Someone will call the cops soon. But he knew that applied to the captors too. They too will need to get away. Amidst the commotion from the neighboring warehouse, Cutter heard women screaming. That's confirmation. He packed the launcher back in its case, moving swiftly, and was starting his retreat crawl when the same van appeared. He paused to see 4 heavily armed men bring out 18 women. The shooters fired at the unit he was on as they shouted, their rounds going wide. They slapped and kicked their prisoners, forcing them to climb into the vehicle. Rage filled him when one woman fell to the ground and was yanked up savagely by her hair. Cutter slid back and slithered down the pipe. He ran down the grassy strip just as the van burst out of the park's entrance. He triggered the C4 stick sequentially, which exploded in clouds of smoke, slowing the van down, which had been their purpose all along, to buy him time. I've got to follow them and then take them out when the women are in lesser danger. He got into his Range Rover and stomped on the gas. The SUV responded like a racehorse and shot out of the parking lot. He joined 58th as the last stick exploded and fell in line behind the vehicles fleeing the offices and warehouses. The black van was 2 cars ahead of him. Cold fury was inside him as he began the pursuit. Chapter 36. Cutter pressed forward, weaving through traffic. The van was still in sight. Evening traffic was building up. Several cruisers raced past in the opposite direction. He tuned the radio to hear excited commentary from the presenter. "There are confusing reports about a shootout in Doral," the man said. "It could be a terrorist attack. It's a fast-changing situation. Stay tuned." That's why no cops are following the van, Cutter thought grimly as he lowered the volume. No one knows what went down. There was very little other traffic on 58th. Those drivers might have called it in or might have also thought those sticks were firecrackers. They don't know about the hostages. He gripped the steering wheel tighter as he overtook one car and fell one ride behind the van. He was confident he hadn't been seen as he had run down the grassy bank. Those shooters were busy navigating past the explosives. They didn't look around to spot me. Doral fell behind. Billboards flashed past. A chopper flew overhead, its sound fading after a while. They were on 36th Street Northwest heading east when Cutter saw them in his mirror. 2 black Tahoes, navigating through the traffic, gaining fast. Vehicles made way for them. He too let them pass. Are they cops? No antennae. Can't be law enforcement, he noted when they blew past him. One Tahoe rammed into the side of the van from the right side. "Whoa! Those aren't cops!" The hostage vehicle swerved, climbed onto the sidewalk, and slammed into the side of an office building. Its mirrored glass front shattered. Brakes squealed. Horns sounded furiously as several drivers took evasive action and slid around the crash. They think it's an accident. It wasn't. 4 masked shooters jumped out of the Tahoe and shot into the van's cab. They jerked open its doors, tossed the bodies out, climbed inside, and drove away with the second Tahoe following it. The takedown was so smoothly and swiftly executed that Cutter was sure most drivers on the highway hadn't seen it happen. Who are these players? How did they know of the women? Cutter thumbed his phone and pressed fast dial. "Track my phone," he told Difiore, cutting her off before she could get a word in. I'm following a van which has been taken over by gunmen, a black Tahoe behind it filled with more shooters. The van has the captured women. A brief pause. Her voice was steady, strong when she spoke. Your phone is untraceable. Of course it would be. He couldn't help grinning despite the circumstances. Beth and Meg supply my burners. They have loaded fancy software in it so that only they can track me. Hold, he said. He conferenced Beth in. Don't identify yourself. I have Difiore and Quindica on the line. Make my phone trackable. She didn't ask why. She didn't lead with a bunch of questions. Done, was her only response after a moment, and then she went off the line. We see you, Quindica said a second later. Is this related to some shootings in Doral, a terrorist? I'm your terrorist, he said. I'll explain later. That van needs to be stopped. Those women need to be rescued. Those are experienced shooters. They'll hold the women as hostages. You'll have to be careful. On it, the FBI SAC assured him, and cut the call. Cutter followed the van. He clutched his Glock when a car drew abreast, but it was a woman, her face pinched with fear as she took the next exit and slid away. A line of vehicles was following the van, as if they were in a reality show. A chopper appeared overhead and kept pace. MPD. Cutter nodded, identifying it, and then a line of cruisers and command vehicles appeared in his side mirrors. He gave way and watched them fall behind the van. Time to get away. This is MPD's show. He took the exit to 42nd Avenue and drove to a diner in Little Havana, where he followed the radio commentary in its parking lot. He went through the sequence of events in his mind as he heard the presenter break down the hostage situation. Those Tahoes must have been heading towards Patenko's warehouse when the van escaped. There could be no other explanation. They weren't watching it. Otherwise, they would have seen me. Who are they? Chapter 37. Cutter listened intently to the radio updates. Cars came and parked beside him. People exited the vehicles and went inside the diner. He ignored the traffic. MPD had sealed off 36th at the Northwest 27th Avenue and had gotten all other traffic to back off. They had taken position in a gas station on the left and had occupied an office building on the right. A command vehicle was on 27th Avenue, which had tried negotiating with the gunmen. The killers had tossed out a woman's body from the van. She was shot in the head. The cops had gone hot at that. A sniper team from the office building had riddled the second Tahoe. Another sniper from the gas station had shot the 4 men in the van's cab, and then a SWAT team had taken over the van. MPD had driven the van to a safe house. Why there? Cutter ground his teeth in frustration. Where's the JTF in this? He dialed Difiore. Why didn't JTF take the van to their station? He barked when she took his call. JTF, she replied sharply. This is all MPD. We told you. We don't have a team in Miami. We are sending one tonight. We both are coming as well. It will be too late for that. Haven't you realized MPD has leaks? We know, Quindica came on. We're talking to MPD. Where's the safe house? I can't give you that. Grogan, Difiore warned. Don't do anything rash. He hung up, thought for a moment, and called Beth. Megan answered. Beth will be back in a sec. This is your friendly neighborhood intelligence service. What can we do for you? She's rubbing off on you. I am her twin. We think alike. Beth joined the call. What's up? What's your body count since the last time you called? You've heard what went down in Miami? There's nothing else on the news. Are you feeling left out of the action? I need that safe house location. Why? Those women aren't safe. Whichever gang took over the van has snitches in MPD. Coconut Grove, she said crisply after a few seconds. A house on Oak Avenue. Check your phone for the address. Cutter, rescue those women. That's not far from here. His tires spun on concrete and then gripped as he raced out of the diner's parking lot. Dark had set in when he reached Oak Avenue, a quiet residential neighborhood. Cutter knew from Beth's message and satellite images the safe house was set back from the street, flanked by thick vegetation on either side, coconut and palm trees, oak as well, a lawn at the front, wooden fence. It was private, wasn't overlooked by neighboring houses, and was ideal for its purpose as a safe house. Cutter used the shadows to blend in as he went down the sidewalk, a mental checklist of his weapons, Glock and several magazines in his pockets, a Benchmade that he had strapped to his thigh. He removed his shades and slipped them in his jacket pocket. Someone wearing sunglasses at night would be noticed. He didn't want to draw attention. The flickering lights of a TV visible through a living room window. He caught a glimpse of an NYPD spokesperson on it, and then he was past the house. He saw the coconut trees, 2 cars in front of the house, no markings on them. He stood in the shadows and watched, using his peripheral vision. No movement. He moved forward lightly and went up to the first car. That comms equipment in it. It's got to be an unmarked police vehicle. The officer at the wheel was looking straight ahead. Only the ugly wound in his temple indicated he was shot dead. Chapter 38. They were here. Cutter stiffened. The gang has cleaned up. He dropped down to a low crouch and went to the next vehicle. The cop in it was dead too. Cutter ran the timeline in his head. NYPD repossessed the van 45 minutes ago. The gang's NYPD informers would have to find out where the safe house was and get back to the killers. They could be still here, inside the house. He glanced around the street. There were no other signs of police, but that made sense. NYPD wouldn't want to advertise their safe house. He went to the fence and peered through the wooden posts. Light leaked from the edges of the tightly drawn curtains of the house, illuminating the porch. It was empty. The yard was dark, with even darker shapes marking plants and flower beds. A shadow moved to the left of the house. Cutter watched until it resolved into a figure, a man who was looking inside the house through the crack in the curtains. Patenko's killers are still here. He calculated distances, 25 or 30 meters. I will need to take long strides to get to him. He will need to turn around, see me in the dark, and then alert his people. I can shoot him, but the sound might alert other sentries too. He made his decision. He rose smoothly and lunged over the fence. His first step was one long bound, and in 2 more, he closed in on the thug. The shooter heard him. He started turning around. Cutter glimpsed the AK-12 across his chest. He saw the man's mouth open. He jammed the Benchmade deep between his ribs and slammed his forehand against the hitter's mouth. Cutter was remorseless. Cold fury and controlled rage turned him into a lethal weapon. He plunged the knife repeatedly in the man's chest, felt his teeth bite through the sleeves of his jacket, and crowded him, giving him no room to move, to respond, to retaliate until the hitter's body went limp. Cutter dragged him to the side fence, confirmed he was dead, and looked through the curtain crack. His lips thinned at the sight of the bodies in the living room. One man bent over a woman, his hand cupping her mouth, his knife puncturing her repeatedly. The house had thick walls and no sound emerged, but he could imagine her muffled screaming. He couldn't hurry, however. He had to confirm the number of hostiles he was against and whether there were any other sentries. He sprinted across the yard to the opposite side of the house, a side path that led to the rear of the property. He ghosted through it, a side window which was frosted. Probably a bathroom window. More darkness ahead as the backyard came into view. Cutter stepped onto it. Grass and gravel crunched beneath his feet. The hitter was to his right, barely 2 meters away, close enough for him to see the man's eyes widen in surprise. Chapter 39. Cutter's rage exploded, spurring him. He drew his Glock and slashed it across the man's mouth, hearing his teeth break. A groan escaped him. It wasn't loud. Another savage slash broke the man's jaw. He slapped the thug's rifle hand down and continued his blows until the hitter's eyes rolled back. Cutter pushed him to the ground and jammed his forearm against his windpipe and held down mercilessly. The gangster thrashed and punched weakly, but there was no give in him. He rose swiftly when the thug's shuddering stopped and went to the window, to the gap in the curtain. 4 men in the living room, one of whom was still over the woman. The others were watching idly, their hands close to their rifles. Of the bodies on the carpet, 3 were men who would be the cops. Cutter checked out the glass. It was thick, but it was breakable. The 3 shooters were near the stairs that led to the upper floor. Torturing thug was in the center of the living room. The few couches in it had been shoved back to make space. For his wet work, Cutter thought bitterly, he couldn't call MPD. Difiore and Quindica wouldn't be able to help. Him against 4 men. They had AK-12s, he had his Glock. The odds weren't in his favor, but Cutter couldn't walk away, not when the woman was being tortured. He took several steps back and sprinted towards the window. He took a flying leap and crashed through it with his back, his forearms shielding his face. Chapter 40. The window shattered from the impact. Cutter fell inside the living room with curtains on top of him. He tore them away with his free hand and clawed at his Glock. His first double tap caught Torture Man plumb in the chest. He rolled desperately, slipping on a cop's body. A thug yelled. He sensed the 3 men scatter. A short burst punctured the wall beneath the window. Cutter slowed his movement. Taking the right shots was more important than firing hastily. Another round grazed his cheek, and then his Glock was sighting on left thug who was scrambling sideways. He was the one who had fired. Middle thug and right thug were still recovering from his surprise entry. Cutter's round tore left thug's chest. His gun hand, straight and steady, moved a fraction to cover right thug, whose AK was kicking up and bucking, and a stream of lead poured into the bodies by his side, and then the shots went wide when his double tap caught the killer in the belly. Middle thug's AK caught in his shirt. He gave up trying to free it and with a roar launched himself at the visitor. Cutter powered himself off his left hand. It slipped from the cop's body and he jerked when the thug landed on him. He blocked the man's blow with his left forearm, jammed his Glock against his throat and triggered. He shoved away the body, checked the thug was dead and shot left and right thugs in the head to make sure they wouldn't be a threat. How did I survive that? He felt the trickle of blood on his cheek and touched the wound. A scratch. Surprise had given him the advantage. That. And those killers were overconfident. They should have been at the door and covering the windows just in case anyone made a sudden entry. The woman's burbling moan caught his attention. He stepped over bodies and knelt beside her. Her chest was slashed, her belly was cut, and her entrails were showing. Cutter didn't know how and when he removed his phone, but it was in his hand and his voice was hoarse as he got Difiore on the call. "Send EMTs. Quickly. Please, Gina," he said and hung up before she could reply. The woman's eyes were large. Her lips moved. "Don't speak." He held her hand. "Help is coming." Fool, she might be Ukrainian, he cursed himself. She might not know English. Why didn't you learn that language? "Do you understand me?" he asked in Russian. She squeezed his wrist. "Da," she whispered. Blood bubbled out of her chest. "Don't talk," he urged her. He looked around to see if anyone else was alive. All the bodies remained still. "Vera." She clenched his hand to draw his attention back. "Vera?" he asked sharply. "Is that your name?" "Nyet." She shook her head, perspiring with the effort. "Who is it then?" He bent his head to hear her. "Vera, Kova, Lenko. She is here. Run. Away. She's the woman who escaped. Da girl. She's a girl, not a woman." She gripped his hand in response. "Where did she go?" he asked softly. "FBI. To the FBI? That makes no sense. Gina and Peyton would have heard of that. Find FBI. To find the FBI? Duh. Who are you? She didn't respond. Her eyes were lifeless. Cutter roared in helpless rage and frustration and pounded his fists on his thighs until his anger returned to a simmer. He wiped the sweat from his face, grimacing when it stung the cut on his cheek. Let it hurt, he fumed. You'll remember this woman who tried to help even when she was dying. He checked out the other bodies. 3 cops, as he had guessed, all dead. 17 other women, shot brutally, their bodies marked by several gun wounds. There were 18 in Patenko's warehouse, he thought bleakly. The Russians shot 1 woman when MPD surrounded them. Cutter was crouching over the last body facing the wall when he caught the reflection in the living room's window to his left. A thug was approaching with his gun raised like a club. Chapter 41. Cutter lunged to his right, drawing his Glock as he did so. The killer was fast, very fast. He anticipated the move and struck at his gun hand with his AK. Cutter's hand went numb from the blow. His gun fell to the carpet. He fell back to the floor and moved his head just in time to evade the rifle stock that crashed into the carpet. He bunched his fist and reared up to smash it in the thug's temple. The killer snarled. He took the blow without flinching and slammed the stock in Cutter's chest. He gasped from the impact. He reared his legs and kicked up, catching the man in his belly, and then he was driving up, black fury filling him, his hand pistoning in a savage blow to break the thug's nose and a brutal chop to his windpipe to choke the killer's breath. Cutter slid to his side in a smooth, liquid move and got up to kick at the man's hand to send his AK flying in the air. The thug twisted around to face him, but Cutter was quicker. He got behind the gangster's head, got his forearm around his neck, and hammered his ears till they bled. "Who are you?" he snarled. The man fell to the carpet, groaning. "No," Cutter corrected himself, "he's laughing." "You'll be scared once you find out," the man replied in English through broken teeth. "Try me." "I am a Sombra. How far will you run from us?" He froze for a moment. He isn't Russian? He isn't from Patenko's gang. What is a Sombra? The name meant nothing to him. The thug dove suddenly towards his AK, but Cutter, reading his move, was there before him. He caught the rifle in one hand, kicked the man's chest, and aimed it at him. "You don't know me," he said grimly. "If you did, you would be the one running." He shot the man in the chest. Chapter 42. Cutter stood in the living room, breathing harshly. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve as he surveyed the bodies around him. Not now, he told himself, when his rage threatened to explode again at the sight of the women. He went to the last Sombra he had shot and retrieved the man's phone. Older model. He recognized it. Fingerprint sensor. He pressed the dead man's digit against it, and when the screen unlocked, changed the password and biometrics. He was pocketing it when it rang. Number withheld, he noted. He brought out his own phone, turned on the recording app, accepted the call, and put it on speaker. "Did you get him?" a voice asked. "He didn't," Cutter answered savagely. "Watch your back. I'm coming for you." The man hung up abruptly. Cutter heard sirens in the distance. He collected his Glock and left the house through the broken window. My blood's on the carpet. He felt the cut on his cheek. MPD will identify me. He shrugged. They can add me as a person of interest to this crime scene, too. He went out to the street cautiously. All those thugs had suppressors on their rifles. Those shots didn't wake up the neighborhood. He hurried to a large coconut tree several houses away and hid behind its trunk to watch the safe house from its shelter. Oak Avenue lit up with flashing red and blue lights when the cops arrived. The night's quiet was shattered by the wail of cruisers and EMT vehicle sirens. Lights turned on in homes and residents spilled out to observe them seal the house. A TV van rolled up. Another one arrived as well, and as the onlookers grew, Cutter messaged Beth, "Can you make my phone untraceable?" "Way ahead of you," she replied. "Did that as soon as you went to the diner. Have you heard of Sombra?" "Sombras." "Yeah," she replied. "Colombian cartel. Main business is drugs, but they've branched out. They have a big presence in the U.S. How are they involved?" He called and briefed her quickly. "A Russian gang, and now a South American cartel," Megan said dryly. "Cutter, you sure do pick your enemies." "Yeah, it's my lucky day," he grinned. "Send me that recording," Beth ordered him. "That man's voice might be on some database somewhere. We'll also check if there's any missing person alert for Vera, and yeah, we'll send you an info dump on the Sombras." He hung up and sent her the recording. His phone buzzed again. "Where are you? Difiore," peremptory as always. He ignored her. She called. He didn't take it. Cutter remembered the mystery caller's question. Is he here? Somewhere nearby? Is he watching the house? He scanned the entire street and checked out the onlookers. Nope, he decided. He won't join them. If he's watching, he'll be in a vehicle. There were several parked on the street, but they were too far away for him to see if they were occupied. Cutter waited patiently, facing the street, eyes swiveling. He stiffened when a car's taillights flared. That's away from the safe house, towards Margaret Street. Can't make out who's inside, can't even read its plates. He held his phone up and recorded its leaving and sent the clip to Beth. "Can you work some magic and trace its plates?" he messaged her. He returned to his Range Rover and buckled in when Difiore called again. He took the call. "They are all dead." Her voice was flat, emotionless. He could make out the effort she was making in holding back her rage. "I know, I was there." "Tell us, Cutter," Quindica replied. "Tell us everything from how you found out about the women in Doral." "The Russians own that unit," he said, not mentioning Patenko. "We traced it," Difiore said flatly. "Ownership is hidden in a maze of shell and offshore companies. That woman you conferenced in to make your phone traceable, that's Beth Patterson. We have met her and the rest of your New York friends a few times. Do you think we are fools, Grogan?" She lashed out. "You got her to track down that audio recording on Reed's phone, and that's how you knew about Doral. Who were the men in that recording? I'm sure you have identified them." He didn't confirm her guess and broke it down swiftly. He didn't mention the killer's words, the dying woman's whispering, nor the mystery caller. Gina Difiore was one of the smartest women Cutter had met. She had not become a first detective in NYPD with a superlative track record for nothing. She picked something up in his voice. "You're holding back on us," she said sharply. "I am not," he defended himself. "Cutter," Quindica said sternly, "there's a woman out there with Russians hunting her. Those killers killed 18 women and 5 cops. You really think you're helping by keeping information to yourself?" "Why are you talking nice to him?" Difiore snarled at her girlfriend. "He's obstructing a federal investigation." "You have a leak," Cutter interjected. "You don't need to remind us," the detective shot back. "We are aware of it. Peyton and I are working in a tight group now." He rubbed his face wearily and inspected the blood on his fingertips from his wound. "One of the killers I fought with, he mentioned he was a Sombra." "Sombra?" Difiore asked tightly. "He wasn't Russian. Those thugs weren't from the same Doral warehouse gang. We thought they knew of the safe house from their MPD informers and attacked it." "That's what I figured too." "Sombras," Quindica said reflectively. "Do you know who they are?" "Colombian cartel." "Yeah, they are big into synths, synthetic drugs, but have also expanded into other areas. They are on our radar. Why are they interested in these women?" Cutter shrugged in his Range Rover. "We should assume they know of the escaped girl as well." He winced the moment the words slipped out of his mouth. "Girl?" Difiore picked it up. "We know of an escaped woman. Why did you say girl? You haven't told us everything." "Cutter," Quindica began. The woman that killer was torturing, Cutter admitted. She was alive for a few moments. She mentioned this girl? Yeah. Vacon guessed it wrong. The escape person is a girl. Maybe she looks old enough to pass for a woman. She's Ukrainian, too? The tortured woman was. My guess is all those women were. What else did she say? Do I give them her name? She said this girl was going to find the FBI. FBI? Why? How? Both women began and trailed off. Our names are out there. Difiore broke the silence urgently. Only the JTF and the FBI investigates human trafficking. Every such case comes to us. We are continually in the media talking about it, spreading awareness. Heck, we have visited several countries all over the world and given briefings about these gangs. A Google search for FBI and trafficking will bring up our names at the very top. You think that's why this girl is looking for the FBI? She might have heard of you? Possible. Difiore's voice grew in confidence. Our contact details are out there too. She would have called or emailed us by now if she had them, but she might have heard the FBI investigate such cases. Cutter put it together. That's why those thugs were tailing you. They too figured the girl might eventually contact you, and that's when they would strike. The girl must have let it slip to the Russians that she would go to the FBI, Quindica said excitedly. That's assuming your tales were Russian, Cutter reminded her. They could be Sombras too. Yeah, how the heck did they get involved? And it looks like they too have their snitches everywhere. Did the woman tell you anything else about the girl? Her name. Why didn't you lead with that? Difiore yelled. If I find out that the Sombras or the Russians know that the FBI is aware of her identity, I will go hunt down your leaks and kill them, Cutter said emotionlessly. Chapter 43. Cutter's words hung in the air. You just threatened federal officers, Difiore said ominously. I did. What's her name? Quindica asked quickly before her partner got into an argument. Vera Kovalenko. No, the FBI SAC said after a while. That does not ring any bells. That's not an uncommon name. Yeah. Reed said she is important. Yeah. Why would a young Ukrainian girl be important? Are any senior Ukrainian politicians' daughters or family members missing? Good point, Quindica acknowledged. We'll look into that. If she is from a prominent family, these gangs might want her for ransom. We'll also check if she has contacted any of our offices. Don't forget the dead women. We haven't, Difiore snapped. We will identify them too. Leave this to us. We'll be in Miami tonight. We'll take it from here. We'll ask the NYPD to drop their interest in you. Cutter recalled how the dying woman had shuddered at torture thugs' knife pricks. No. The Russians know about you. The Sombras too. NYPD wants you. How long do you think you'll evade all of them? I'll manage. Gina, you've both known me for a long time. We are friends. He ignored her snort. You know how I work. You know what's important to me. You are aware of what I am capable of. What did you expect would happen when you came to me in New York? You can't kill every Russian thug and South American gangster. Quindica reasoned after a while. I can't? He challenged her. Grogan, who owns that Dora warehouse? Difiore demanded. Who was on in Reed's clip? You are the JTF. Do some detecting yourself. He hung up and drove out of Coconut Grove. Vera Kovalenko, he looked up at the night sky, which reflected the city's lights. Where are you? Chapter 44. Juan drove away from the safe house. We could have got him, he said grimly. He was right there, behind that coconut tree. No, Rodrigo replied firmly. Grogan is more important to us alive than dead. He has shown he is capable and smart. He'll lead us to the girl if we follow him. He might not even know of her. He will work it out. Juan frowned. He killed our men. We have a rule in the Sombras, 2 enemy bodies for one of our own. I am aware of that rule, Rodrigo told him coldly. We will kill Grogan, but not right now. Do you have men to follow him? Si, Juan said reluctantly. I have 2 teams at Oak Avenue's intersections, one at Elizabeth Street and one at Margaret. I'll tell them to watch for Grogan. Rodrigo's gaze remained steely. He might look for tails. Tell them to be careful. You heard how he replied to me. He is dangerous. Our men are good. Juan smiled wickedly. Our men spotted him at Doral. They were rushing to the warehouse when they saw him in his Range Rover on 58th. They swung back and followed him and then worked out he was chasing that van. We should have found out about that unit earlier. We could have raided it if we had known about it. We had to grab one of the Russians and torture him to learn about its location. Juan shrugged. That took time. Those gangsters are good. They don't go about alone. They move in 3s or 4s. We had to wait for our opportunity. That was smart of you, his boss told him approvingly, to cultivate an informer in that gang. That's how we knew they are looking for this girl. Si. Juan shrugged off the compliment. We transported 19 women across the Mexican border for them. They gave 18 to Vacon to protect. We didn't keep track of them, however. Otherwise, we would have worked out they gave only 18 to Vacon to protect. And even if we had known at that time, it wouldn't have mattered. It was a job for us. We executed it for them and got paid. If my informer hadn't told me later that the girl was extremely valuable to them, that's when we joined the hunt. Why did you kill him? Our informer? Juan's lips thinned. He wanted more payment. He was threatening us. He said he would tell Kuznetsov that we knew about the girl. You know how I am with threats. Rodrigo side-glanced at him. The Russians will come at you. You killed their men. Let them. Juan's teeth flashed. We are ready. They think they are dangerous. He fingered the ink on his neck. They think we are drug dealers. They don't know that we are terror. He held his finger up for quiet when his phone rang. Si, he said. Good. Keep behind him. That was Luis. He briefed Rodrigo when the call ended. They are following Grogan. He came out on the Margaret Street intersection. He's going downtown. He'll be looking for tails. They will rotate with the other teams. He didn't see them when he was driving from Doral. He won't spot them now either. Our men are death. They come unannounced. Chapter 45. What happened? Patenko threw his hands up in helpless rage. Our men are dead. The women are gone. The cops know we are involved. They know there is a Russian gang involved. Only Kuznetsov could correct him. They don't know about us. How did this happen? Patenko roared, ignoring the assassin's comment. He glared at Sergei, Ivan, and all his lieutenants. They were in his mansion in Star Island the next day. It was an exclusive neighborhood which was built on an artificial island in Miami Beach. Movie and TV stars, sports celebrities, and the rich had their homes there. Access was restricted to the gated community in the neighborhood, but Patenko, using his influence, had enabled a discreet entrance for his men. Miami Beach Police Department, MBPD, patrolled the neighborhood, but crime was rare, and who would believe that a big hitter like Victor Franklin was a Bratva boss? The inside of the mansion had marble floors, expensive art on the walls, chandeliers, butler service, but none of those trimmings improved Patenko's mood. How did this happen? He repeated. Was it Grogan who fired into the warehouse? Da. Kuznetsov nodded. I checked the security feed. He climbed on the roof of the opposite unit and then all the cameras went down. Patenko slammed his palm on the walnut table. Glasses of water shook. Ceramic plates rattled. We have had that warehouse for a couple of years. No one knew what we did there. Doral police didn't ever check our premises. No city inspector came to our units. This man, he yelled, This American finds out about it and destroys everything we have." It was an overstatement, but no one corrected him. "It's not just him." Patenko's face turned red. "The Sombras got into the act. They killed our men and took the women, and before we could recover them, they killed the cops and the women." "Which is good," Kuznetsov said pacifyingly. "Now the women cannot talk. Grogan killed those Sombra hitters as well. The cops have nothing." "Alexei, we could have questioned those women about the girl." "We did, Victor, several times. None of them talked, not even to me." Only Kuznetsov could call Patenko by his first name. "This way is good. Lots of bodies, but we didn't do any of the killing. The police have nothing. They will dig, Alexei. And they will find nothing. Those Doral units cannot be traced back to us. They will go to the Cayman Islands where the holding company is registered. The directors of that company are all fake people. They will get nothing. They will know there was a criminal gang operating out of there. But they don't know which one. There are so many gangs in Miami who operate in Doral. We are in no danger. You were with the mayor when all this happened. We have lost nothing." "How can you say that?" Patenko exploded. "Our warehouse is destroyed. Most of the building materials are intact. The women are gone. No great loss. We would have sold them. We will find others. We lost our men. They can be replaced. What will I tell Moscow?" The Kremlin wasn't interested in any of those women. Moscow wants the girl. She's still out there. Nothing has changed. "The Sombras hit us. I will give you that." Kuznetsov nodded. "We can't let that go unpunished, but we must be careful. We cannot start a gang war while trying to find the girl, too." "Find her! Find Grogan! Hit the Sombras!" Patenko shouted. He stared at his lieutenants. "Why are you still here? Get out!" They stumbled out. Kuznetsov remained seated. Patenko mopped his sweat. "How bad is it?" "I told you, Alexei. Our Bratva took a hit when the Sombras attacked our van. That's the only loss we have. Nothing has changed since yesterday. This man Grogan is smart." "Da!" Kuznetsov inclined his head. "He might work out there is a girl missing. He might find out about us too. Even our soldiers don't know who is at the top. We recruited new ones when we came to America. We were known as the Patenko Bratva in Moscow. Here we are known as the Morskaya Bratva. New name. No one in America had heard of the Patenko Bratva. Morskaya is so new that our activities haven't registered on NYPD or FBI. The other gangs know of us, but you know how it is. Gangs don't talk. Only our lieutenants know our identity and about you. Kill one of them to send a message. We cannot tolerate failure." "Not yet." "You are defying me, Alexei," Patenko asked quietly. The former Spetsnaz soldier was a stone-cold killer, but the Bratva leader was known for ruthless execution as well. "Not yet. You didn't let me finish. I will kill one of them, but not right now. We need everyone focused on finding the girl now. We get her. I will make an example of one of our men. You can choose who that will be," Kuznetsov said in a tone as if he were discussing the weather. Patenko rubbed his jaw and nodded slowly. He fingered an ornate crystal glass. "How did Grogan find out about the Doral unit?" "He must have had Russian contacts. We had our enemies in Moscow. Someone must have informed him. I can't think of any other way. Even they, our Russian enemies, don't know of all our bases and our new name." "Da," Kuznetsov agreed. "You can ask Kremlin to investigate who this informer could be." "I will, but it will be a low priority for them. They have nothing on their plate except Ukraine. How did the Sombras find out?" Kuznetsov spread his fingers. "We had a low-level soldier, Leonid. He knew of Doral. He had checked it out a couple of times before we moved the women there. You know our rule. Our men go about in groups of at least 3 people. Da. Leonid broke that rule? Yes. He was seeing some girl in the city. The Sombra had soldiers in Little Haiti. They recognized him and Kuznetsov shrugged. They got information from him and killed him. But how did they know about the girl? Or don't they? Carol, one soldier who was initially protecting all 19 women, is missing. He was a Sombra snitch. You are sure? Patenko sucked his breath sharply. Da. All our people have to declare their bank accounts to their cell leaders. They must show their phone activity each week as well. I worked with his leader to investigate Carol's movements. He was on their payroll. He broke our 3-person rule and went several times into Sombra territory. We are looking out for him, too, once we find him. Kuznetsov flexed his fingers. Sombras know of the girl. FBI might, too. We will know if they do. Our informers will tell us. Patenko nodded, brooding. I am less worried about them or NYPD. It's Grogan. He is a wild card. He is a loner. I read everything about him. He doesn't have any family. We have no leverage over him, and he is very capable. If he finds the girl... Kuznetsov smiled coldly. I have thought of that too. We will find Grogan, but we won't kill him right away. We'll watch him. If he's as smart as the media make him out to be, he'll lead us to the girl. Then we'll take him. Difiore and Quindica are in Miami. They arrived last night. I heard. The assassin nodded. That girl might try to contact them. She's very smart and they are very high profile. I already have men watching their hotel, and by the end of today we'll have informers in that establishment. We will know if she contacts them. That girl. Patenko swore. She made one mistake. She told our guards openly she would go to the FBI if she escaped. If she hadn't said that, we wouldn't even know where to focus our attention. Da. She's a threat. The sooner we find her and ship her back to Moscow, the better for all of us. What? Patenko asked curiously when Kuznetsov's eyes gleamed. You said we have no leverage on Grogan, the killer said. You are wrong. He is close to Difiore and Quindica. The Bratva leader stilled as he worked out what the assassin meant. Grogan will do anything if we capture them. Da, taking out the JTF's top people is a big move. That should be our last resort, but we will if we have to, Patenko finished for him. Chapter 46. Picture the intrepid PI hard at work, up at the crack of dawn, ready for some serious shoe leather work. Cutter didn't quite fit that image. He was asleep in his Range Rover near FTX Arena when a passing driver's horn jolted him awake. He checked the time, rubbed his eyes, and stretched. 9 in the morning. He looked up cheap motels in the neighborhood, those that rented rooms by the hour and freshened up in one establishment. Next stop was Big Pink, a retro-style diner where he fueled up. The intrepid PI was ready for action. Need a timeline, he thought as he sipped his coffee. A cop entered, glanced around, and went to the counter. Cutter didn't do the duck and look away act. That would have been a giveaway. He looked bland as he drank his coffee, a solitary man enjoying his breakfast. The officer went out with his takeout bag. Cops didn't rush in with their guns drawn to accost him. He returned to the timeline. Difiore's photograph of the women with Vaxon's gang was 4 days before she and Quindica met me in New York, which meant the girl had escaped from the Russians before that. It was time to call Beth. He steeled himself for the inevitable snark. Mark will be suspicious at this rate, she began. Suspicious of what? He took the bait. You call me every moment. He'll think we're having an affair. He won't believe it for long, though, she said before he could retort. Why not? He looked at himself in the window's reflection. Not my type, however good-looking you are. I'm good-looking. She's saying that just to make you feel better. Megan joined in. You have been shot at, punched at. You are wanted by the cops and all the criminals in Miami are hunting you. You need a morale boost. The intrepid PI neatly put in his place. "Did you send me everything on Patenko?" he asked, avoiding the verbal jousting which he couldn't win. "Yes. What we got from our Russian source," Beth replied. "What if he bought properties later on using some of his shell companies?" She remained silent for a long time and then said, "This is what happens when you call us every day." "What happens?" he asked. "Some of our smarts are rubbing off on you." Beth's information dump came when he was on his second cup. Several office properties and residences were under Patenko's various company names. Cutter checked them out on Google Maps. Need one that can accommodate 19 women, be well protected, and discreet. He rejected offices. There were a few warehouses, but their locations, on high traffic streets, ruled them out. One property looked promising, a large house on Southwest 18th Street near Coral Groves, set back from the sidewalk, he noted, fenced as well. Lots of space between it and the neighboring residences. There's nothing behind it. A clump of trees that leads to a park. He decided to check it out. There could be neighbors who saw the girl. There could be something in that residence about her, if that's the place where the Russians kept the women. He was climbing into his ride when his hand jammed against his phone screen accidentally. A loud siren in the Range Rover went off. Cutter started in surprise. The wail was like a police cruiser's. What the heck? He toggled the volume button on the wheel. No luck. He checked the dashboard for controls and didn't see any. Heads turned curiously at him from within Big Pink. He thanked his luck that the cops had left. He cursed as the wail continued, drawing attention, and drew out his phone. His accidental jab had pulled up an app which played the siren. That was somehow connected to the Range Rover. He killed the sound and studied the app. Never seen it before. Beth must have installed it. The twins routinely updated his devices with the latest firmware without informing him. What purpose does that siren serve? He spent a few seconds of brain power on it. Didn't find an answer, shrugged, and fired up his ride. He drove towards 18th. The radio station was breathlessly reporting on the massacre on Oak Avenue. "Those poor women are yet to be identified," the presenter said. Cutter's hands tightened on his wheel. A windshield flash in his rearview mirror drew his attention. He had been watching for tails and hadn't spotted any, but that dark SUV 3 cars behind looked familiar. Is it shadowing me? Cutter took a detour on 10th Street, a quiet residential street. Hardly any traffic here to hide behind, he thought. The SUV came up the street, too far to make out its plates or how many occupants it had. "Hello, followers," he murmured to himself. "We need to be introduced." He stopped. The vehicle idled far behind. Cutter searched on his phone for a car wash, found an automated one on 8th Street. His lips twisted in a grim smile as he resumed driving towards it. He joined the line of vehicles at the busy establishment, saw the dark SUV flash past behind him. A Ford Explorer, he could just about make out the model before it disappeared on 71st Avenue, a side street. His Range Rover entered the car wash. The rollers lowered and started scrubbing his rear window. Jets of water sprayed onto his ride, obscuring his rear view, which meant no one looking from behind would be able to see him. He got out swiftly, winced at the spray of water. A brush almost knocked him down. He ducked and weaved through the machinery and ran out of the front. His ride was in neutral. The conveyor would carry it to the end. He stopped thinking of his vehicle and vaulted over the concrete wall which was to his left. He landed on a narrow passage and leaped over the fence, picturing the area map in his mind. He was in the backyard of a small house. A startled man mowing the lawn. "Sorry," he apologized and ran past him to the front. He slowed when he neared the corner of the house which overlooked 71st Avenue. The Explorer was there, not even 50 meters away on the quiet street. It was idling. He could make out 3 figures inside through its rear, tinted window. They could be civilians. In which case, I'll apologize and offer them a bunch of bills." Cutter looked down at himself. He was drenched, but his Glock was in its holster, dry. He took a deep breath and burst out of the front yard. He leaped onto the sidewalk and fired high into the front passenger window. It shattered. His left elbow crashed into it, making a bigger hole. He reached inside, unlocked it, and yanked the door open. "You wish to see me?" he panted, covering the men with his Glock. The man in the shotgun seat closest to him was heavily tattooed. Cutter recognized sombre ink on his neck. There was a gun in his lap. Definitely not civilians. Chapter 47. "Why are you following me?" The men glared at him without moving. The shotgun passenger eyed his weapon. Cutter swore. He shot the hitter in the shoulder. His Glock moved instantly to cover the driver. He shot him too, high over his right chest. The reports were loud in the confines of the SUV, the men's groans echoing. "I won't ask again," Cutter growled. "You are a dead man, gringo," the man at the back snarled, but the men complied. An AK-12 and 2 handguns fell to the floorboards. "Hands in the air," he snapped. They raised their hands. "Why are you following me?" he repeated. No response. He gouged his Glock in the shotgun passenger's wound. The man howled and jerked in his seat. Tears escaped his eyes, but he didn't talk. "Torturing a sombra." The man at the back laughed coldly. "You think that will work?" Cutter sized him up. He was older than the 2 soldiers at the front, swarthy face, dark eyes that were narrowed in anger, hair tied back in a ponytail. He's got to be senior to the other 2. He's the only one talking. "You have raped many women," he asked the man conversationally. "More than you can count," the hitter boasted. "You won't, again." Cutter shot him in the groin. The man screamed, jerked back, and then bent double, clutching his thighs, rocking and groaning. "My next round will go in your head if you come up with a gun," Cutter warned. "Why are you following me?" The man continued shuddering in the rear seat, his face tightly clenched, sweat pouring down his cheeks. "You have any answers?" Cutter asked the driver and the passenger. Their faces were strained. They glanced at their leader. Shotgun passenger licked his lips. Neither of them said a word, however. Cutter fired at the driver, a single round to his forehead. Blood and gore splattered his seat. His body slumped down. "Last chance," he rasped at the shotgun passenger. He deliberately let his Glock drift to the man's groin. "We thought you would take us to the girl," he yelled. He considered the soldier's answer. "Makes sense. Smart move, letting me do their legwork. How did you know where I would be?" "Juan and Rodrigo saw you yesterday." Words spilled out freely from the hitter's lips. "Saw me where?" The shooter shook his head. He screamed when Cutter dug his barrel in his wound again. "I don't know. They must be the ones in that car that drove away." He recalled Beth's message in the morning. "Car is too far away in your clip to get anything." A thought struck him. "You have been following me since yesterday?" "No," the soldier gasped. "I, Carlos, and the Jefe." His eyes swiveled to the man in the rear who seemed to have gone into shock. "Took over in the morning." "You had a team all night on me?" "2 teams," the man found the courage to boast. Cutter slammed his barrel in the man's mouth and broke his teeth. The soldier groaned. "2 teams working in rotation at all times?" The man nodded, sobbing in pain and helpless rage. Cutter checked out the street. Lawn mowing man was looking out from his window, speaking rapidly in his phone. Cutter ignored him. No one in the car wash had heard his shots. No other vehicle had passed by. Cops will be here soon if that man was calling them. "Where's the other vehicle? What make is it?" "Explorer." It swung into 71st Avenue. Chapter 48. Cutter watched it, keeping his captives in his peripheral vision. It drew closer. 2 men in the front. There seemed to be another one at the back. Shotgun's hand raised. "Is that a gun?" It was. Cutter dove over lawn mowing man's waist-high concrete fence and landed in his front yard as a hail of bullets struck the sidewalk and his cover. He heard a crash and snatched a look. The Explorer had slammed into the first vehicle. He reared up and triggered a long burst, raking its windows, fast-changed a new magazine and, rocking, continued firing until he could see bodies slump inside through the shattered glass. Shotgun in the first vehicle had moved during the firefight. Instead of shooting at him, the man climbed over the driver and floored the gas. Cutter watched him leave. He vaulted over the wall and approached the new vehicle from the rear, crouching, Glock ready, aware that cars were building up at the mouth of 71st, conscious of the growing swell of noise and wailing sirens in the distance. He risked a glance inside the Explorer through the side window. His rounds had found the men's shoulders and chests. They seemed to be alive. "Leave me alone," he hissed at one soldier who was glowering at him. "Tell Juan and Rodrigo if you don't, I will destroy the Sombras." He backed away slowly, holstered his Glock, and sprinted to the car wash. The manager backed off at his arrival, his hands raised. "Don't shoot," he quavered. "Your vehicle is out there. I drove it out myself. I got it waxed as well." Cutter looked at him, astonished. He chuckled despite his urgency and thrust a roll of bills at him. "Keep them," he told the surprised manager and drove out. He looped around in the city, making abrupt turns and stopping often. No tails, he decided after an hour. It was unlikely that the Sombras would be able to deploy replacements so soon. He tuned the radio to a news station and grinned when an excited voice briefed the presenter. He was cool, very calm. He jumped over my wall and took cover and fired when he had an opening. "I own guns. I know a pro. That man is an expert shooter." Lawn mowing man. He's got his 15 minutes of fame. He listened to the news report that followed, that police suspected gang warfare and were looking for Cutter Grogan. He drove to Alapata and parked in front of Vaxon's office, which was still sealed. His phone rang. At the back, along with the weapons cache, are several false license plates. Use them. You don't need to steal them off cars anymore. Beth, in an amused voice. "You should change your appearance, Cutter," her sister added. "Have blonde streaks in your hair. Wear contacts. Let your beard grow. There's a makeup kit and prosthetic fittings in the rear, too." He nodded silently. It was good advice. "Stay on the line," he told the twins, and replaced the plates on his ride. He brought back the disguise kit and dyed his hair, inserted brown contacts in his eyes, studied himself in the rear-view mirror, and applied a false nose as well. He returned the kit to his place, extracted an HK with several magazines, and placed them on the floorboard. "You got any holes in you?" Beth asked. "None." "Who were they?" "Sombras." He laid it out for them. "You read the file we sent you?" "No time." "Juan is their enforcer in America. He's deadly. He's as dangerous as Kuznetsov. Rodrigo is Alejandro Rodriguez, the Sombras' American head. Yeah, they are set up like a business. All large criminal gangs are. But don't mistake Rodrigo for a typical executive. He does wet work, too." "You got all this from?" "FBI," she chortled. "They have a lot of intel on the cartel but haven't been able to move so far. No evidence." "So far?" "That recording you made in the safe house. That caller was Rodrigo. If you send that clip to Gina or Peyton, that will be the first actionable proof they have." "Do it," Cutter told her. "I like your thinking." Megan smirked, hit the Sombras from all directions. "I don't want to attack them," he admitted. "I want to find the girl." "So do they and you have killed their shooters. You may not be interested in them, but they sure as hell are in you. Watch your six." Chapter 49. Gina Difiore swore when she got off the phone. She ran her fingers through her hair and turned to her partner, who was on the bed watching the news on TV. "Yeah, I know. Her girlfriend smiled. "It's Cutter." "A firefight on the street," she exploded. "Is he out of his mind?" The way I read the report and heard the news, he didn't have a choice. "Tell the MPD that." "What do you think Cutter should have done?" Difiore sighed. Her partner's even tone never failed to restore her balance. "I worry for him." "I didn't hear you." "I worry for him." She went into her girlfriend's embrace and hugged her hard, and when she released herself, Gina Difiore, hard-edged cop, was back to her usual self. Both their phones chimed before she could speak. They looked at each other. It was usually bad news when that happened. "Our next team meeting is a while away," she murmured. "It can't be anything to do with work." She unlocked her phone and opened the message that had signaled the sound. It was empty. She narrowed her eyes at the sender, an email address that had to be fake. "Don't bother tracing me at youwantgetanywhere.com." She chuckled despite herself and opened the attachment, an audio clip. She played it. "Did you get him?" "He didn't. Watch your back. I'm coming for you." It was barely 2 seconds, but it was enough for her to recognize the second voice. "That's Grogan." "Yeah, I'll get our team to check out the first man. We might have his voice print somewhere." Quindica forwarded the message to her team. 45 minutes later, they were ready. Suits, shades, badges in their jacket pockets. Difiore was stepping out of their hotel room when Quindica's phone rang. "Jeff, hit me with it." The SAC took the call. Difiore studied her. No expression on her partner's face. She thanked the caller and ended the call. That caller was Alejandro Rodriguez. Difiore took it in and then fist-pumped. "That links him directly to a crime scene. It's the first evidence we have. We raid his New York office?" "We do. Should we trace that email address?" "I've asked Jeff to do it, but you know Cutter. He'll have covered his tracks." Chapter 50. Rodrigo inspected Hector, who lay groaning on a bed. The Sombras's American jefe had seen maimed and tortured bodies before. He had done his share of maiming and killing himself. Hector's wrecked lower body didn't shock him. He put on a concerned expression nevertheless and squeezed the man's shoulder. "We'll get him. He'll be begging to die once we are done with him." He checked out the other shooters, who had less serious injuries. "Tell me again," he hissed at Diego, who clutched his shoulder. "What happened?" Juan told me, "but I want to hear from you." "We didn't have a chance, jefe." The soldier sat up on his bed. "He shot my window and opened the door before we could react. We didn't see him coming." "You were waiting for him?" "Si, near the car wash." "You didn't think it strange that a man who knows he's being hunted by us, the Russians and the police, will get his car washed?" "Jefe, we—" Rodrigo snatched out his gun and shot him in the head. He shot the survivors from the second explorer too, and then trained his weapon on Hector. "You were their leader," he snarled at the man who was looking on, horrified. "You should have had more sense than them. You didn't use your brains." He pulled the trigger and stuffed his gun back in his pocket. The other soldiers in the room didn't meet his eyes. He walked out of the room without acknowledging their presence. Juan came to him. "I would have killed them." "I know, but the other soldiers needed to see me do it. How many of ours has Grogan killed now?" 6. 5 in that house and Carlos in the Explorer. Rodrigo's lips twisted bitterly. They were in a safe house in Little Haiti. Hitters protected it. No one would report the shootings. It wasn't uncommon to hear firearms, and those who were smart knew to keep their mouths shut. "We'll need to find him soon," he said bitterly. "And take him?" "No," Rodrigo replied with cold rage. "Unfortunately, he has to live long enough to find the girl, unless we find her first." Chapter 51. Cutter drove to Southwest 18th Street and located the house instantly. The fence around it made it easily identifiable. He parked several doors away and approached it. The sun beat down and there was barely any traffic. Children's toys were scattered in the front yard of one house, smells of cooking in another. He neared the residence. It appeared to be empty. The gate at the fence was locked and there was a pile of flyers on the ground. There's a park behind it, he remembered from the Google Maps images. He walked around the block and entered the park. He found the clump of trees that were its boundary and squeezed through them to the rear fence of the house. He vaulted over it. Dirty backyard, overgrown with weeds. 2 windows near the door. One was glass, the other was boarded from outside. He broke the glass one, reached inside, grunting as he stretched to get to the door's knob. He turned it. It unlocked. Why isn't it alarmed? Why didn't the Russians lock it? Why would they if it was empty and they didn't intend to use it anymore? That's assuming it is their property, he told himself dryly. He opened the door and entered the kitchen. Stale air, dust on the ground. The sink was empty, no crockery or cutlery on the shelves. They were bare. The rest of the house was similarly empty. No signs of previous occupants. He returned to the kitchen, frowning at the boarded window. One of the iron bars in the grill was missing, which left an opening about 50 by 50 centimeters. That could be big enough for a girl to squeeze through. If she escaped that way, would she come to the park or head to the street? Hitch a ride or alert the neighbors? He decided to check out the street. The house opposite had a security camera on the door trained on the driveway. It wasn't easily visible from the street and he had spotted it only on his 3rd pass. He glanced at it casually as he walked past again. It could cover the street as well. He went up the driveway, deciding to try his luck. He got closer to the door when he heard shouting from inside. "Leave me alone!" a woman yelled shrilly. "Think you can just walk away from me?" a man bellowed. They must be arguing near the door. Cutter paused. "Not my problem. I can return another time." He was turning away when he heard a sound. He spun around. The noise was loud enough to come through the door. He recognized it. He had heard it thousands of times. The sound of flesh striking flesh. Chapter 52. The woman screamed, "Get out of my house or I'll call the cops." "You be—" Cutter heard scuffling sounds. Flesh struck flesh. The woman yelled in agony. He had heard enough. He strode up the driveway and was nearing the door when it swung open abruptly. A stocky, unshaven man filled it, barely acknowledging him. His fist was bunched up, rising to strike. Cutter glimpsed a petite blonde woman. His anger surged when he saw the dark bruise under her eye. "Dude," Cutter said coldly, "don't." The man turned, took him in. "Who the hell are you? Get out." The man started to go back inside the house. "No!" the woman shouted. "Go away! Leave my house!" "Don't order me around!" the man snarled. His fist rose. Cutter lunged forward, caught it with both hands and twisted it so far back that veins popped on the man's forehead as he howled. Cutter pulled him outside and pivoted smoothly to drop him unceremoniously onto the driveway. The man fell heavily onto concrete and then heaved up, cursing. He charged forward with a bellow, his hands outstretched. Cutter evaded his grasp with ease, caught his collar, swung him around and shoved him towards the street. "Leave," he said. The man staggered and then regained his balance. His face was red with anger and humiliation. "This isn't over," he snarled at the woman and went down 18th. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Cutter turned to the woman who had sagged against the door. "You should call the cops and get yourself looked at. That," he cocked his head at her bruise, "looks nasty." "No, no cops." Her hands fluttered for a moment and then she straightened. "Thank you." Her voice was stronger. "If you hadn't been there." Her eyes filled. "I never thought I would be that woman. I went about telling others to be strong, to get out of toxic relationships, and me." She laughed bitterly. Cutter didn't move. He didn't speak. He had seen it before. Shock affected people differently. Some retreated into their shells. Others spilled out words. "I am a trust funder," the woman continued as tears rolled down her cheeks. "House paid for. Fancy car in the garage. No debts. No need to worry about the next paycheck. Have you heard of Young's?" He nodded his head. "That's my family. One of the best-known clothing brands in the world, around for generations. Everyone in the family works in the business. Not me. Not Jenny Young. My folks said it was the liberal arts college that corrupted me, that made me speak up about our factories in Asia, about the working conditions for our staff there. They disowned me when I went on protests. But my grandparents had set up the trust. They couldn't do anything about it, so here I am, an outcast, doing what little I can, being judged, wanting people to approve of me." She sniffed and wiped her face. "Why am I telling you all this?" She laughed at herself. "Come inside, mister." "Cutter Grogan, ma'am. Cutter will do." "Come inside, Cutter. The least I can do is offer you coffee." He followed her inside the house and shut the door behind them. Thickly carpeted hallway, muted colors on the wall, art pieces. Down through the living room, past the dining room, and into the kitchen, which seemed to have every appliance that was invented. They aren't for show. He noticed the wear on the utensils. Looks like she cooks. He sat at the island at her gesture and bobbed his head in thanks when she returned with his mug of coffee. "Jamaican." He sipped appreciatively. "You know your beans," she said dryly. She was slender in a white tee and jeans, blonde hair in a ponytail, deeply tanned, a few tattoos on her forearms, neatly trimmed nails. She seemed to have regained her poise. "Jenny Young." She introduced herself. "I unloaded my life story on you. Sorry." "That's not needed, ma'am. You were in shock." "Still." She ran a finger on her cup's rim. "I didn't expect to turn into that woman. Travis. We met in Africa. I was there for a few months working in a village. He was another trust funder. His family is into heavy engineering. He was disillusioned like me. Two young kids with more money than sense, looking to make the world a better place. Americans, too. We think we have the answers to the world's problems, don't we?" "Yes, ma'am." He was funny, charming. Looks didn't matter to me. He changed a few years later, became possessive. I didn't mind it initially, but then he became controlling and later violent. I was too weak to break it off, too ashamed of myself. Jenny Young of the Young family. What would the world think? What would my parents think? Yeah, their opinion still matters to me, despite. She waved vaguely and trailed into silence, silently weeping. A clock chimed softly from some room. There were no other sounds other than her sobbing. She cleared her throat after a while, went to the bathroom and returned with reddened but dry eyes and a self-deprecating smile. "You have a partner, Cutter. She or he is lucky. You're a great listener." "No partner, ma'am." "Enough with the ma'am. Jenny." He nodded his head. "I am trusting you won't go to the tabloids." She read his expression. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to." "No apology needed." He smiled faintly. "Nope. I won't sell your story for a few $1,000,000. I could do with the money, but I'll tell myself doing the noble thing is more important." She laughed. "You need to call the cops," he told her seriously. "Travis could return." "I'll think about it." "And a hospital." "No hospitals. You were coming up to the door. That was because you heard us?" "I wanted some information, and then I heard the argument." "What information?" "You have a security camera outside your door. Does it cover the street and the opposite house?" "Why do you want to know?" she asked expressionlessly. "I think several women were held captive in that house. A young girl might have escaped from there. I want to check your footage if you'll allow me to. I might be wrong, but there's nothing like confirmation." "Women?" she said tonelessly as she sized him up. "I saw a few men there, but no women." They wouldn't advertise it. Why hasn't MPD come to my door? The cops don't know about this house. Why haven't you told them? I'm not sure, which is why I would like to see your camera's videos. Why should I trust you, Cutter? Just because you stopped Travis? No. He got off the stool and made to leave the kitchen. You shouldn't. Please call the cops and report him, and feel free to mention my presence. Stop. He stopped. You haven't finished your coffee. He returned to the island and took another sip. What would the cops say if I asked them about you? That they would like to question me over the recent incidents in the city. You might have heard of the dead women on Oak Avenue. I was there. You killed them? No, I was there. You don't look like your photographs. He stared at her. Yeah. She smiled. I recognized your name. My family was thinking of hiring you at one point. We had an incident. She used air quotes. The speaker recommended you, but they went with someone else eventually. He removed his false nose and the contacts. The hair. That's dyed. She glanced down at the prosthetic briefly and watched when he reapplied his disguise. She twisted in her chair and looked out to the front door as if she could see through the walls. There were women there? I think so. I'm not sure. Prisoners? Yes. Come. Chapter 53. Cutter went behind her to a cozy study that was adjacent to the lounge. A bookshelf on one wall. Photographs of Jenny in various countries. There was a framed one of her with Travis. She made a sound, removed it, ripped it, and threw it in a trash bin. She sat at her laptop, unlocked it, and went to a folder. Everything saved date-wise. She got up and nodded at him to occupy the vacant chair. Goes back a month. Beyond that, it will be saved in the cloud. I won't need to go back that far. He worked out the dates that corresponded to the timeline he had figured and clicked on the folder. This will take a while, he murmured when the video began to play. Nothing in the late-night hours, not even a light in the house. He fast-forwarded when there was no activity. A man emerged from the front door at dawn, got into a car that drove up. The vehicle disappeared. No license plates. He and another man were the only ones I saw, Jenny said from behind. Dude returned an hour later carrying what looked like grocery bags and went into the house. No other movement for hours. Dude and second man came out at evening, stood outside the house and smoked for a while and then went inside. Lights turned on when night fell. He was fast-forwarding the deep night hours when she gasped behind him. He stopped and scrolled back and saw it. A figure coming out the side of the house who turned into the street and ran out of sight. A young woman, a girl. Chapter 54. That's her? Jenny asked in a strained voice as she leaned over his shoulder. I didn't know what she looked like. Cutter zoomed in on the frame. The camera recorded in black and white, and while it was HD, the distance across the street made identification impossible. We can't make out her features, Jenny said disappointedly. She looks young. She's female, going by her long hair and certain anatomical features. Yeah, he grinned. That's good enough for me. It's her. She got away through that kitchen window. He continued watching the rest of the clip. The entire house lit up just before daylight. A van came up the street and backed up to the door, blocking their view. It drove away 20 minutes later. A car rolled up. 5 men came out of the house, piled into it, and drove away. At 9 a.m., a cleaning services truck drove up. It left an hour later. What does all that mean? Jenny asked him, puzzled. Cutter scrolled back to the van. Tinted windows, he pointed out. We can't see who's inside or how many, but look at its ground clearance, now. He fast-forwarded and paused when the vehicle was leaving. Check out the ground clearance. It's low, she breathed. Yeah, with the weight of the women inside. Those 5 men were their guards. None of them looked like Kuznetsov. He wouldn't be here. He's the enforcer. He wouldn't do protection jobs. That cleaning services van sanitized the house, which is why I didn't find anything in it. Permission to forward those 2 days' videos to my account? He asked. Sure. He finished sending them and rose from the chair. What now? Jenny asked him. I'll have to trace her steps. Do any of the neighbors have security cameras? No. There is hardly any crime here. They thought I was throwing away good money when I installed mine. That makes it harder, Cutter thought. Maybe Beth and Meg can clean up that video and identify her features. That will help them run facial recognition on other cameras they can access. He took a deep breath and saw her eyes flicker to his chest where his Glock was outlined. You will find her? I will do my best, he promised. Shouldn't you report this to the cops? I should. But you won't. You want to find her before anyone else does. Is that pride? No, it's for her safety. I figured that. She smiled briefly. But I had to hear you say it. He turned when he was at the door. What you said about wanting approval, it's not just you. We are all like that. Even you? Even me. But as you grow older, the number of folks whose opinions are important, that grows smaller. You're saying I need to get to some age. No, I am saying you need to approve yourself. She was quiet for long moments and then when he was at the street, called out, Cutter Grogan, do you offer therapy too? I do that for free. Chapter 55. Cutter drove past Shenandoah Park looking distractedly at the kids playing ball on the sports ground. The evening sun was still bright, casting shadows from trees that lined the street. A sudden thought struck him. He slammed the brakes hard, the tires screeching in protest. A car honked angrily and raced past him. Its driver yelled at him, gesticulating furiously. He ignored the gesture and the other vehicles that went past. Cutter gripped the wheel hard as traffic flowed around him, his knuckles turning white. Kuznetsov could have been watching that house just to see if I turned up. If he was there, he would have seen me go to Jenny's house. He swore loudly and U-turned dangerously, nearly swiping another vehicle. A window rolled down. A furious mother yelled at him. Sorry, he shouted back, not caring if she heard him. He cursed himself. Why didn't I take Jenny's number? I could have called to check on her. Cutter shot down the street as he drove to 18th, tires burning, cutting around slower-moving traffic. He parked a block away when he reached Jenny's neighborhood. The street was empty, devoid of any signs of life. Kuznetsov is a pro. He'll have hidden his vehicle. He won't have hitters on the street to draw attention. Cutter vaulted the wooden fence of the neighboring house and sprinted down its side. If there's anyone inside who's seen me, let them call the cops. He went to the backyard and darted to the dense hedge that separated the two properties. He squeezed beneath it, his lips tight as branches scraped his face and raked his hair, onto the narrow path that ran down Jenny's house. He crouched, listening intently. It was quiet. A dog barked somewhere. Need to have eyes inside the house. He extracted a cable from his pocket. One end had a tiny HD camera. The other hooked into his phone and fed the screen with its images. He pushed up the camera towards the window and navigated it just over the sill. The ceiling appeared. Nope, not the view I want. He toggled the cable until he got a full view of the kitchen. He stilled. Jenny, on a chair, her hands bound behind her, her face terrified. Kuznetsov, standing in front of her, tall, lean, in black, with a knife at her cheek, both with their sides to him. Can't shoot through the window. It might deflect my shot and by then he'll kill her and escape. Have to go through the glass. Cutter stuffed the cable into his pocket and crawled back stealthily until he was several meters away from the window. He crouched low and burst into a sprint, placed his left hand on the sill, vaulted high, slammed the butt of his Glock to shatter the window, and then he was inside, face tucked in protectively. Jenny screamed when the window broke. Cutter fired when he was still in the air and knew he had missed even as he triggered. His round struck a flower vase. It shattered. He fell to the floor and skidded to Jenny, got a hand around her chair and heaved it powerfully across the floor to the corner of the kitchen counter. Kuznetsov wasn't in the kitchen anymore. He had dived out into the dining room, the neighboring one. Cutter slid across to Jenny, who was still shrieking. He took in the wreckage of the kitchen automatically. Glass shards on the tiles, fallen utensils, something bubbling in a pan on the oven. He raised his finger to his lips, signaling silence. She whimpered and nodded. The cabinet doors beneath the counter against which she had slammed into were glossy. He could see his reflection in them. A figure appeared in the door. Kuznetsov, his hand rising with a gun in it. Chapter 56. Cutter acted instantly. Can't turn around and fire. That will take too much time. His left hand blurred upwards and caught the pan's handle. He heaved it backwards, over his head. Kuznetsov howled when hot liquid splattered him. Cutter spun around and dove at him, but the killer had retreated into the dining room again. He pictured it in his mind from his earlier visit. Couches, a glass table in the center, chairs around it, a couple of stools, a wooden cabinet along the far wall. Not much cover there. Cutter lunged forward into the room, keeping low on the floor, his Glock raised high. Kuznetsov's kick struck his wrist like an iron bar and sent his gun spinning away. The killer, who had taken cover behind the wall and to Cutter's left, dropped down with both knees. Cutter rolled away just in time, evading the full force of the attack. He reared upwards with an elbow strike to the Russian's chest. It was a brutal blow, and it would have broken the assassin's ribs if it had landed true. The Russian turned sideways, lessening the impact. His clenched fist struck down, landing squarely on Cutter's throat. He gasped, feeling the air forced out of him as his vision dimmed. He lashed up with his knees, striking the Russian's back and throwing him sideways. Kuznetsov roared furiously, his face contorted with rage. The assassin caught a stool and swung it around with brutal force. Cutter blocked it with his left forearm, groaning at the shock. He caught the killer's wrist in a kimura lock. His grasp was slippery with sweat, and the assassin broke free. Jenny screamed from the kitchen, "Help! Someone call the police!" Her voice, high and desperate, pierced the air. Kuznetsov rose lithely to his feet, his face red from the water burns. Cutter dove at his Glock, his fingers closing around it just in time to fire a burst. Bullets peppered the wall, following the assassin as he fled. He thought he saw the killer's leg jerk. Did I get him? Then the assassin was out of the room. Cutter hauled himself up swiftly. He crouch-walked to the door, entered the living room, cleared it and heard the front door slam. He didn't rush to it. Kuznetsov could be waiting beyond it, sucking me into a trap. He dropped to the floor and jerked it open with his left hand. No killer outside. He hustled onto the driveway to see the killer sprinting down the street. Cutter fired, cursing when he missed, and then the killer had gone down 24th Avenue. Can't risk going after him. He might have backup. He could even come around and get to Jenny from the back. He holstered his Glock bitterly. Kuznetsov had gotten away yet again. Chapter 57. Cutter went into the kitchen and cut Jenny's zip ties swiftly. He held her close while she shook and cried on his shoulder. He didn't offer consolation. What can I say? I brought this on her. I led Kuznetsov to her. He inspected her swiftly when she drew away. Her cheeks were wet with tears. Her body shook. Her lips were cut and bleeding, but she didn't seem to have any other bruises. Did he hurt you? He raised his hand apologetically when she flinched from his harsh tone. Don't take out your rage on her. No. Her voice shook. He came soon after you left. He walked up to the door and slammed me back when I opened it. He was asking me what you were looking for when you arrived. She shuddered and glanced at the knife on the carpet. I would have confessed. Tears leaked from her eyes. I am not brave. I would have. She went into his hug and sobbed, tremblingly. She sniffed and wiped her tears with the back of her hand when she moved back. I thought I was going to die. I was terrified. I led him to you. You couldn't have known. I should have guessed, he interrupted savagely, that he would be watching that house. You know him? Her eyes widened. We've met, he said, without elaborating. That's why you returned, she guessed. He got up and helped her to a chair, brought out his phone and speed-dialed a number. Jennifer Young on Southwest 18th Street. Look up her address. She needs protection. Right now. He spoke fast, tersely when Difiore answered his call. The detective read his tone. We'll send a team. No, he cut in. You and Peyton. No one else. Take her away. Keep her safe. You'll tell us what this is about? She'll tell you. You'll figure out the rest. He ended the call and brought Jenny a glass of water. She drank deeply, the small act restoring some color to her face. Gina Difiore and Peyton Quindica from the FBI Joint Task Force. That was Gina on the phone, Cutter told her. They will be here soon. They will protect you. FBI? She asked uncertainly. He pulled up the JTF's website on his phone and showed her their photographs. She read their bios and looked back at him. You know them? My friends. Do you trust me? Yes. No hesitation in her voice. Go with them. There will be nothing to worry about with them. What about you? Her voice grew stronger. Her trembling had stopped. I can't be here when they arrive. MPD might show up as well. Someone might have called them, alerted by the shooting. I'll be watching from the opposite house. I won't be far. I'll come if there's any danger. He glanced around at the destruction in the kitchen. I'm sorry, he said, shaking his head. You wouldn't have been in any danger. Stop. She smiled briefly. And about the wreckage, I have insurance. Besides, don't forget, I'm a trust funder. He stared at her. She's trying to make me feel better despite what she's been through. Jennifer Young, he said softly, don't let anyone ever make you think less of yourself. You are strong, far stronger than anyone I have met. Keep going. He laughed and led her to the living room. Stay here by the window where I can watch you. What's your phone number? He dialed it while she went to the kitchen and returned with her device. She took the call. Keep the line open so that I can listen in on everything. Difiore and Quindica won't be long. He went out cautiously and crossed the street. Kuznetsov could still be watching. Let him. There's nothing much he can do. He wants me alive. He could have taken me out with a long gun if he wanted to kill me. He had several opportunities for those. He went to the back of the house and entered the same way he had broken into it, by unlocking it from the inside. He went to the living room. I see you, he told Jenny on their open line. You're flicking your hair. Nervous habit. An SUV pulled up 20 minutes later. Black. Antenna sticking out on its roof. Tinted windows. The door opened. Quindica stepped out of the shotgun seat. Tall, dark suit, buttoned up, shades on her eyes. Difiore from the driver's side similarly attired, their faces expressionless, their eyes alert, scanning the street, their hands close to their waists where he knew their service weapons were holstered. The cavalry had arrived. Chapter 58. Difiore led the way to the Jenny's door. Cutter listened on the open phone line as she buzzed the door. Jenny opened it. Miss Young, I am Gina Difiore, and this is Peyton Quindica from the FBI. Cutter Grogan would have told you about us. Check their badges, Cutter said loudly. He saw Difiore glance at the phone in Jenny's hand. The young woman checked their credentials and handed them back. Is he listening in? Difiore asked. Yeah. Is he inside the house? Don't tell them where I am, Cutter yelled. Can I speak to him? Difiore took the phone, held it to her ear, and spun around on the doorway. Where are you? She barked. That's not the way to greet a friend. Who says you are one? I am disappointed. What's this about? She interrupted him. Ask her, he replied. He was deep in the shadows in the living room. He was sure she couldn't see him, even though she kept staring at the house. You order us to pick her up and you can't tell us what this is about, she raged. A car drove up before he could reply. A Jaguar, red metallic paint gleaming in the sun, loud music thumping from it when the door opened. A burly man got out. Oh, Cutter said. Oh, what? She snapped. That's Travis, Jenny's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. You saw the bruise on her face? Yeah. Her voice tight, clipped. He gave it to her. He was going to attack her when I arrived. Ask her about it. Cutter watched as Difiore slipped the phone, line still open, into her jacket pocket. Travis leaned inside the car and brought out a baseball bat. Hey, he yelled as he started up the driveway. Who are you? He asked Difiore. Jenny, where are you going with them? I came to take you. Difiore was cool and professional, her voice calm. Miss Young, do you know this man? Jenny, standing close to Quindica, hesitated for a moment before confirming. Yes, that's Travis, my ex-boyfriend. I kicked him out. She did nothing of that sort, Travis yelled. I went and now I'm back. Babe, we were so good together. Travis, please leave. We are over. You don't get to say that. I will decide when we are over. Difiore stepped forward, positioning herself between Travis, Jenny, and Quindica. Sir, we're the FBI. Miss Young is coming with us. Please leave. FBI? Jenny, you called them? What did you tell them about me? Sir, I won't ask you again. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my girlfriend. Ex-Travis, Jenny reminded him. Why you... He barged past Difiore, who moved quickly to block him. Sir, he swung his bat. The detective swayed almost lazily, ducking beneath it, and shoved him backwards. Travis roared in anger. He charged at her. Difiore sidestepped at the last minute, tripped him, caught him by his collar, and used his momentum to send him sprawling in the yard. Go, she ordered, before we arrest you. And if Miss Young files a report about you, you can expect NYPD to come calling. Travis hauled himself up. He cursed loudly but slunk away to his Jaguar and with a squeal of tires, drove away. Difiore and Quindica escorted Jenny to their ride and climbed in. Gina? Cutter called out. What? Ask Jenny to take her laptop. The detective spoke briefly to the young woman who went inside the house and returned with it. Gina? Yeah? She pinched the bridge of her nose, staring at the house he was in. Make Jenny change the password to her security camera's cloud account. Difiore stepped out onto the driveway and peered up at the camera. Her expression was thoughtful. She started connecting the dots. Gina? What? A barely suppressed whisper yell. I love you. Her middle finger shot up in the air. Chapter 59. Cutter walked through the empty house, his boots crunching on the dusty floorboards. The adrenaline from his encounter with Kuznetsov was fading. The cuts on his face and the aches in his body from the Russian's punishing blows made themselves known. He went to the bathroom. No mirror but water flowed through the sink's tap. He felt his face carefully and removed a few glass shards from his skin, and when he was sure there weren't any left, washed his face. He wiped himself with his sleeve and went to the living room and studied 18th Street. Why haven't NYPD turned up? Didn't anyone hear the shots? He checked his phone for news updates and social media for posts. Nope. It did look like his and Kuznetsov's shots had gone unheard. Why's that, he wondered. Beth or Megan would have the answers. I got into a fight with Kuznetsov in Jennifer Young's house on 18th Street, he messaged the younger twin. No cops have arrived even though we traded shots. Why? Looks like Coral Grove's crime stats took a hit, she snarked back. He sighed and was making to reply when another message arrived. Have you heard of Spring Break, doofus? The neighboring houses are empty. Their owners have gone on vacation. I heard a dog bark. Evidently its owner didn't hear the shots or didn't report it. Do you want me to call NYPD? He chuckled. He could imagine her grinning. How do you know the houses are empty? Energy consumption. Don't ask me how I got those deets. That will be beyond your comprehension. Is there anything else you want to know? Not right now. Meg and I will twiddle our thumbs until the next time you call. He snorted and pocketed his phone. He exited the house from the back and went to the park, circled around the houses and came onto 18th. Cutter walked up the street, his eyes scanning other houses for cameras. Jenny was right. There aren't any. He looked in the direction Vera had escaped. 24th Avenue is that way and Shenandoah Park, beyond that. He remembered what the dying woman had told him. Did Vera go to the FBI's Miami office? He made a mental note to ask Difiore about it. Vera is smart, resourceful, he thought. She's shown that by escaping from Patenko's thugs. Maybe she called the feds. Called how? She had no money for a public call box and there aren't any in the neighborhood. What if she stole a phone or convinced someone to call on her behalf? Nope, he rejected the latter premise. Asking someone to call the feds would make that person suspicious. He dialed Beth. Chapter 60. Missing me already? He didn't take the bait. Is there a way to find out if any cell phones were lost or stolen in Coral Groves? He gave her the date, any time that day. Why do you want to know? He broke it down for her. He heard her keys clicking. Vera Kovalenko, she said half to herself. We didn't find anything for her. Zeb said he'll contact his Ukrainian friends, but he didn't get time. I'll nudge him. She broke off. What? Not any time that day, she mused. Think about it. Vera has escaped from the house. She is desperate to be safe. FBI sanctuary is her goal. She'll want to make contact as soon as possible. So if she calls, it will be early in the morning. The time of night she escaped, there wouldn't be anyone out and about for her to steal their phones. Let's see, a time window until noon of that morning? He didn't interrupt while she hummed softly. What do Meg and I get for helping you out? What do you want? Nothing that you can afford. She smirked. 2 phones, reported lost or stolen from Shenandoah Park, one at 9 a.m. and the other 2 hours later. Did they? Don't interrupt a genius when she's at work. The intrepid PI reminded himself that he wasn't one. Cutter remained silent. If you want to know, triangulation of cell phones being switched off by the networks, social media, and police reports. That's how I narrowed it down. Gotcha. The one at 9 a.m. is our girl. It was stolen. There was one call made at 9:30. Guess whose number was dialed? FBI Miami office? Correct. Unfortunately for you, that phone lost its signal after that call. She destroyed it. Why? He thought for a moment. She didn't get the response she wanted from the feds. That's a good guess. Ask Gina and Peyton to check it out. What about cameras at Shenandoah Park? There are a few. I'll need some time to hack into their system and check them out. Cutter returned to his Range Rover and from its cool interior called Difiore. Have you slept? She asked when the line connected. He glanced at his phone. You're concerned about me? I don't want to have to identify your body in case you crash your ride due to exhaustion. That was more like Gina Difiore. How did you know about that house? She demanded. Looks like Jenny told them everything. We looked it up, she continued before he could reply. It's owned by an offshore company whose directors don't exist. It's owned by Victor Franklin. She went silent for a moment. Franklin? The real estate tycoon? Yeah. Those Russians broke into his property to house the women. Not exactly, he drawled. Viktor Franklin's real name is Viktor Petenko, Russian Mafia. He's the Bratva leader. He fled Moscow soon after the Ukraine invasion and made a new identity for himself when he came to our country. Chapter 61. He grinned at the longer silence. Those are some allegations, Cutter, Quindica told him softly. Franklin moves about in the highest political circles. He's hinted he will be donating to the presidential candidate from Miami. No allegations. Franklin is Bratva. He's running his outfit right under law enforcement's noses. That warehouse in Doral is his as well. Vaxon was dealing with his gang. Reed's audio clip. Difiore joined the conversation, which you didn't share with us. That's how you identified Franklin. Petenko, yeah. He didn't tell them it was the twins who had done the voice matching. You have proof of his activities, Quindica demanded. Yeah, but not the kind you can go to court with. Can you share it with us? I'll have to ask a friend. Do that. Difiore got back into the conversation. I guess you also know the identity of this shooter who was in Jenny's house. He's the same dude who was in Vaxon's safe house. We figured that. She snorted. Who is he? Alexei Kuznetsov, Spetsnaz, former Alpha Group. Those are dangerous killers. I have come across some of them, he responded non-committally. Jenny said you burned his face with hot water. I got lucky. She told you why she had it on the oven. She was making dyes. She's into fabric coloring. There isn't any Petenko on our radar, Cutter, Quindica interjected, which is why he is so successful. No Western agency knew of his Bratva when he was in Russia. All that about his escaping Moscow because there was a threat to his life since he was opposed to the Ukraine invasion. That's cover. He's close to the Kremlin, in fact. So close that he does its bidding. You know all of this. How? Quindica, sweet-natured as usual. I have my sources. The same sources who sent us Alejandro Rodrigo's recording. I don't know what you're talking about, he said blandly. Shoot me the day I start believing him, she told her partner. Cutter. Quindica chuckled. You heard of our raid on Rodrigo's New York office this morning? He's playing the victim card. I heard that too. Yeah, funny that he's gone missing. Grogan, Difiore said sharply. Send us what you have on Petenko. I'll need to... I'm not asking. Peyton, you deserve some kind of medal for putting up with her. He laughed at Difiore's furious sound. Any luck with tracing Vera's movements? Come on, he coaxed them when neither of them responded. I am sure Jenny shared the camera clip with you. No, the FBI SAC admitted. There aren't any other cameras in the block. We've got our team to check with cab companies, buses. She must have gotten away somehow. No hospital has reported a girl of her size. No body has turned up either. You got a clearer video of her? Tech team is working on that, but chances are low. Too far from the camera. Yeah. Did she call your Miami office? How would she, Grogan? Difiore cut in. She has no phone. She got one at Shenandoah Park at 9 a.m. She stole it, or at least I think it was her. You've been busy. The grin in Quindica's voice told him the JTF, too, had found out about the phone. There was a call to the office. Unfortunately, Quindica said bitterly, the duty officer wasn't helpful. He didn't take her seriously. He told her not to make crank calls. She spoke English? Yes. Reasonably good, with an accent. She wanted asylum. Let me guess. Cutter rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. He laughed and told her it was the FBI and not some U.S. embassy. Something like that. She's a kid, Peyton. She must have said the first thing on her mind. Don't I know it? He sighed. I'll see if I can share that file with you. What will you do now? I'm going to get some sleep. How many bruises are you carrying? Too many to count. Get to a hospital. And wait for MPD to show up? No thanks. You realize we could inform them about your calls to us? Difiore told him. You can't trace my phone. We can't. But if we leaned on NYPD, they would go all out to find you. You would do that to me? Your friend? Cutter, Quindica said hurriedly before her partner could retort. Have you worked out why a Russian gang close to the Kremlin might be interested in a young girl? She has some kind of proof of Patenko's involvement is my guess. That doesn't wash. His thugs had kept the other women alive. Maybe they were going to traffic them. Cutter nodded silently. Who is she? We don't know. There are so many people missing in Ukraine. Many of them are presumed dead or abducted by the Russians. We are working on it, however. Any luck with identifying the dead women? We've sent their photographs to our contacts in SBU. They are Ukraine's security service. We're waiting to hear from them. Zeb will find out quicker, Cutter thought. Check your phone, Difiore told him. He opened the message she had sent. A photograph. The detective and Quindica with several women and uniformed officers at a press conference. He made out the lettering on the banners behind them. You were in Ukraine? Last year. A joint operation along with SBU to rescue several women, some of whom are in that photograph. That got lots of publicity, FBI officials visiting the country in the midst of the war. Vera could have heard of it. Yeah, she's trying to meet us specifically, not just any FBI agent. He picked up her tone. What aren't you telling me? The detective paused. Peyton and I have our contact details out there. Yeah, I know of those. Those email addresses are a catch-all that any JTF member can access. He didn't interrupt her. Pani Peyton Quindica. I was in school when I saw your press conference in Kyiv along with Pani Difiore. I was so grateful that you both visited my country despite our troubles. I am in your country now. I need your help. Please reply to this message. Difiore's voice rasped like sandpaper as she read out the email. Signed, Vera. She sent that, Cutter, just after noon that day. We didn't get to see it. Someone deleted that message. We read it only today after our tech team recovered it. She didn't seem to be aware she had used his first name. Who was it? We're investigating. We have narrowed the suspects to 4 agents. All of them are very senior. None of them are aware they're being checked out. Throw the book at... Our leak will wish he had never joined the FBI when we are done with him, she said bitterly. Pani. Do you know what that word means, Grogan? Ukrainian equivalent of miss. Yeah, that kid had the presence of mind to compose a respectful email even though she was fleeing from the Russian gang. She must have had access to a computer and an internet connection, or another phone. Yeah, we are looking into that, Quindica said tightly. No luck so far. No laptop or phone was reported stolen around that time. Cutter messaged Beth, bringing her up to speed. On it, she replied. Grogan, Difiore started grimly. If Vera falls into the Russians' or Sombra's hands, I want you to... She trailed off. If we don't find her, he completed for her, you won't need to deal with Patenko or the Sombras. I will. Chapter 62. Patenko surveyed his enforcer, who was sipping black coffee in the Tycoon Star Island mansion. You look bad. It's nothing, the assassin growled. Superficial burns. They will heal soon. What about your leg? His round grazed my calf. No damage. I got it checked yesterday. He shot you. He burned you. You haven't even touched him. I am sure he would not say that. Alexei, I am worried. He seems to be better than you. He's luckier than me. Big difference. Luck? You said he had his back to you when you entered the kitchen. You could have shot him, but he had the presence of mind to throw boiling water on you. How does that sound like luck? I didn't say he wasn't smart. I said he was lucky. Is there a difference? Big difference. I don't want to argue with you, Patenko said shortly. Grogan is proving to be dangerous. What do we do about him? Have you read the news today? What's there? Have I missed something? That's my point, Victor. Grogan does not know about us. If he did, do you think we both would be sitting here? The feds would have arrested us. He found out about the warehouse and the Coral Groves house. That's because somehow he knows of the shell companies we have. But he doesn't know who controls those. Relax. Nothing has changed. We continue to follow him to see if he finds Vera. Then, Kuznetsov snapped his fingers, we get both of them. You make it sound easy. Haven't I guessed correctly where he would turn up? Twice. Patenko exhaled in agreement. What about that young woman? Kuznetsov frowned. I didn't get time to question her. He turned up. I'll break into her house when it is safe and check what is in there. Maybe they were just talking. Have you come across the Sombras? No, but our soldiers tell me they too are looking for Vera. I need to give some good news to Moscow. Tell them she will be in our hands soon. That's what I keep telling them. Have we ever failed Kremlin? Not yet. Then stop worrying. You have a lunch speech at the Chamber of Commerce. Don't be late for that. Kuznetsov finished his coffee when Patenko had left. He fingered his face tenderly. His iron control slipped. He ground his teeth in rage. Chapter 63. Cutter found out about the Chamber of Commerce speech easily enough. Patenko's photograph and bio were plastered on the organization's website. He was the keynote speaker at the event to celebrate local businesses. The organization's office was close to Bayfront Park. I won't even need to drive for long. He read about the event and looked up the location on Google Maps. Patenko was to speak at 12 p.m. Lunch would follow. The event would go on until 3 p.m. Is he presenting any awards? He didn't find anything on the website. He dialed the chamber's number and got a woman on the line. I'm Roger Dale, business reporter at the Miami Herald, he introduced himself. There was such a reporter at the newspaper. He had checked. I am covering your local business event later today. Is Mr. Patenko presenting any awards? I would love to interview him at the venue. No, he will be leaving after his keynote. Do you have an appointment with him? I will call his office. You can try your luck outside our office. He will be giving a small briefing to journalists outside our building when he is leaving. It is to promote investment in commercial construction. He thanked her and hung up. That's even better. He drove to the building, checking it out. Nothing much to look at. Anonymous commercial construction. There were several public parking spaces outside it, however. A TV van crawled up close to noon and parked in front of it. A cruiser came to it. Its officers spoke to the driver and left. Cutter was slumped low in his Range Rover in his disguise, a newspaper held in front of him. Another TV crew and a bunch of SUVs showed up half an hour later, bearing the logos of various media establishments. He joined a small bunch of curious onlookers and watched the TV crews set up their lights while journalists tested their mics. Victor Patenko appeared 15 minutes later. He was in a light blue suit, bright red tie, hair immaculately styled, clean-shaven, firm-jawed, sparkling-toothed. He smiled and laughed at the officials with him and grandstanded in front of the building. Cutter was too far to hear what he said, but evidently his speech went down well. It drew a smattering of applause from the people around him. He pointed to the skyline, took several questions from the reporters, and then, with another flashy smile and firm-gripped handshakes with officials, signaled the end of his briefing. A dark Mercedes drove up. Flash bulbs went off as he got into it and was driven away. Cutter hustled to his ride and merged into the traffic behind the Russian's vehicle. 3 cars between him and Patenko. He overtook all of them on Biscayne Boulevard and got behind the Mercedes. He didn't hide that he was tailing it. He removed his false nose and contacts and placed them in the central console. I should see some action if Patenko's security is smart. A red light at the intersection with 2nd Street. He got close enough for the Merc's occupants to identify him if they wished to. He couldn't see through its tinted rear window but smiled and waggled his fingers at the vehicle. Another light at 3rd Street. He was crossing the intersection with 4th Street when 2 SUVs came from behind, boxed him in and forced him to stop. Cutter got out and raised his hands high. A bunch of suits emerged from the rides and surrounded him. The Mercedes stopped. A heavy came out of the shotgun seat and opened the passenger door. Patenko climbed out, adjusted his suit, and came to him. Chapter 64. Are you following me? The tycoon smiled. Yeah. Cutter grinned back. You are a journalist? You want to interview me? You should have been at the Chamber of Commerce. He knows who I am. Nope, not a journalist. I was there, however. You need better security. I could have taken you out easily if I had a long gun. Patenko's smile faded. His protection man drew closer to him. The ring of suits around Cutter shifted uneasily. Who are you? The Russian asked. Cutter Grogan. The tycoon frowned. He snapped his fingers. You are wanted by the police. Record this, he told his thug, who brought out his phone and held it up. Call the cops. He told the suits around the PI. You are recording? Cutter asked the protection man, who nodded with a puzzled expression. Victor Franklin. Cutter beamed. Multi-billionaire, savior of Miami's real estate industry, philanthropist, friends with the governor and many D.C. politicians. He switched to Russian. Come off it, Victor Patenko. You might have fooled the world, but not me. I know everything about you and your bratva. When the Kremlin says jump, you ask how high. Where's Alexei? He made a show of looking at the heavies around him. How is his face? Can he walk? Did I get him in his leg? Has he told you he keeps running away whenever I meet him? He shook his head pityingly. His friends in Alpha Group would be ashamed of him. Tell him next time we meet, he won't be running away. He won't be able to. Hey! He yelled in English at a car that had slowed down to take in the confrontation. Do you want to see a Russian mafia? Enough! Patenko roared. The vehicle sped away. You are making wild allegations against me. Mafia? Bratva? What are you talking about? I will sue. Cutter turned to the suit who Patenko had ordered to call the NYPD. Are the cops coming? I'm sure they'll be interested in what I have to say. He chuckled when the man hung up at his boss's nod. Search him, Patenko ordered. Cutter let himself be patted down by 2 suits. One man held up his Glock and placed it carefully on the ground. The other man finished searching him and shook his head at Patenko. You were checking if I was wired? He grinned. I'm not. But Victor, your security is bad. How do you know I don't have a drone in the sky recording everything? He laughed when all of them looked up. Patenko's face twisted in rage. I will report you to the police. You'll hear from my lawyers. Cutter couldn't help himself. He guffawed. You think that scares me? I know you've read my file. Didn't that tell you something about me? Patenko spun on his heel and hurried to his ride. You are finished, Cutter told his retreating back. If you're really smart, you'll go back to Moscow. If you're still here once I find Vera, I will kill you and Alexei. Cutter watched the Mercedes drive away. He turned to the suits who were still surrounding him. If you want to attack me, get to it. They retreated to their rides and drove away. Cutter returned to his Range Rover and picked up his phone, which he had left in the vehicle. He turned off its recording. Nothing on it is useful. Patenko didn't admit to anything. That wasn't why I provoked him. His eyes turned bleak as he joined the traffic. Angry men make mistakes. He knew Patenko was raging. He or someone in his gang will slip up. Gina and Peyton will be on top of him when they do. They will find out why Vera is so important. Chapter 65. You threatened Patenko? Difiore exploded in his earpiece. Cutter winced. The Russian mobster might have had a fancy lunch thrown by the Chamber of Commerce, but the intrepid PI had to make do with a late afternoon one after joining a heaving mass of bodies outside a food truck in downtown Miami. "Can't even eat in peace," he grumbled, wondering why he had accepted her call. "How do you know that?" "He has filed a complaint against you with MPD, as if they aren't looking for you already. Haven't you heard about it? It's all over the news." He looked at the taco in his hand, and even as he watched, its filling fell onto the wrapping. "I know I am a celebrity. I don't need to listen to radio or TV presenters tell me how wanted I am. You called me to tell me this? Did you confront him?" "Yeah." "Did you tell him he is Patenko?" "Did he mention that to the cops?" he countered. "No." "He wouldn't. It would be his word against mine. Yeah, I did challenge him." "Why? Why did you alert him that we suspect who he is?" "Have you tapped his phones?" "Working on it. We have surveillance on his offices. There's a house on Star Island. That's proving to be challenging. We can't have our team sitting there. They'll be noticed." Her voice lowered. "You want him to make mistakes, like call Moscow on an insecure line?" "Yes." "You fool." It was her tone. It didn't have the usual vehemence. It told him Gina Difiore thought his idea wasn't insane. He bit into his taco. It was good despite having gone cold. What the hell? He wiped his lips. I might as well unload everything on them. I also told him Kuznetsov wouldn't walk away the next time we met. Did I tell you I had left a tracker on his car at Vaxon's house? "No, you did not," she yelled. "I wrote him a love note on it. I told him he wasn't good enough. I'm sure he has seen it." "You fool," she said and hung up. Cutter dug into his meal with relish. The detective hadn't had a convincing comeback at him. He had to take it as a win. Chapter 66. Cutter drove to Shenandoah Park. Didn't get time to check it out properly before. He'd had to rush to Jenny's to protect her from Kuznetsov. Community Recreation Center. He researched it idly as he drove around 17th and 19th that bordered the park. He noticed cameras at the entrance and wondered if Beth had any luck in tapping them. Nope. He shook his head, or else she would have let me know. He returned to 19th and parked under a tree from where he could watch kids play. A fishnet fence, torn in several places, circled the complex. Vera could have climbed over that and entered the park. She wouldn't have been seen. It's not a high-security area. A car rolled up behind him and unloaded a mom and her 2 kids who trotted down the sidewalk and went to the entrance. Cutter climbed out of his ride and followed them on foot to 22nd Avenue, which had the main parking lot. He lingered for several moments and then shrugged. Nothing much I can do here. He was returning to his ride when a man leaning against an SUV straightened. The vehicle was 4 vehicles behind his. It was a quiet street and Cutter would have picked him out immediately, but wouldn't have paid him any attention if the stranger hadn't straightened. Could be anyone. He's reading a newspaper. Cutter got into his Range Rover and fired up his ride. He nosed out. The man didn't look up or move. He won't if he's following me and suspects I made him. Cutter joined 21st Avenue, hung a left and went down 18th. He parked behind a truck and watched his mirror. No other vehicle. Dude could be anyone or he could be a Sombra or a Russian. Gotta be sure. He got out swiftly and reached behind on the rear seat for the cushion and attached it to the driver's seat headrest. He adjusted its height until he was satisfied. Anyone from behind or passing the vehicle won't be able to make out much through the tinted windows. They'll see the silhouette and assume I am in it. He lowered the sun visors over the windshield, kept the engine running, and hurried down the sidewalk. A thick banyan tree in front of a house, its branches spreading wide over the sidewalk, offering shelter from the sun. Cutter went behind its trunk, easily hidden by its girth. He peered around it cautiously. This works. He had a view of the front of his ride and could see several empty spaces behind it as well. No one could approach his vehicle unobserved. A car passed by without slowing. An SUV entered 18th, driving slowly. Sunlight and shade dappled off its windshield as it came down towards him. Cutter didn't move from behind his hide. His dark jacket and jeans blended with the trunk. His ball cap was black. He had pushed his shades over his hair to prevent any reflection from giving him away. The knobby surface of a thick branch gave him enough cover to observe. The house behind him was empty, and even if it wasn't, he didn't care that its residents might wonder at his antics. The SUV went past his ride without slowing. 2 men in the front, average-looking, black hair, and then they were gone before he could take in any more details. He didn't move. He counted down the time in his mind. 10 minutes later, a black SUV entered 18th from the same direction as the previous ride had. It too drove slowly, as if its driver was searching for vacant spaces. There were several. The vehicle parked a distance behind his Range Rover. 2 dark-haired men in it, on their phones. Cutter waited. Didn't see any other vehicles. He came out of his cover and strode to his Range Rover. 200 meters separating him and the SUV. He had halved the distance when he thought the men stiffened. They kept their phones to their ears, however. Act first, apologize later if they are innocents. Chapter 67. Cutter made no pretense of going to his Range Rover. He went past it, straight towards the SUV. Close enough now to see the men were of the same build as the sombras he had come across. Lightly bearded, ink on their necks and arms that he could see through the windshield. Doesn't mean anything. They could still be civilians. The men didn't reach for guns as he got to 50 meters from their ride. They looked at him curiously and then continued speaking into their phones. Cutter walked down the street. Driver to his 11 o'clock. Second dude in the shotgun to his 10. Cutter was too close to the men for them to ignore him. He smiled at them and smashed the butt of his Glock that he had held down his thigh out of sight in the driver's window. Act first, apologize later if they are civilians. Chapter 68. The blow had the full swing of his forearm and the power of his shoulder behind it. The window was tempered glass. It splintered from the impact. "Puta!" the driver yelled as he shrank. That could be confirmation that the men were sombras, but thousands of people cursed in Spanish. Cutter smashed his gun again as the driver bent down and the shotgun passenger reared backwards. He glimpsed AR-15s in their hands as he smoothly reversed his Glock and jammed the barrel through the small hole. His first round tore into the driver's shoulder. The man screamed and dropped his weapon. Even civilians have AR-15s, Cutter thought as he took a step to his right, which put the driver between him and the passenger. Shotgun man had to lean forward to take aim at him. He did so, snarling, the rifle coming up, triggering wildly to send rounds bursting through the shattered window, the sharp, flat barks accompanying the driver's howls. Cutter moved farther sideways. He crouched lower to get as much of the driver's door and the central pillar as cover. None of the rounds came near him. He didn't risk looking to see if civilians had been hit. He hoped not. The shotgun passenger was yelling at the driver to duck. He was changing the angle of his rifle. His shirt sagged wide, revealing his chest. Amidst the ink on it, Cutter saw the tattoo he had been looking for, the sombra etching. He didn't have to do any fancy shooting to take out the passenger. His single shot blew away the man's forehead. The driver twisted around to face him, his right hand reaching up with a handgun. He ducked at Cutter's second round, and before he could recover, the PI had broken the window to reach inside, unlock the door, yank it open, and jam his Glock against his neck. "Don't have much time. Someone from the park will call the cops. These hitters might have backup." He snatched a glance behind him. The street was still empty. First questions first. "How did you know I would be here?" he growled in Spanish. He shot away the driver's ear when he didn't respond. The man screamed. "We didn't," he yelled. "We weren't following you." "Why were you here then?" The man licked his lips nervously. His eyes darted towards the sports complex. "You were dealing here?" Cutter yelled in sudden fury. "No." The man shrank when he raised his Glock. "We supply to—" Cutter shot him in the left shoulder and jammed his barrel against the wound. The driver screeched and rocked back in agony. "You recognized me?" "Si. Your height and build." "You called it in?" Si. The man bobbed his head as he tried to move the gun away. "Why are you looking for Vera?" The man shook his head, his face twisted in agony. "Why?" Cutter dug his Glock deeper. "Only Juan and Rodrigo. No. Where are they?" "Juan is behind you." An arm like a steel band wrapped around Cutter's throat. Chapter 69. Cutter felt himself hauled back so swiftly and savagely that he didn't have time to react. His feet dragged on the ground. The arm was choking him. He flailed desperately, trying to get his Glock up, to shoot backwards, but the speed at which he was being dragged back made it impossible to get an angle. He twisted his head up desperately. Juan, lean, hatchet-faced, lips pressed tight, walking back swiftly, yanking him as if he weighed nothing. He could see a vehicle on the street, some distance away, two shooters watching indolently, weapons in their arms. The driver fell out of the SUV screaming, clutching his AR-15 in his right hand. Cutter shot him, a double tap to the chest, a third round smacking into the vehicle. He dug his heels on concrete to get purchase, but Juan had him a low angle. He reached down his thigh with his left hand and drew out his Benchmade. The enforcer kicked it away. Cutter's vision was fading. He thought he heard the man laugh. "Why do you want Vera?" he gasped. No reply. "Sell her for sex? We'll get millions for her." Juan snorted. Cutter clawed at his forearm and felt only sinewy muscles slippery with sweat. He cocked his elbow to bring his Glock up, but the enforcer shook him savagely like a dog shaking its bone, all the while dragging him backwards, remorselessly, to the waiting vehicle. Cutter slapped his thigh with his free hand. His palm slammed into his pocketed phone. His Range Rover did its wailing siren trick. Juan's sure steps faltered. Cutter elbow smashed his ribs. It was a glancing blow, but still had power behind it. The enforcer's grip around his throat loosened. Cutter dug his heels into the street and reared backwards to jam his head against the killer's neck. That gave him more room. He sucked a lungful of air as he twisted, his hips screaming with agony from the effort, and brought his Glock up to fire at the enforcer's thighs. Juan dropped him and lunged away. Cutter fell to the street. His round blew a hole in air. He felt something smack into his cheek as the shooters at the waiting vehicle opened up. He rolled onto the sidewalk desperately and slithered backwards, his Glock bucking in his hand as he fired blindly to get cover, and found protection behind the dead Sombras's SUV. He heard an engine gunning and saw Juan's vehicle race past, the enforcer's face in the passenger window mocking him. Cutter drew up and shot at the retreating vehicle, taking his time. He shattered windows. His lips twisted savagely when a burst of red filled its inside and the vehicle swerved, but it straightened and turned on 19th Avenue. Sounds came to him, screaming from the sports complex, cars racing their engines. He lurched to his feet and staggered to his Range Rover, turned off the siren, and followed Juan's vehicle. It was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 70. "What's that police siren on my Range Rover?" he yelled when he got Beth on the line. His eyes scanned the street ceaselessly, searching for the enforcer's ride and looking out for cops. "Distraction," she replied brightly. "You found it?" "Yeah, it worked." "Explain," she ordered sharply and listened without interruption. "Don't the Russians and the Sombras want you alive so that you can lead them to Vera?" she asked when he had finished. "Yes, that's what I figured too. Maybe Juan wants—" "He wanted to find out how much you knew," Megan interrupted him. "He probably would have tortured you for killing his men at that MPD safe house. If he wanted to kill you, he could have shot you on the street." Cutter wiped sweat from his forehead and nodded silently. "How did you let Juan come up behind you?" "I was busy," he said irritatedly, dealing with two shooters. His vehicle was some distance away. "You need a makeover," Beth told him. "Get back to Jake. He'll repaint your Range Rover, change your disguise." "He's got paint equipment in that hangar?" "You'll be surprised by what he's got in there." Cutter checked his mirrors. No cops. "I don't see any cruisers chasing me," he said slowly. "This is a very quiet neighborhood. I'm sure residents would have seen my Range Rover leave after the shooting." "That's because we posted some false alarms on social media." Beth smirked. "We tagged MPD's social accounts and reported your sightings on 21st Avenue. That's obstructing." "They can arrest us," she said in a bored voice. "Get your ass to Jake." Jake was wearing a bright orange tee. "Those who can do" was spray painted on it. Cutter tossed the keys at him, which he caught expertly. He watched the PI walk gingerly towards a chair and settle heavily on it. "Red paint," he said stoically. "Red? Won't that draw attention?" "Precisely the point. No one will think one of MPD's most wanted will go around in such an attention grab. There." He jerked his head towards a case on the ground outside the hangar. "Make yourself pretty," he said, and drove the Range Rover inside the hangar and shut its doors. Cutter dyed his hair blue, going with Jake's attention grab theme. He painted a washable tattoo on his neck, changed the shape of his ears and contacts, and applied cheek inserts. Jake emerged 2 hours later with the gleaming red Range Rover. He studied Cutter after climbing out. "You know Beth and Meg for long." "Meg," Cutter observed. "Only her friends call her that. He must be close to them." "Several years." "They're a bad influence," Jake said gravely. "That I agree with," Cutter said feelingly and fist-bumped him. Chapter 71. New York. Bodan. Zeb Carter leaned back in his chair and played idly with a squeeze ball. He was in the agency's Columbus Avenue office. Buana and Roger were discussing the previous evening's basketball game in low tones. Beth and Megan were on a chessboard. The strike of a golf club was Broker, practicing his putts, while Bear and Chloe were curled up on a couch. Their last mission had been in Tehran, after which Claire, their director, had ordered them to take time off. None of them had felt like going on vacation, either individually or in a group. They hung around in the city, close friends who also happened to be a team, enjoying the slower pace. "I tried you a few times," Zeb continued. He grinned when he heard Beth snort behind him. "He's in the middle of a war," she murmured, loud enough for him and his friends to hear. "He isn't twiddling his thumbs, waiting for your call." Bodan Zinchenko, head of Ukraine's SBU, Security Service of Ukraine. The agency operators had rescued that country's president from a kidnapping attempt in Moscow. That had brought them in contact with the SBU, and since then, Bodan had become a friend and an ally. "I've been busy, Brat," Bodan replied. "Brat, brother. You know how it is. I was going to call you." "Yeah," Zeb agreed. He made small talk, aware of the twins shifting around impatiently in their chairs. They knew why he had called. The office was quiet enough that they could overhear the conversation. "You didn't call me to discuss weather and my well-being," Bodan said finally. "How can I help?" "Did you see those photographs we sent?" "Tak." "Yes." His voice changed. It became serious. "You know several of our people are missing. Dead, bodies not discovered in most cases. But you are also aware that the Russians are deporting children to their country. Yeah, Zeb replied tightly. It was well documented that the Russians had sent several children from Mariupol and Donbass to their country and given them to various families for adoption. It was one in a long list of atrocities carried out by the invading country. What is less often reported is they kidnap our women too, in lesser numbers than the children. They are supported by the separatist groups who are allied to Russia. Zeb pinched the bridge of his nose. The twins came over and flanked him, listening in. Buana and Roger's discussion died out. Mariupol, Donetsk, wherever the Russian soldiers and their supporters are, we have had children and women disappear, Bodon continued. We know they have been kidnapped and often deported because there is no trace of them, no bodies. With the children, there is a record because they turn up in Russia. There are social media posts, newspaper reports that they have been adopted. The women, nothing. They disappear. The ones we rescued talk of being raped, tortured, and abused. You know who these women are? Zeb cleared his throat. TAC. They are related to our soldiers of all ranks, non-commissioned to senior ranks, majors in some cases, their wives, girlfriends, and sisters. Zeb straightened. He put the call on speaker when his friends gathered around. We had to verify their identity. Our officers are around the country in various war zones or missions. Contacting them took time. We had to double-check. How were they kidnapped, sir? Beth interjected. Beth, is that you? Bowden's voice warmed up. Yes, sir. We are all listening. Sir? I've told you so many times not to call me. Bowden, how were the women kidnapped? Zeb cut him off. The pleasantries could wait for another time. These women, they know each other. They are close friends. Their men are in the 128th Mountain Brigade. Bakhmut, Zeb exclaimed, referring to the city in eastern Ukraine. It was the scene of intense battles for several months, where the Ukrainian brigade had been deployed. Tak. The women went over there once we had stabilized the front line. They went to support their husbands. No one was aware of their visit, not even their men, or else we would have stopped them. But they were there. They informed their men the day they arrived. Several hours later, their hotel was bombed by the Russians. Many other buildings were destroyed too. Volunteers are still going through the rubble, but there's a war going on as well, Bodan said bleakly. Was their hotel deliberately targeted? Zeb asked. That's why I didn't respond to you immediately. That thought struck me as well. No, we don't think so. The women had registered themselves under false names. The hotel, it was just rooms in a building, no other facilities. He laughed bitterly. It was barely functioning, but it had availability. One of the women contacted her husband. That's when the rest of the men knew they were in Bakhmut. When did this happen? Megan asked. 3 weeks ago. We assumed they were dead. You can imagine how our soldiers felt, but they carried on fighting. His voice strengthened. These women, many of them worked actively to support the war efforts. Volunteering, ambulance drivers, aid work. They weren't glammed-up women. Beth brought her laptop over and brought up photographs of the women. You will send us their identities, Zeb said. It wasn't a request. Tak, they're men. They will want to know everything. How did they end up in America? Who killed them? I can see from the photographs that they were tortured. We'll get to that, sir. Was there any young woman, a girl, with them? Megan asked. No. Most children and young people left Bakhmut a long time ago. Why do you ask? There was a girl with them. We got a name for her. Vera Kovalenko. We pinged your databases but didn't get anything relevant. Bodan's face went flat. Vera Kovalenko. Yes, sir. That's her name. I can't see any girl in those photographs. She escaped, sir. Escaped? How? Where is she? We believe she's somewhere in Miami. She was with the women? Tak, Zeb answered in Ukrainian. They had picked up the language over time and used every opportunity to improve their fluency. There is a lot of interest in her. What kind of interest? A Russian bratva wants her. A Colombian cartel is hunting her. The FBI must have reached out too. They inquired about the women. I know of that. My people told me. I am not aware if they asked about Vera. Does he know Vera? Zeb wondered, trying to read his friend's expression. Bodan remained impassive. Sir, Beth cut in before the SBU head hung up. I've sent you a video of Vera. We got that from Miami. Got it, Bodan replied after a moment. It is not clear. Have you run it through? We did everything, sir, but the source itself wasn't good enough. Leave this with me. I'll get back to you. There's a girl out there in Miami, Megan began. She's alone. I get it. Bodan laughed humorlessly. No need to lay all of that on me. Remember, I must tell my men that their partners weren't killed in Bakhmut, but murdered in Miami. I will check up on Vera. He hung up. Beth looked at Zeb. Does he know Vera? I picked up that vibe too, he replied, but he didn't say anything. Zeb got his friend's call half an hour later. I didn't expect you to get back so fast. Can you conference the FBI? Bodan said tightly. Yeah. He glanced at the twins, who nodded. This is about Vera? Tak. She needs to be found. Chapter 72. Miami, New York, Kiev. Cutter was in his red Range Rover near Biscayne Park, enjoying the evening breeze through his partly openly window when the call came. You're missing me? He grinned, using Beth's words against her. Get on a conference call. Now. He sat up and placed his coconut water carefully near the gear change. What's this about? Dial in. He frowned at her abruptness, checked his messages, and saw the details. He wasn't worried about security. The twins would have taken care of that. They'll bounce my end of the call through multiple servers and encrypt it at the same time. He dialed in and turned on his video. Zeb in one window, Beth, Megan, and the rest of his agency friends with them. A man in another window, and Difiore and Quindica in the third. Cutter was zooming into the stranger's uniform when Zeb made the introductions. Bodan, meet Peyton Quindica, lead of the FBI Joint Task Force that investigates human trafficking, among other cases. Gina Difiore, her deputy, and Cutter Grogan. All. This is Bodan Zinchenko, head of Ukraine's SBU. Cutter stopped zooming. Difiore sat up straight. It looked like she and Quindica were in their hotel room. Sir, Quindica said formally, it is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Bodan said in accented English. He squinted at Cutter. Mr. Grogan, you are... He trailed off deliberately. Sir, Cutter began. He's consulting for us, sir, Difiore interrupted him. Bodan glanced down and looked up again. A consultant who's wanted by Miami police? It's complicated, sir. Zeb. The SBU head looked troubled. What I have to say cannot be shared with a civilian. Miss Quindica and Miss Difiore are no problem. Their security clearances are the highest. Moreover, Mr. Grogan seems to be in his vehicle. Bodan, Zeb told him in Ukrainian. I can vouch for Cutter. Is that good enough for you? He has helped my outfit several times. Cutter is in his ride, he added dryly. He's fairly mobile. Quindica's lips twitched at that. But, Zeb continued, we have ensured this call is secure and that vehicle he's in is one of ours. It's a mobile SKF. Cutter glanced at the Range Rover's roof. This is a secure compartmented information facility? That's news to me. It didn't surprise him, however. Beth and Megan would have outfitted it with anti-surveillance tech. The SBU man's face cleared. That works for me. He switched to English. Miss Quindica. Sorry to interrupt, sir. The JTF head smiled to remove any sting from her interruption. But please call us by our first names. Peyton, Gina, and I'm sure Cutter would prefer that too. Cutter nodded. He still didn't know what the conference call was about, but he was content to listen. Thank you, Peyton. Please call me Bodan. I'm sorry my team didn't get back to you earlier about your inquiry. We had finished identifying the women when Zeb called me, and I thought it best we have all parties on the call. Saves us repeating our intel. Those women. He cleared his throat and corrected himself. Those murdered women were partners of several of our soldiers and officers from the 128th Mountain Brigade, which is currently deployed in Bakhmut. Chapter 73. Cutter, reaching out for his drink, stopped. He listened as the SBU head outlined the events in the city. What I don't understand is how these women ended up in Miami, Bodan ended, frustration evident in his voice and on his face. We can help there, sir. Quindica ran through the events to Cutter's discovery of the women in the MPD safe house. Bodan took several moments to process the information. He shook his head helplessly. I still don't understand. How did they reach Miami? Patenko's gang brought them, Cutter said grimly. Why? Our guess is they intended to trade the women to sex gangs, Difiore said bleakly. Bodan nodded after a while. Russian gangs are working at the edges of the war. They kidnap women and children. Many of them send their prisoners to Russia, but some of them also send the women into sex trafficking. They are despicable men who place a value on Ukrainian women. They will pay a higher price for soldiers' wives, politicians' wives. You have news of Vera, Bodan, Zeb interrupted him. Vera Kovalenko is the daughter of Dmitrov Kovalenko. He smiled humorlessly at their blank expressions. Have you heard of Yellow Umbrella? The missile defense system that you are building? Megan's brow furrowed. Correct, along with a lot of support from our allies, America, European countries, Britain, and many others. Dmitrov was our lead software developer on the system. He died 3 weeks ago, on the same day that the women's hotel was bombed. Died how? Cutter asked sharply. Purely accidental. He slipped in the bathroom and cracked his head against the tiles. He wasn't alone. He was staying in a dormitory with several others. There were witnesses. We investigated thoroughly. No, I am convinced there is no correlation between his death and that hotel bombing. Where was this? Bakhmut as well. The Yellow Umbrella team is based there, not far from the front line. Vera was with him? Not on the day he died, but yes, she was staying in the dorm with the children of several other programmers. We ran gait analysis on the video that FBI sent. We confirmed her identity. He shared his screen to show a photograph. Blonde-haired girl, blue eyes, grinning cheekily at the camera, making a peace sign. She looks older. War ages people. She is 16. Did she know of her father's work? Yes. She is a programmer herself. Many say she is a young genius. She has contributed to several open-source projects and is said to be well known in that community. Megan stirred but didn't say anything. She looked down at something her twin was showing. Cutter squinted, but whatever they were looking at was out of the video call's frame. Does she go by Slava Ukraini Girl in internet forums? Beth asked sharply. Bodan consulted something in front of him. Tak, how did you find out? You're right. She is a prodigy. The younger twin nodded admiringly. She's well known in the open source circles. No one has ever seen her. She doesn't share her image, and when she gets on voice calls, disguises her voice. She is active in several forums. Her profile in one of the groups has her age, which is how we worked it out. If she knows of Dmitrov's work, Quindica thought out aloud. She'll be invaluable to Moscow, Difiore completed. They'll want to suck out everything she knows of Yellow Umbrella. Cutter remained silent. Something else you should know, Bodan added. She has a photographic memory. Chapter 74. That makes her even more valuable, Difiore murmured. Yeah, Beth agreed, but Hollywood has glamorized that concept. Photographic memory doesn't work the way they show it in movies. However, those who have this ability can remember more details with higher precision and for longer than those who don't. You have got to find her. It makes sense why Patenko and the Sombras are after her. For the cartel, she is an asset. For the Bratva, she shrugged, their motivations are clear. How did she join the women? Zeb asked. She had been missing for a month. Bodan sighed. Father and daughter argument. Her mother passed away when she was young. They have a family farm near Lviv. It's remote. There is no one there, except some neighbors. She frequently ran off to stay there when she had an argument with Dimitrov. She was there the first week. She messaged him. He didn't pay attention afterwards. Yellow Umbrella became intense, and then he died. I know what you might be thinking, he added. A 16-year-old girl, alone, in a remote area. But Vera isn't just any teenager. And it's not exactly a normal time in Ukraine, Difiore said. Tak. Yes. She could have returned to Bakhmut after a week and got caught up with the women, Cutter thought aloud. That is possible. I have asked people to investigate in Lviv, but we still don't know how Patenko's Bratva got hold of them. Sir, a thought struck Cutter. She doesn't know of her father's death? No, Bodan said heavily. Russian soldiers and their mercenaries attacked us in Bakhmut. We have been holding our line and taking back our land, inch by inch. There was no time to send someone to Lviv and inform Vera or get her back. Do you know who that woman was, sir? Cutter digested his words. The one who spoke to me. Bodan's eyes lit up. She was an ambulance driver. She was one of the hardest workers in her hospital. Curfews, loss of friends, tragedies, nothing stopped her. Real story. Her husband was deployed in Mariupol before Bakhmut. His battalion had several injuries. She was the closest driver and was racing towards their location. On the way, she came across a children's hospital which was badly damaged. Children or soldiers? She had to prioritize. She went to the hospital even though there was a chance her husband was injured or dead. She was special. Katerina. Yes, sir, she was, Cutter replied softly. Difiore stirred. She cleared her throat. She was pregnant, 3 months. Bodan remained expressionless. I will send you their names, he said tonelessly. Will you get back to me on developments? Of course, sir, Quindica promised him. The SBU head ended the call. What happened? Difiore asked, puzzled. He seemed to lose interest at the end. Yeah, her partner agreed. I got that too. Zeb, Cutter asked sharply, observing his friends. You know something. Beth and Meg were doing their thing when he was speaking, the agency operator replied in a distant voice. They found out the names of the dead women, correlating newspaper reports, that kind of stuff. You noticed Bodan didn't mention Katerina's second name. Yeah, that struck me, Difiore said. I didn't ask, however, since I didn't want to interrupt him. Katerina Zinchenko, she was his daughter. Why didn't he say it? Beth burst out. He didn't mention it even once during the call. I know him well, Zeb said grimly. He would not have wanted her to be treated differently because she was his daughter. Even now that she's dead, he doesn't want any special attention. Cutter finished the man who was torturing her, Megan said savagely. Juan, Cutter thought. Those killers in the NYPD safe house were working on his and Rodrigo's orders. They are still out there. He recalled the brief exchange he'd had with the enforcer. Juan said they would get millions for Vera from anyone. Yellow Umbrella would be of interest only to the Russians. Why would other parties be interested in it? Chapter 75. New York. Zeb went to the kitchen when the call ended and made coffee for his team. Jamaican Blue Mountain. The twins had introduced the brew to the team. Introduced, he corrected himself. They told us that's what we were having. No arguments, no discussion. What would they have done if we didn't love it? He shrugged mentally. They would have convinced us to like it. He handed them their mugs and settled on a couch next to Bear and Chloe. The sisters were talking softly, glancing occasionally at Megan's screen. He picked up the squeeze ball and was playing with it when they approached him. "Cutter is out of his depth," Beth said. "Doesn't sound like it," he replied mildly. "He has got every criminal outfit gunning for him. Only the Russians and the Sombras." "And NYPD," Megan added. "He's been in tough spots before." Zeb shrugged. "He'll manage." "He doesn't know anything about teenagers." Beth's voice rose. Broker stopped his golf swing, looked at them, and resumed when Zeb made a discreet, "it's nothing" gesture at him. "Not many people do." Zeb stifled his grin. Her face reddened. "Go," he said before she unleashed a verbal blast. "Go where?" she demanded. "To Miami. You don't need my permission. No one does. You know that's not how we work." Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. She took him in, and then Bear and Chloe, who were grinning. She looked at her sister, who was smiling. "You knew," she accused him. "It was obvious to all of us," Zeb said. "The way you and Meg were discussing among yourselves, Vera's image on your screen." "We want to help Cutter locate her. We'll be back after that," Megan said. "It's his and the JTF's case. We don't want to interfere." "And like Beth said," he drawled, "he doesn't know anything about kids nor how a genius might think." "Yeah," Beth smirked, her humor returning. "We are special." Chapter 76. Miami. "You could have captured him," Rodrigo seethed when Juan finished recounting. "You had the numbers on him. You even had him." "I told you." The enforcer didn't raise his voice. His expression didn't change. He remained still, calm, in Rodrigo's hotel room in Little Haiti. He did some trick with his vehicle. Its siren went off. It was just like a police siren. I didn't want to risk attention. The sports complex is very close. Besides, he is dangerous. He was behind Felipe's vehicle. He had cover. He killed Felipe and Ruiz. That's 2 more he has taken out. I am aware of that. You were the one who told me to back off on him. You said he will lead us to the girl. See. Rodrigo ran his fingers through his hair. What was he doing there? I don't know. I have asked our soldiers to ask around if anyone saw his Range Rover. Someone will have information. What are our NYPD and FBI informers saying? They have gone dry, Rodrigo said frustratedly. Suddenly, they have no information for us. Suddenly, are they being investigated? No. They are still in their jobs. They go to all meetings. In that case, NYPD and FBI don't know anything either. Or they know, and also know that our informers are snitches. Are they that smart? It doesn't matter. Find Grogan. He seems to be the only one who's doing something. All our soldiers are looking out for a black Range Rover with a tall man in it. It doesn't matter how he looks. He can't disguise his height. That's how Felipe and Ruiz recognized him. We got lucky that they were there. See, he will be alert. But he is one man and we have people everywhere. Rodrigo exploded in anger. He shook his finger in Juan's face. If we have soldiers everywhere, why haven't we found that girl? Juan glanced at his hand. There are more than 6 million people in the Miami metro area. She is hiding in some place and must be hardly coming out. Grogan is easier to find because he is on the move. Rodrigo withdrew his hand. He alone in the Sombras got away with the gesture. Many soldiers said even the Jefe feared Juan. You are right, he said. Have our people come across the Russians? No, but they are ready if an attack comes. The Jefe is getting impatient. He thinks by now we would have found the girl and sold her off to the Chinese. Tell him we'll find her, and that we'll still make money. Juan got up and went out of the room as silently as he had entered. In his air-conditioned mansion on Star Island, Patenko was sweating. It wasn't rolling down his face, but he could feel beads on his forehead as he nodded several times and said "da" deferentially into the phone that he gripped tight. He felt movement and turned to see Kuznetsov enter the room. He motioned to his assassin to sit quietly while he continued to listen and ended with another DA. He slumped in his seat and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "Moscow?" the killer asked. "Da," he snarled, "telling me how unhappy they are with us. They are saying I shouldn't have reported Grogan to the police because it draws attention to us. Grogan threatened me. In the middle of Miami," he roared. Biscayne Boulevard wasn't the center of the city, but geography wasn't uppermost on his mind. Do they expect me to take it silently? We were the most dangerous bratva in Moscow. Kuznetsov rose and poured him a glass of water. Patenko glugged it and wiped his lips. "Alexei." He stabbed the air with his finger. "We will not back off if anyone threatens us. Moscow should remember that we do their dirty work for them." "Politicians are not a good enemy to have," his killer said mildly, "and neither are we. They should know that. We are not in Moscow. Da, but we are still carrying out their orders." "What do you want to do? Stop looking for her?" "Did I say that?" Patenko flared. "Finding Kovalenko will change the war. The West will stop sneering at us. No, nothing has changed," he growled. "It's just that Moscow should understand this is America. Things happen differently here. The entire police force and the FBI are not in our pockets. Moscow is under pressure. The war is not going the way they were expecting." "Why are you defending the politicians?" Patenko snarled. Kuznetsov spread his hands in a calming gesture. "Alexei, relax. Let's focus on what's important." The Bratva leader leaned against the cut glass table. He adjusted the sleeves of his jacket and straightened his tie. "How do we locate her? All our soldiers are out there and we still have nothing." "Grogan! Grogan!" Patenko yelled. "Do you think you'll be sitting around waiting to be followed? And why is he having more luck than us?" "Because he's smart. He's able to move around more freely than us, which is because he's not a criminal. Da, he's wanted by NYPD, but only as a person of interest. I'm sure they don't suspect him of anything more. And," the assassin raised a finger to emphasize his point, "he's also got the FBI's help." Patenko stared at him. "You are holding something back from me." Kuznetsov's normally impassive face turned grim. "I broke into Jenny Young's house. She has a camera at the front. It is not easily visible from the road." The Bratva leader clenched his fists. "She would have seen the women." "Not yet. She would have called the police if she did, but I think her camera recorded everything. That's why Grogan was with her for so long." "Kovalenko," Patenko snarled. "He knows what she looks like. The FBI might as well." Chapter 77. "There is good news," Kuznetsov said reassuringly. "The camera is very far from our house. I looked up its brand. It does not have the resolution to capture clear video or photographs at that distance. Not yet. I am sure Grogan does not know what she looks like. He only knows she escaped. He might have shared that with the FBI, but they won't know anything more." Patenko paced the room. "Da, you are correct. Otherwise, the feds would have gotten her pictures from Kiev and would have plastered it on TV. They don't know why she's important either." He raised his head abruptly and snapped his fingers. "We need to have more people on the ground looking for her as well as him. We already have everyone we can spare." "Not yet. That's not enough." "You want to hire more soldiers?" "We don't have time for that." "You want to bring people from Moscow?" "No. We recruit the most loyal. We test our soldiers to confirm they are committed to us. We can't change that, otherwise our whole bratva will collapse." "What do you have in mind, then?" "Let's work with the Sombras." Chapter 78. Kuznetsov blinked. I see what you're getting at. We will have more feet on the ground, but this won't work. We can't tell them why we need the girl. Who says we have to tell them the real reason? Patenko said impatiently. All they need to know is that she's valuable. They know that. Da. We should tell them that if we work together and find her, we will jointly sell her to the highest bidder and share the money equally. They won't trust us, and we won't either. But that won't matter so long as they agree. If they find the girl before us, they will ignore our arrangement. Yes, I know, Alexei. That's the case even now. What have we lost? They killed our men. Kill theirs when this is over. But at least now, if they agree to this, you won't have to worry about their shooters for some time. Kuznetsov stroked his chin and then nodded finally. We have nothing to lose. I will set up a meeting with Juan. Chapter 79. New York. Zeb was still in the office at 10 p.m. He wasn't alone. The rest of the crew were there, except for Beth and Megan. The twins had left for the airport. His phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Claire, he mouthed at Chloe, who raised her hand in the air. His friends went quiet. Yes, ma'am. He put the call on speaker. You know about Vera Kovalenko and Yellow Umbrella? Yes, ma'am. Bowden told us. Beth and Meg have gone to Miami to help Cutter locate her. He didn't tell you everything. She proceeded to brief them. Only a small group of people know of this, both in Ukraine and over here. Bowden didn't tell you this additional detail because there were many more people in that conference call, and this program is so secret that— Understood, ma'am. Zeb fingered his squeeze ball. Is this an agency mission? No. The president is confident the JTF will find Vera. He does not want to throw more bodies into Miami. He believes that could risk the information being leaked. He's not wrong. Zeb, let me repeat, this isn't an agency mission. We got that, ma'am, he said dryly. She hung up. Do we tell Beth, Meg, and Cutter? Chloe asked him. He reflected for a moment. Will it make them even more motivated? No. She shook her head decisively. They won't rest until they locate her. This won't change anything. Which is what I figured too. But, Buana rumbled, standing tall in the office, his face all angles and hard edges. We go to help them when they do find Vera? Yeah, Zeb replied. Claire knows we will disregard that it isn't an agency mission. She mentioned that twice. That's her way of telling us she'll turn a blind eye if we act on our own. We will. Buana cracked his knuckles, sounding like distant gunfire. Chapter 80. The summit meeting happened that night. It was Patenko's idea to call it that. The assassin reached out to the Haitian gang who ruled in Little Haiti. He sent a case of fentanyl with his emissary, who conveyed his request. He got the call at midnight and went to the rendezvous with 3 hitters. Guns! A bulky, heavily inked man stopped them at the door of the bar. Kuznetsov surrendered his and nodded at his men to do the same. This could be a trap, Vasily, one of his shooters, whispered in Russian. Possible, he replied, unconcerned. Such summits between rival gangs weren't uncommon when territories were being marked out. A second man searched them thoroughly and led them through the silent establishment. Several armed thugs were lounging around, making a show of their presence. Their escort knocked on a door and opened it. The Haitian gangster opened it. He nodded at Kuznetsov, who responded similarly. The man stood aside and let them enter. You have 1 hour, he said flatly. That will be enough. Kuznetsov stared at Juan, who was in the room with 3 men. You killed our men, he told the enforcer when the Haitian criminal had left them. Is that what this is about? Juan lifted a shoulder insolently. You want to talk about it? If we wanted to hit you, we would have done so a long time ago. A lot of people have tried that. That's not why I am here. Kuznetsov toned down the hostility in his voice. We both want the same thing. What's that? The girl. So? Juan didn't deny it. We can work together. Neither of our gangs has been successful so far. But if we work together, we'll have more eyes on the street. Why should we help you? We'll sell the girl to the highest bidder in an auction. We split the money equally. We can do that even now, ourselves. Have you found her? Juan blinked. He didn't respond. Why is she important? He asked after a while. You don't know? Why would I ask if I did? Kuznetsov considered him. Your soldiers are searching for her without knowing why. We know a lot of countries will be interested in her. We got that from Karel. Remember him? He was your man. Juan's lips twisted in a cruel smile. The Russian assassin didn't let himself be goaded. Why she's important isn't relevant. She will get a good price. That's all you need to know. Juan's flat eyes rested on him. It was the first time Kuznetsov had seen the enforcer up close. The man was as tall as him and had a lean build with dark hair and eyes. There the similarities ended. Juan was heavily inked while the Russian didn't have any. Who will deal with the buyers? We cannot trust you, the Sombra killer said. We can ask these people. The Bratva assassin cocked his head at the door, referring to the Haitian gang. They will take a cut, too. We have to accept this. I don't like this. We are left with less money on the table. Kuznetsov controlled his impatience. Let's end this meeting in that case, he said in a bored voice. It is war from this point on. You might kill some of our soldiers, but you will lose people too. Your business will suffer too. While we are shooting at each other, the girl might go to the FBI and then both of us have lost her. But that's the way you want it. He reached the door. Wait. He turned to Juan, who was sizing him up with inscrutable eyes. Where will we keep the girl if you or my soldiers find her, till we find a buyer? Neutral territory, he replied. Here in Little Haiti, guarded by both of our men. How will we coordinate the search? Burner phones. Your men report to you, mine. Talk to me. Only you and I coordinate with each other. Miami will be too small for you to hide in if you betray us. Kuznetsov's lips twisted. Don't threaten me. I have faced the Taliban and Syrian killers. You have not come across someone like me. We have a deal, the Bratva killer asked. What about Grogan? He killed my men. He needs to die. We hunt for him. He will be easier to find in his Range Rover. We follow him. He seems to be following some trail. He killed my men. He needs to die. You can have him, after we have found her and once I have finished with him. Not good enough. I want him alive and unharmed. Juan, Kuznetsov rasped. What is important, the girl or Grogan? This is why you and I are different. To you, the girl is all important. To me, she is a short-term opportunity, a business deal. It will be no great loss even if the Sombras don't get her, but him, Grogan. He has killed our soldiers. Our code demands revenge. We are nothing without our code. Will your Jefe accept the loss if you don't get the girl? Kuznetsov smiled insolently when Juan didn't respond. He reached into his pocket and brought out a slip of paper. That's my number. What's yours? The Sombra enforcer gave it to him after a brief hesitation. Let's find her, the Russian told him, and left silently with his soldiers. Juan watched the door close after them. Do you trust them? A soldier sidled to him. No. What do we do then? He is right, the enforcer growled. The Jefe wants the money that the girl will bring. We have no choice but to search for her along with the Russians. But if they locate her, we grab her? Juan's teeth flashed. See, we kill the Russians and take her, and then get Grogan. Chapter 81. Cutter was asleep in his Range Rover when he heard the thumping on his window. He woke instantly. He was aware it was daylight. Sounds of morning traffic in Miami. He was face down in the rear seat. His Glock was on the floorboard within easy reach. He'd raise his head to check who it was, and if it was a hostile presence, curl his hand around its butt and come up shooting. He was in a quiet side street in Brickell, having settled for the night there. He reached down with his right hand casually and looked up, stared at the sight of Beth and Megan, impatient looks on their faces outside his ride. He got up hastily and lowered the window. "What?" "Open up," the younger twin ordered. He climbed out quickly, neatly folded his sleeping bag and stowed it in the rear. "How did you find me?" he asked, when Megan climbed into shotgun while her sister went on the rear bench. "What a stupid question," Beth sneered. She eyed him. "You plan to shower?" "Yeah. Why are you here? Where's Zeb?" He looked around but didn't see the rest of the agency operators. "Get in. Freshen up. Feed us. Then we'll talk." 45 minutes later, they were in Big Pink. Cutter was seated across from the twins, who were drawing attention from many of the men. The sisters were taller than average. Lean builds, sculpted features, green eyes and blonde hair. No makeup, trimmed, unpolished nails. They were the most identical twins he had come across, and only those who knew them well could tell them apart. The Patterson twins had presence, invisible auras about them that not only attracted admiring glances, but also got pedestrian traffic to melt away at their approach. "I am honored," Cutter began when their food arrived. "You should be." Beth put him in his place. He sighed. "Is this how the day's going to be?" He spread his hands. "Why are you here?" "To lend you some of our brain power." Megan smirked. "For what?" "To find Vera, doofus. Why else would we be here?" "I can do that myself." "Yeah?" Beth sneered. "How's that working for you?" "It's a matter of time," he defended himself. "You don't have much. The Russians and Sombras are on your heels." "I can—" "Stop arguing. Eat your breakfast." He ate quietly. "Nice place," Megan said when he had paid and they had gotten into his ride. "Now, drive us to that Russian safe house." "She's not there anymore." She rolled her eyes. "News to us," she said sarcastically. Cutter looked at her and then at Beth, who cocked an eyebrow at him. He grinned. "Thanks," he said, meaning it. "Save it for when we find her," the younger sister said in a clipped voice. Chapter 82. Cutter drove them to Southwest 18th Street. He circled the block several times while the twins ran the plates of every vehicle in the driveways and on the street. "Clear," Beth said after a while. He navigated to the safe house and parked in front of the house. The twins climbed out and checked it out silently. "Take us inside," Megan told him. He led them around the back and opened it through the broken window. "That's how I think she escaped." He pointed to the hole in the grill. The sisters had the same air of stillness about them that was in Zeb and the rest of the agency crew. They didn't make small talk. Their eyes moved continually, taking in every detail until they rested on him. "You have questions for us," the elder twin guessed. "Yeah. What are we doing here?" "We are trying to get into her mind. That might help us work out how she thinks, where she might have gone." "That actually works?" "Sometimes. We know she's super smart, but that," Beth pointed to the hole, "also shows she takes risks." The sisters looked at Jenny Young's house when they were back on the street. "That was smart of you," Beth complimented him, working out that her camera might have captured Vera. "Don't let it go to your head." Megan put him in his place. "You should have anticipated that Kuznetsov could be watching the house." "He could be here still," he pointed out. The sisters didn't seem concerned at that. "Take us to Shenandoah Park." He drove them and leaned against his ride as they checked out the sports complex. "Stay here," Beth ordered him. "We'll be back." They returned half an hour later, grinning. We had hacked into their cameras. Lousy security. We didn't find anything, and now we know why." Beth smiled. "Vera erased her footprint and got the recordings to loop. We wouldn't have known if we hadn't checked out the access logs, which weren't online." "The staff allowed you to do that?" "We have our ways." Megan smirked. She drew out an FBI badge. "That opens a lot of doors." "Impersonating federal officers. Gina Difiore will have something to say about that." "How do you know that's not genuine?" He looked at her and took in Beth's grin. "They are well connected with the feds. Those might be real." "That email she sent to Quindica," Megan continued. "Vera sent it from there." She cocked her head towards the sports complex, from the office computer. She scheduled its delivery to go out when she wasn't around. Her grin faded when she took in the surroundings. Where did she go from here? Chapter 83. Cutter leaned back against the Range Rover, crossed his arms and regarded them. He stifled a grin when Beth tucked her hair behind her head in a ponytail. If anyone can work out where Vera is hiding, it will be her and Meg. He shook his head admiringly. "It's just like them, coming from New York to help me find a 16-year-old girl." "What?" Beth demanded, aware of his gaze. "I'm watching geniuses at work," he said solemnly. "Watch and learn," she smirked. "The learning will be beyond him." Megan didn't look up from her laptop, which she had placed on the vehicle's roof. "He needs a mind like ours, which he doesn't have. He missed out on the evolution lottery." "Is it going to be like this all day?" he groaned. "Yeah, suck it up," Beth said. He looked at Megan, whose fingers were flying on the keyboard. "What are you checking?" he asked. Megan didn't look up. "Social posts." "Now?" He straightened. "When we have to find Vera." Beth sighed. "Keep up. We're searching Vera's posts. She's been contributing to her forums even on the run." Cutter blinked. "Huh? How's that?" "It looks like she's logging into hotspots and contributing in the open source groups." He thought about it for a moment. Why would she do that? Isn't that risky? To come out of hiding, find a hotspot. Where did she get a laptop from? She must have stolen one. Beth answered his last question first. As to why, maybe she wants some sense of normalcy. Or she's several steps ahead of us and is leaving us some clues in the posts. "No clues," Megan huffed in disappointment. "I ran all her posts through Werner. It didn't find anything in them." "How often is she posting?" Cutter scratched his head. "Twice a day, but no fixed times." She and Beth looked at a bunch of kids who ran down the sidewalk towards the sports complex. They looked at each other excitedly. The elder twin returned to her screen where she punched the keys. "What now?" he wondered aloud, and looked over her shoulder, grimaced at the lines of code. "IP addresses!" She fist-bumped her sister. "They're in Miramar!" Beth exclaimed. "How did you determine that?" he asked. "Now I know how Zeb feels when he's around them, out of depth." "Geolocation, stuff that's way above your IQ." Megan snapped her fingers. "That's where the FBI field office is." "She's near it." Beth grinned. "Driver, take us there." Cutter rolled his eyes and got behind the wheel. Later, he would blame himself. Their enthusiasm and high energy was infectious, but it was on him. He dropped his guard. He didn't carry out his routine surveillance before he pulled out. He might have seen the sedan far behind them if he had. Chapter 84. Shenandoah Park to Miramar was half an hour. The FBI field office was in a gated complex on 145th Avenue, glass towers rising above the surrounding buildings with flags flying in front of it. A smattering of cafes, food trucks, and restaurants near the sidewalk to cater to the office crowd. "Go around the block," Megan urged him. He drove down the avenue, joined Pembroke Road, hung a left, merged with Miramar Parkway, and returned to the avenue. "She'll want a sightline to the office." Beth said from behind. He looked in the rearview mirror at her. She too was on her laptop. Neither of the sisters were checking out the various offices in his loop. "Why would she want a sightline?" he asked. "Because she is watching for Gina and Peyton," Megan said as if it was obvious. Cutter glanced at the field office's gates to his left. "Yeah, it's obvious to me, now that she said it." Vera must have been thinking of approaching them directly, but they would be in their SUV. She wouldn't be able to see who's inside the rides that turn up at the gates. Even if she could, those guards will put her off. "Keep going," Beth said impatiently. "We're hotspot surfing. We need to get a better IP match." He carried out another loop and, on his return, short lines had formed outside the various food trucks. Mid-morning break. "Stop!" Megan commanded. He braked hard and rolled to a stop on the avenue. The field office was to their 7 o'clock. A strip of grass between the curb and the nearest establishment to their left. A cafe 300 meters away. Megan pointed to it. "That's where she's been posting from. IP match. Let's check it out." Cutter climbed out and followed them over the grass to the joint. A serving counter at which there was a line. Several tables at which people worked on laptops, talked on their phones, or conversed in small groups. "No cameras," Beth said disappointedly. Megan eyed a man who rose and went to the bathroom, leaving his laptop. "This place is so close to the FBI, people feel safe," she murmured. "You're thinking what I'm thinking?" Beth asked. "That Vera didn't steal any laptops. She posted using others when they weren't around. This place must be packed during lunch and breaks. No one would notice her at a screen." Cutter said, "You mean she's been hiding in plain sight, posting online by borrowing idle laptops?" "Exactly." Megan nodded. All she had to do was watch for an opportunity, sit down and log into her accounts. By the time the owner returned, she'd be gone without a trace. "Look out." He followed her glance. The field office's gates were clearly visible, and even as they watched, a vehicle approached with its windows rolled down. She could see comings and goings. "She could," Beth commented, "if she lingered long enough. Hold up a moment." She went to the counter, spoke briefly to a couple of baristas who shook her head and returned. No luck. No one remembers her. The cafe is proud about not having cameras. The staff said the FBI office has enough of them. They don't need any. "She's smart," Cutter admitted. "We knew that. Hiding in crowds, using tech as camouflage. But where is she the rest of the time?" Beth shook her head. "This cafe is too exposed. She'd need a safe place at night. She could have hidden in some of the office buildings. Nope. All of them will have cameras." She scrunched her face up in frustration. Megan went to the cafe's entrance and looked out. Her face sharpened. "I know where she could be." Chapter 85. Remember, Miami started building an underground subway system to link Miami City, Miramar, and surrounding cities before the pandemic? Megan asked. $5 billion project. It was highly controversial and got abandoned when COVID struck, Beth said. It wasn't revived. Lack of budget and political changes. Leaving a network of half-complete tunnels underneath. Her sister's eyes gleamed, sealed up, out of public access. Cutter blinked. Tunnels. That's where she could be. That's why the Sombras and the Russians haven't found her. It's perfect. Beth grinned. An entire underground maze to disappear in. Cutter joined the sisters when they hurried to their vehicle. He watched Megan pull up a construction drawing. That's from City Records, she said briefly. She toggled on the controls, zoomed in, and fist-pumped. There's a tunnel right beneath us that ends at Miramar Parkway. That's not far. He climbed inside and fired up the Range Rover. She directed him to a boarded construction site next to a parking lot. He navigated into a vacant spot and joined the sisters, who had hurried to the sealed entrance. Warning signs posted all around the boarded-up construction site. The approach was long overgrown by weeds and grass. Litter blew in the wash of passing traffic. Cutter eyed the entrance thoughtfully, too conspicuous, and those seals and locks and even those boards look undisturbed. I doubt Vera used this access point. You're right. Beth nodded. Too much activity and too visible. Megan said, there are ventilation shafts all along 145th, however. Those could be secluded and easier to access without being seen. Beth dug out her phone and accessed the drawings. Here. She showed them her screen. Ventilation holes were installed every quarter mile. Let's check out the ones closest to the cafe. Cutter drove back, parked illegally on the avenue when Megan placed an FBI board on the dash. The farthest shaft was a kilometer away from the cafe. Its metal cover was rusted and buried tight in the grass next to the curb. Nope. Megan shook her head. Beth had already hurried ahead. A passing car slowed. Is there gold down there? The driver yelled. Yeah, the younger twin snarked. Want to join the hunt? The vehicle honked and sped away. Not this one either, Beth replied when Cutter and Megan drew abreast. There's one more this side of the cafe and two more towards Pembroke Road, her sister said. The next shaft entrance had no grass near it. The ground around it was scuffed. The cover was rusted, like the others. Cutter knelt beside it and jammed his fingers around its edges. It lifted with a grating sound. Chapter 86. He sucked his breath sharply and looked at the twins. The location is right, Beth said. Her voice was even, but her eyes shone. It's visible to passing traffic, he objected. Yeah, but so what? Megan countered. Who really pays attention to someone coming out of a ventilation shaft, especially if they are driving fast? The feds? This isn't in their line of sight. The cafe blocks the gate's view. Cutter peered down the hole, metal rungs buried in the concrete shaft disappearing into the darkness. There's a maze down there. She might have heard us if she's hiding in the tunnel. She knows the layout better than us. You're going somewhere with this? Megan asked sharply. Did she post today? No. Let's wait for her in the cafe. They waited. Lunch break arrived. The cafe filled with customers who jostled, reducing sight lines. Cutter saw several of them leave their laptops at the tables and go to the counter and to the bathroom. He nodded imperceptibly at Beth's glance. Yeah, ideal for Vera to use someone's computer. Lunch break ended. The crowd thinned. No teenager arrived. Mid-afternoon break came. Megan went to the counter and got them a refill of drinks. Cutter waited at the table near the entrance, patient, watching the FBI's gates. He wondered briefly where Difiore and Quindica were. Stopped thinking of them. Beth stirred at 5 p.m. She's never posted this late. Besides, she glanced at the baristas, if we stay longer, the staff might report us to the feds. We haven't done anything other than drink their coffee and watch the entrance. We go down, Megan said. No, he corrected her. I'll go down. You keep overwatch, topside. Chapter 87. Cutter returned to the Range Rover and pocketed a flashlight. Gun? Beth asked him. He patted his shoulder holster. Glock, he confirmed. I've got spare mags. The twins went to the trunk, raised the floorboard, and discreetly extracted 2 HKs and several magazines. Megan studied him. Your hands need to be free. She reached inside the cavernous space and came out with a headband light. Cutter adjusted it over his forehead and tested it. The light illuminated his surroundings brightly. Here. She handed him an earpiece that he inserted in his left ear and a collar mic that he attached to his jacket. You don't have to make any adjustments. The volume adapts to the ambient sound and cuts out extra noise. The channel is secure and its frequency changes automatically. However, she frowned at the shaft's opening. You might not get any signal down there. He shrugged. There wasn't anything the twins could do about it. Beth drove the Range Rover onto the grassy bank and climbed out. "The city thinks we're doing maintenance work," she forestalled his question. He didn't ask how. The sisters had their ways. "FBI board on the dash and in the rear window will deter any curious drivers," her sister added. "We'll wait here." He took them in. Expressionless faces, easy grips on their rifles that they shielded with their bodies from the passing traffic. He knew they too would be wearing lightweight armor beneath their vests. "There's no one else I would have with me," he told them. "Go," Beth ordered him, "before you start getting emotional." He went to the shaft entrance and removed the cover. He rolled it several feet away and got a thumbs up from Megan. "They'll ensure I don't get locked inside." He looked at the cafe. It had closed for the day. The FBI's gates were out of sight. Cutter inserted his body in the shaft and started climbing down. Chapter 88. The metal rungs were rusty but held firm under Cutter's weight as he made his way down. The noise from the city above gradually faded. The light dimmed until he was shrouded in darkness. He strained his ears to hear any movement in the tunnel. The silence was loud. He had spent time in tunnels in his Delta days. The long periods of silences, the absences of light. Not my favorite pastime. He grimaced. He had gotten used to the experience, however. The air grew increasingly stale the farther down he went. The stillness was almost palpable when he reached the bottom of the shaft. He turned on his headlight. Discarded construction equipment left behind. Old tools, boards, tiles, cable rolls, metal rods, piles of debris and concrete bags. Beth, do you read me?" he whispered in his mic. No reply. "Looks like I'm on my own." Cutter pictured the map of the tunnels in his mind. The one he was currently in extended from Miramar Parkway to Pembroke Road. He was roughly in the center of it. Vera is right-handed, he thought. Humans tend to turn right. He picked his way carefully through the debris, his forehead light throwing an oval on the dusty ground. Footprints. The thought came to him. He knelt and inspected the tunnel's floor, made a face when he realized while there was a layer of dirt, it wasn't thick enough to record anything significant. Heck, my own tracks aren't visible. He resumed his search. The stagnant air and musty smell remained unchanged. A tray of disused cables ran the length of the ceiling with several wires trailing downwards. He stopped after 200 meters. How deep would she have gone? She's 16. Is she comfortable in the darkness? She's from Ukraine. She's lived in Bakhmut. She has lived through the war. The darkness might be second nature to her. I should have brought a thermal imager or NVG. That would have made it easier to find her, if she's here. He continued through the tunnel and after another 100 meters, stopped. What if we were wrong? What if she never came down at all? Maybe she posted from the cafe but never actually entered the tunnels. He hesitated. Utter darkness around him except for the illumination from the headlight. He started turning back towards the tunnel's entrance when his skin prickled. A warning that had saved his life several times in hostile terrain. He wasn't alone in the tunnel. Chapter 89. The sedan was coming up the avenue like any other passing vehicle. Megan was returning from the cafe, having confirmed it was closed, when she saw it swerve to the Range Rover. 4 armed men spilled out and ran towards the vehicle. Dark-haired men. Their rifles looked like AR-15s. That's all she could tell from where she was, about 200 meters away. Time didn't seem to freeze or go to slow-mo. That happened only in the movies. "Beth!" she screamed into her mic. Her sister reacted instantly. She tossed away her laptop and dove out. The gunman opened fire, seemingly unaware that the Range Rover was armored. The vehicle shook from the rounds but didn't suffer any damage. Megan didn't have cover. Too far to get back to the cafe. Can't risk that. Those shooters will get to Beth. She had dropped to the grassy bank instantly on seeing the gunman. Her HK's stock came to her cheek. Her eye went to its scope. Two shooters rushed around either side of their ride, aiming to cut Beth down. Megan blew a hole in one man's chest. Her second round tore through his head. Her sister, landing on her back, triggered a wild burst that caught the second shooter in the legs. Megan finished him off with her third round. "Get back in the vehicle," she yelled, got up and crouched ran towards the Range Rover. "No time," Beth grunted. Two more men behind the Range Rover, covering behind the wheels. Their ride wasn't in sight, no other traffic on the road. The FBI hadn't reacted to the gunshots. They know Beth's on the ground near the driver's door. They know I'm some distance away. They can't risk crouching beneath our ride and shooting at Beth. They'll think I'll take them out. "Get behind the wheel," she ordered. Beth scrambled to take shelter behind it. "How many are there?" "Two. One of them will come around the front and pin you down while the other comes from behind and takes me out." Same thought. 100 meters to the ride. Megan slowed to make sure her pounding steps didn't give her away. Who'll be the greater threat? The one from behind or the one at the back? Rear shooter, she decided. He'll have Beth in his sights easily. Heck, all he has to do is spray. They'll wait for a few seconds, look at each other, give some kind of signal, and then charge out because they have no other option. She timed it in her mind, and at the count of 3, dove to her right. Megan landed on her right shoulder, her left hand stretched out, finger on the trigger, grip firm on her HK. It pointed to the back of the Range Rover just as the shooter emerged from its cover. Her first few shots went wild. The gunman threw himself to the ground, realizing his move had backfired. Megan steadied herself, felt rounds whiz over her head. She took her time, ignored Beth, who had spun to the front of the Range Rover, shut out the gunshots that came from her sister's direction. She didn't bother rolling onto her belly. She caught her HK with both hands and loosed a controlled burst that riddled the gunman. She reared up instantly to take in Beth, who was half exposed from her cover. Her shooter was 2 meters away, jumping back. Beth grunted. Her body jerked. Megan's HK went to her shoulder. She emptied the rest of her magazine into the killer and sprinted to check the bodies behind Beth. Dead. "I'm okay," her twin called out. Megan didn't reply. Her jaw clenched. She went around her sister cautiously and confirmed the man she had shot wasn't a threat. Only then did she take in her twin. Beth was clutching her left shoulder. Her T sleeve was red. "Graze," she said. "Don't look at me like that." Megan went to her and raised the sleeve. It was a very shallow wound. The round had taken some skin away and the bleeding made it look more serious. "In the Range Rover," she rapped out. "Get in the back." She checked the street. Still no traffic. Night had fallen. No movement from the FBI office. Didn't those guards hear us? It didn't matter. She inspected their Range Rover swiftly. Holes where the rounds had impacted. No tires or windows had been hit. She got back inside, climbed through the front seats and brought out their medical kit. "Sit still," she commanded, and cleaned and dressed her sister's wound. She put away the gear and looked at Beth. "Why did you get out of the vehicle? This Range Rover is the safest place to be in." "You should have told me those shooters weren't carrying a missile launcher." Megan's lips twitched. Beth could always get through her fury. She jammed her hands beneath her thighs to hide their trembling from her twin. Her sister saw through that move. "We have been through a lot," Beth said. "Yeah, we'll see a lot more." Megan relaxed. She brought her hands and held them in front of her sister. They were steady. "I was scared when you jumped out. That was such a dumb move." "I didn't think." "You are the smartest person I know, and you didn't think?" Megan's anger started returning. "Smarter than you?" Megan chuckled, her fury draining away instantly. "Yeah, lil' sis, you are smarter than me." Those men looked like the Sombras. How did they find us? They could have seen us in Shenandoah Park. That's their territory. They could have had several vehicle handoffs to ensure we didn't spot them. If the Sombras are here, will the Russians be far behind? Megan checked their mirrors to confirm there weren't any other vehicles behind them. Should we hide the bodies? Beth asked. Nah. If the cops come, we'll tell them what went down. We are not leaving the Range Rover until Cutter returns. I wonder how he's getting along. Chapter 90. Cutter felt something jam into his back. I have a gun. The voice was a woman's. Young. Vera. He exulted inwardly. How did she get a gun? That answer could wait. He raised his hands high to show he wasn't a threat. Vera Kovalenko. My name is... I don't know who that is, she interrupted him in good English. He could sense she was trying to hide her accent. Vera Kovalenko, 16 years old, genius programmer. Your online profile is Slava Ukraini girl. The gun jammed harder in his back. I don't know what you're talking about. Her voice was firm, but he heard the faint tremor. Vera, I am not a danger to you. My name is Cutter Grogan. I am a private investigator from New York. I am working with Gina Difiore and Peyton Quindica to find you. I will take you to them. I don't know any of those names. Leave. If you don't believe me and let me leave, won't I come back? She kept quiet. I know about the email you sent to Peyton. He deliberately used her first name. I know you didn't get their reply. I know you called the FBI's Miami office and got laughed at. You are hiding here, waiting for the right opportunity to approach Peyton and Gina. You trust only them. I am their friend. I am here to take you to them. You are right. I can't let you leave. I will kill you. Vera. He smiled in the darkness. You are 16 years old. You are from Bakhmut. You have seen death. You will not kill me. It is not in you. I don't know who Vera is. Don't mention her name again, she yelled, her voice breaking. Your father, Dmitrov Kovalenko, was the lead programmer on Yellow Umbrella. You ran away to your farm in Lviv after fighting with him. That was the last time you saw him. You didn't speak to him after that, did you, Vera? He bit his lip the moment the words were out. Fool, he raged at himself. This isn't the way to break it that her father is dead. Not in this tunnel. He could hear her breathing, harsh, gasping breaths. The gun at his back wavered. No! Her breath caught in a half-sob. Then she recovered. I don't know what you are talking about, she said flatly. Doesn't look like she understood what I meant, that Dmitrov isn't alive. How can I make you trust me? I will kill you, she said vehemently. Do it then. Pull the trigger. Aim for my head. That will kill me quickly. Step back a bit, otherwise you'll get splattered. The gun didn't move from his back. I know you go to that cafe. Use someone's computer and post to your forums. Trust me, Vera. I am here to help you. Potenko's Bratva is hunting for you. That was very smart of you to escape from their house through that small hole. He stopped. She might not know who Potenko is. That's the Russian Bratva you escaped from. There is a Colombian gang who's hunting for you as well. If you go online, you will see photographs of me with Gina and Peyton. That way you'll know I am telling the truth. If you want me to trust you, she said sharply, tell me something only I... She corrected herself quickly. Only Vera would know. Katerina Zinchenko. She was 3 months pregnant. I hope she told Vera about that. She was an ambulance driver. She was Bohdan Zinchenko's daughter. Why do you say was? Her voice shook. Because she died. I was the last person to speak with her. Even when she was dying, her last words were about you. She asked me to find you. Vera sobbed. Her gun fell away. Cutter didn't move. He kept his hands raised. The young girl caught her breath. Remove your headlight. He removed it and handed it backwards. Turn around, she sniffled. He turned around and blinked when she trained it on his face. My wallet is in my back pocket. It has my driver's license. You can check my name on it. Bring it out, slowly. She inspected it and stepped back instantly. That isn't how you look. I am wearing a disguise. I will kill you if you are lying to me. Da. He removed the attachments and threw them away. You know Ukrainian? She studied him. No, I know Russian. Where are Peyton Quindica and Gina Difiore? She fired at him in that language. They're in Miami. They will be either in their hotel room or in their field office. Why didn't you come out to post today from the cafe? I was scared. I gave up hope. I was going to leave the tunnel tomorrow. He exhaled. I found you in time in that case. Do you trust me now? Da, she said softly after a long while. Give me your gun. She gave him a piece of wood. He examined it, shook his head, and laughed admiringly. Vera Kovalenko, you are the bravest girl I know. She laughed, and then she was crying on his shoulder, shaking and shuddering as she sobbed. Cutter held her tight. She lost her father, which she doesn't know of yet, was captured by Russians, was brought to America, escaped and hid in a tunnel, fearing for her life. All in a few weeks. There can't be many 16-year-olds who go through that much in such a short time. He had questions for her, but they could wait. He released her when she shifted in his hold. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose on the paper towels he gave her. What should we do now? She asked. He took the headlight from her and pointed it sideways to take her in. She was thinner than in her photographs, circles underneath her eyes. Her lips looked like she had been biting them continually, blonde hair that seemed to be finger-combed, blue eyes that were desperate, white tee and blue jeans that were dirtied, sneakers that had seen better days. We go up, he said gently, and then I will take you to Gina and Peyton. Hope flared in her eyes. He nudged her to the front and directed her to the shaft when they heard a sound from far ahead. Chapter 91. Cutter switched off the headlight immediately. He motioned for Vera to stay quiet. That can't be Beth or Megan. They would have called out. Can it be some curious person who saw the open hole? There was no way of knowing in the darkness. He had to assume whoever had entered the tunnel was hostile. He peered into the darkness behind them. Those other shafts are jammed tight. No way to escape from them. The sound came again, clearer, that of footsteps. Why didn't Beth and Megan stop this person? He refused to consider the worst-case scenario, that the twins had been overpowered or had been killed. He grasped Vera's hand and tugged gently, getting her to follow him. He sensed her fear and squeezed her hand reassuringly. He didn't know if his gesture helped. He could hear her breathing shallowly through her mouth. He picked his way carefully, edging to the side of the tunnel, visualizing the debris he had seen on his arrival. He froze when his foot felt something. He bent down and felt it. A rebar. He picked it up, his fingers curling around the ridged surface. He kept going, with Vera bumping behind him. He crouched when he saw the faint light from the ventilation shaft. "We're wasting our time," a man murmured in Russian, his voice carrying clearly in the silence. "The girl can't be here. It's too dark. Let's go back." "Those are Potenko's soldiers." Vera clutched his shoulder. He released her fingers gently, turned around to her. "Stay here," he gestured. She shook her head violently. "Stay here," he repeated. She nodded reluctantly. "They will be armed. They don't know I am here. I can take them out with my Glock." "No. There might be more soldiers topside. They'll hear the shooting. What of Beth and Megan? Where are they?" "No, don't go there. Don't think of the worst." He could make out the men's silhouettes. They were bunched close together. That helped. He hefted the rebar and planned his move. He took a few more steps forward to put distance between him and Vera. The men blocked out the light. He could hear their breathing. He erased all thought, He breathed deeply and exhaled softly and swung the rebar. Chapter 92. Cutter was close enough to see the men in the dimness. The metal smashed into the nearest soldier's head with a satisfying crunch. He collapsed soundlessly. "He's here!" The second soldier yelled and sprang back. Third man split apart. Both of them reached for their waists. Cutter thrust the rebar at the second thug's throat. "Go around him! She'll be here!" the man shouted. Cutter slipped. He was off balance. The hitter evaded his strike and punched him brutally in the neck. Cutter fell to his knee. He sensed third man slipping behind him and with a roar threw himself bodily at the soldier. They crashed to the ground. He twisted around to smash his elbow in the man's jaw and started rising to use his rebar when the second thug felled him a blow to the head. Cutter groaned as he fell on third man. He felt the Russian's arm go around his neck and start squeezing. "Hold him still!" second man yelled and drew his gun. "Be careful!" Third man grunted. "Don't shoot me!" Cutter swung the rebar that he was still holding, a wild strike that caught second man on the knee. The soldier shrieked and doubled over. Cutter swung again and crashed his weapon in the man's head. "Mudak!" Third man swore. He clenched his arm tighter and felt for his gun with his free hand. Cutter wriggled in his grasp, pushed back with his heels and smashed his head backwards against the man's chin. The forearm around his neck loosened. Vera screamed. He snatched a glance to see second man lunge towards her. He's still alive. How? Cutter twisted around savagely to make room and brought down his left hand, fist clenched, on third man's groin. He tore himself free at the man's howl and lunged forward to smash the rebar in second man's knees, which sent the soldier staggering. Cutter rose to his feet and swung his weapon in a wicked arc into the man's head. He spun around at a sound. Third man, on his feet, raising his gun. "Look away!" Cutter roared and plunged the rebar into the soldier's belly in a savage thrust, drew it back and smashed it the man's face. He pivoted immediately to check on second man, smashed the weapon on his head for good measure, turned back to third man to confirm he was dead and sucked lungfuls of air. "Did he get you?" he gasped. "Knee." "No," Vera repeated in English. Her eyes were wide. She was staring at his face. He knew that was to stop herself from looking down at third man's belly. "Come," he urged when his breathing had steadied. "Who are they?" Her voice shook. "They are from the Russian gang who captured you." "How did they know where we were?" "Let's find out." Chapter 93. Cutter peered up the ventilation hole and saw nothing but the night sky. He strained his ears. No sounds. "Wait here," he whispered to Vera. "Come up when I tell you." She nodded. He drew his Glock with his right hand and climbed using his left hand, slowed when he neared the top and risked a glance. There was no one on the grassy bank. The Range Rover was where it had been parked. It was too far to see if the twins were inside. He frowned at the shadows on the ground near the vehicle. Are those bodies? He forced himself to stay calm. The FBI offices were brightly lit. Street lights illuminated 145th Avenue, and even as he watched, a vehicle drove past without stopping. Normal night scene. Except for those shadows near his ride. His teeth clenched. No, nothing has happened to Beth and Meg. They are in the vehicle. He thought of calling them on his mic. I'll have a signal now. No, let me confirm they are safe first. He was making to call Vera up when the Range Rover's door opened. Took you long enough. Megan, amused voice. Cutter let out his breath. His shoulders slumped. He exhaled relievedly. Cutter, she asked sharply, running up to him. What? Those bodies at the vehicle. I thought you both... You thought wrong. The Russians... What Russians? Beth demanded as she too caught up with him. The ones who came for us. 3 of them. U.S.? Her voice rose. You found Vera? Yeah. He fist bumped her. I asked her to wait. Where are the Russians? Megan cut in impatiently. They're down there. Yeah, not a threat anymore. Beth cursed loudly. They went around us when the Sombras attacked us. We didn't see them. Those are Sombra soldiers? Cutter indicated the shadows at the vehicle. Yeah, she said bitterly. They must have recognized you somewhere. Our guess is at the sports complex. How did the Russians know of this place? Megan asked. They must be working with the Sombras to find Vera, she answered herself. Cutter thought about it and then nodded. Patenko and Rodrigo are both smart, more feet on the ground. It makes sense. How many Sombras hit you? 4. 3 Russians came down. Why aren't there more soldiers? Where are the rest of them? That's why. Beth pointed to the FBI office. They don't want to draw heat. Those guards must be sleeping or deaf, Megan said sarcastically. Not one of them came out despite our shootout with the Sombras. We'll figure it out later, Cutter said. We have got to get out of here. Vera, he called out softly. Come up. She climbed up the rungs and stood uncertainly looking at the twins. Vera Kovalenko, Beth said in Ukrainian before Cutter could speak. I am Beth Peterson. This is my sister, Megan. It is an honor to meet you. These are my friends, Cutter said when the young girl smiled hesitantly. I wouldn't have found you without their help. Are they private investigators too? She asked in English. No. Beth chuckled. We're friends like he said. She clasped Vera's hand in both of hers. You have no idea how much we want to talk to you, Slavo-Craney girl, but not here and not now. It was then that Cutter saw her sleeve. You're injured, he said sharply. Superficial wound. Let me see. Cutter, Megan rasped. It's nothing. I dressed it. Let's go. He didn't move, still focused on the younger twin's wound until Beth placed her arm around him and guided him to the Range Rover. You got hit when you came to help me. Yeah, she said lightly. I am a proper hero. Take us out to dinner when you're back in New York. Which of the Sombras did that? They're dead. Let's get you to a hospital. Cutter Grogan. She stopped in front of him. You are overreacting. There is nothing wrong with me. I am not the priority. Vera is. He sighed, recognizing her point. His lips twitched when she saw the young girl looking at them with wide eyes. They are like that, Vera. They don't respect me. Beth made a rude sound and got into the rear seat and helped Vera up. Cutter got behind the wheel. The bodies. Leave them, Megan said in a clipped voice as she buckled in. Drop us off anywhere we can find a cab. What? You aren't? Our job is done, Cutter. We promised Zeb we would help you find Vera. We are going back to New York. He searched her face and saw there was nothing he could say to change her mind. Thanks. He looked at Beth in the rearview mirror. He swallowed his growing rage at her injury. Don't say anything, she said. Just drive, drop us off, and get Vera to Gina and Peyton. We'll debrief later. Yes, he replied, and floored it. Vera sat silently for a while as he drove towards Miami. Beth and Megan Peterson? Yes, we're twins, the younger sister said. I know of 2 sisters, Americans, very smart. They are in many of my forums. Cutter watched her break off in the mirror. Her eyes widened. Beth was grinning. You are them, Vera gasped. You are famous. Shucks, Beth said self-deprecatingly. We're regular contributors too, like you. There's nothing regular about you. Cutter glanced at the Ukrainian. She's mature far beyond her years. Don't praise her anymore. Beth will become insufferable. Insufferable? Vera scrunched her face, trying to guess its meaning. Ignore him, Beth replied. He's in the presence of geniuses. He's feeling left out. Cutter didn't reply. He tensed at a pair of fast-approaching lights. It turned out to be a cruiser that flashed past. Yeah, Megan said softly, guessing his thoughts. Hand off Vera quickly. The Russians and Sombras will be out for war once they know we found her. Chapter 94. Cutter drove the twins to Miami International Airport. "We'll leave our HKs in the vehicle," Megan told him when they arrived. "Beth will change into a new tea in the bathroom." She embraced him, hugged Vera, and went into the concourse with her sister. "Will I see them again?" the girl asked. "There is so much I want to ask them." "You will," he replied. "They too, heck, we all want to know what happened to you from Lviv onwards." He got into his ride, and when Vera had fastened her seatbelt, punched Difiore's number. She picked it up after 3 rings. "Where are you?" he asked. "In South Miami." Her voice was low in the Range Rover speakers. "We got a Kuznetsov sighting at a residence here. We think it's a Bratva safe house. We'll capture him if he's there." "Wouldn't it be easier to grab Patenko?" "Too much political heat. Besides, he seems to have gone to ground. He's canceled all his public engagements. His office has no idea where he is." "Cutter," Quindica asked, "why did you call?" "Peyton Quindica, Gina Difiore." He couldn't keep the grin from his voice. "Meet Vera Kovalenko. She's with me, safe, exhausted, thin, but unhurt." "Vera!" the SAC exclaimed and slipped into Ukrainian. "I am deeply sorry I didn't respond to your email. I didn't get it. I will tell you later what happened." "Heck, everyone knows that language except me." Cutter steered past a cab and listened to the girl talk excitedly to his friends. "Cutter." Quindica switched back to him. "Be with her. We'll be back in Miami in the morning. We'll let you know where to meet. Do not leave her alone. The Russians want her for Yellow Umbrella." "Yellow Umbrella?" Vera interrupted. "Nee. They want me for the drone program." Cutter swerved on 36th Street. An angry honk sounded behind him. He regained control, turned on his blinker, climbed on the curb, and stopped. "What drone program?" he asked Vera. "Drone program? What's that?" Difiore's voice rose. "My father is working with your government on a top-secret program for drone defense. The program will be rolled out to NATO." Cutter stared at her. He made to speak when she continued speaking. "It is called Aegis. It's a system to spot drones when they are in the air. The program will know if they are civilian or attack ones before they reach the targets. It will destroy them electronically. No one else has such a system. Not even the Israelis or the Chinese. My father is the senior-most programmer from our side." She took a deep breath. Cutter swore inwardly. "I hope Gina or Peyton don't tell her that her father is dead. Not here. I know everything about it because he often works from home on the project. Our apartment is small. There are no secrets. Besides..." She shrugged embarrassedly. "He takes my help many times." "She's got an photographic eidetic memory," Cutter reminded himself. Juan was right. Every country will be interested in such a program. "How did the Russian Bratva know that you were aware of this?" Quindica asked. It looked like she had mind-read his prayer. Vera dropped her eyes. "I have a habit of talking in my sleep. They overheard me." Chapter 95. New York. "We found her!" Zeb shot to his feet at Megan's call. He signaled his friends, who gathered around him to listen in. "She's safe." "Yeah. Vera is with Cutter. He's taking her to Gina and Peyton." "She tell you how the Russians got her?" "No. No time. We were attacked by Sombras. She and Cutter were hit by some Bratva soldiers. Long story. We are at the airport. We'll be boarding our Lear." "Don't. Stay back." "What? Why?" "What Vera knows is crucial. There will be several attempts. Yellow Umbrella. Yeah, Cutter knows that. Gina and Peyton, too. I am sure they'll protect her." "Not just that. Aegis. Another program. Dimitrov was working on a drone counterstrike program along with our people." Our people were involved? Megan asked sharply. Yes, Zeb confirmed. Claire called us soon after Bodan's briefing. A team from the NSA, DARPA, and the Pentagon, consultants from our end, are advising Ukraine's SBU team. Consultants. Advising. Megan emphasized the words. Because we cannot be seen to be officially involved. So, Dimitrov, Vera's father, was the lead programmer on this one too? Yeah, from their side. Aegis uses machine learning, artificial intelligence, and sensor fusion technology. Fancy algorithms can detect a drone's shape, size, flight trajectory, and its acoustic signature. Aegis uses all of that to distinguish between civilian and defense drones. You're reading that off some script? Beth smirked. Yes, Zeb admitted. Claire sent me Aegis's details. I think I know how it works, Megan guessed. Aegis attacks the drone's communication and navigation systems. It probably targets their radio frequencies, which takes them out as threats. No need to shoot them down. Yeah, Zeb agreed. No other country has that technology. If Russia or China got hold of Aegis, it would give them a strategic advantage. Would Vera know about Aegis? Broker asked doubtfully. Yeah, Zeb confirmed. Claire said Bodan used to work from home often. Home was a studio apartment that he shared with her. She wasn't security cleared, but just about every one of the top-level programmers from their side and ours knew of her capabilities. There's her memory on top of that. She knows the code inside out, Megan completed for him. That's why Moscow wants her. That's why Potenko's Bratva is hunting her. Why didn't Bodan tell us about Aegis? Beth demanded. Claire said he didn't know if we were read in, Zeb replied. Stay back in Miami. Help Cutter. Vera needs to be handed over to the JTF safely. Copy, Megan acknowledged. The Sombras attacked you? Chloe asked. Yeah. The older twin swiftly recounted the incident. Beth got hit? Bwana asked ominously when she had finished. You didn't lead with that? Because it's a scratch, the younger sister said, exasperatedly. It really is, Megan confirmed when Zeb and the rest of the crew remained silent. I dressed it. She's fine. Zeb jammed his hands in his pockets when the call ended. His face remained expressionless, hiding the cold fury inside him. Beth got injured. The words repeated endlessly. All of them carried scars from their missions, faded bullet and knife wounds, burn and surgery marks. Zeb had the most scars from the torture terrorists had inflicted on him. Beth was the youngest of them. The slightest scratch on the younger twin enraged him. Zeb knew it was irrational. She's more than capable of handling herself. Besides, she doesn't like it when we go protective on her. His reasoning didn't and hadn't ever helped. The fury built up in him. He went to the window. Columbus Avenue was a river of lights far down below. He felt a presence behind him and looked up to see his friends' reflections in the glass as they gathered around him. They too felt the same about Beth. Beth got hit, Bwana repeated. A muscle ticked on cheek. We plan to do something about that? Zeb brought out his phone. I asked you a question. Who are you calling? His friend growled. I'm arranging an aircraft. We're going to Miami. Chapter 96. Cutter, why are we hearing of Aegis for the first time? Difiore snarled at him. Why ask me? He shot back. I hadn't heard of it before either. You expect us to believe that? Your friends in New York didn't brief you about it? No. You were on the call they arranged with Bodan. Did you hear Aegis mentioned? Difiore swore. Vera looked at Cutter uncertainly. Does this change? No, he reassured her. It looks like Peyton and Gina weren't looped into Aegis, but that doesn't matter. They'll take you into protective custody. He's correct, Vera. Quindica, her calm, confident voice had its effect. The girl relaxed. The lines on her forehead smoothed. Cutter, The SAC addressed him. "Bring her to our hotel. We'll reach our room in the morning." "I will," he confirmed, ended the call and nosing out onto the highway. He glanced sideways at Vera. "Are you hungry?" She smiled shyly. "Can I have a burger, like the ones I see in Hollywood movies? Big, with cheese and fries?" He swallowed at her hopeful tone. She might be a genius, but she's only 16. "Anything," he said thickly, and drove to the nearest drive-through joint. He rolled out of the establishment after they had been served and resumed driving towards downtown Miami. Got to be on the move until Gina and Peyton return. "How did the Russians get you?" He took a large bite of his burger, driving one-handed. "Who is Kuznetsov?" Her brow wrinkled. "He's the Russian Bratva's main killer. Potenko is the gang's leader. All of them escaped from Russia and set up operations here. They work on the Kremlin's orders. That's why they are after me." Vera inspected her burger and took a deep bite. "I returned to Bakhmut." She answered his question. "I was planning to surprise Papa. I was going from the bus station to the front line when several women came out of a building. I found out later they were the wives and girlfriends of soldiers. They were going to meet them. I was close to them when the building exploded and I lost consciousness." She wiped sauce from her chin and licked her fingers. A young girl, living in the moment. "I was with them when I came to. Somehow we had all survived. We were in a truck that had Ukrainian army markings. The men in it wore our uniforms. We thought we were being taken to safety. Then they drugged us, and when I woke up, we were in America. They hit us when we asked questions. They didn't know who I was. I think they assumed I was with the women. We, too, didn't know who they were. Not at that time. I didn't even know who the women were initially. Some of the men raped them. One of them came at me." Her hands shook. A tear rolled down her cheek, and then her jaw firmed and she took another bite. "Katerina saved me. She put herself in front of me and told the man to take her. He took her to another room. I heard screaming, the sounds of beating. Days went like this, and then, one morning, the men looked at me strangely. Katerina said I had shouted in my sleep about who I was, who Papa was. Yellow umbrella and drones. She said I had mentioned some details about Aegis. I knew I had to escape that day." "How did you manage to squeeze through that hole? How did you find out about that?" She looked at him wonderingly. "I've been to that house. Their security was not very good." She smiled at the memory. "They thought all of us were so scared that we wouldn't try anything. We were frightened for our lives, but they didn't know how angry we were. We are Ukrainians," she said proudly. "I went to the kitchen to drink water that night. There was a guard, but he had gone to the bathroom, leaving me alone, and I took my opportunity. It wasn't hard. I had done gymnastics in school. I knew how to control my breath and make myself as small as possible. I ran as soon as I was out. What happened to the rest of the women? How did Katerina die?" "I will tell you later." He evaded her question. "You stole the phone in Shenandoah Park, sent the email to Peyton from there. Beth and Megan traced your movements to the sports complex and lost you there. Tak, you know everything. I wanted to be close to the FBI office. Because you wanted to approach Gina and Peyton in person? When Pani Quindica didn't reply to my email, I thought I would meet them in person. You can call them by their first names." He smiled. "They will prefer that. How did you get from the sports complex to Miramar?" "It was an experience." The teenager grinned back. "I stowed in the back of a mother's car, in the bagajnik." Her brow furrowed. "That's the trunk?" "Yes, and then I got into a construction vehicle. I don't know which street it was on. I walked for many kilometers and came to the FBI office." "You went to that cafe and searched where to hide from someone's computer." "Tak." Vera grinned at him. She made to take another bite from her burger when her smile faded. He snatched a glance at her. Her eyes had widened. Her lips trembled. The burger slipped from her hands and dropped to the floorboard. Her face went slack. "You said my father was the lead programmer." Her voice shook. "He died." Chapter 97. "Yes," Cutter said, gripping the wheel tightly. Her face, awash in the dashboard's glow, was pale. Her lips trembled. "Was he killed in a bombing strike?" "No. He slipped in the bathroom and hit his head on the tiles. It was an accident. SBU investigated it." He looked at her when she stayed silent. She seemed to fold into herself and, at his gaze, turned away and hunched in the seat, making herself as small as possible. Her hair fell over her face. He thought of reaching out to her, to squeeze her shoulder. He thought of saying something. "What can I say?" he asked himself savagely. "When?" The question was barely audible over the rumble of the tires. "The day you returned to Bakhmut, when the women's hotel was bombed." He stopped at the red light at 12th Avenue. Another vehicle drew up to their right. A woman at the wheel who looked casually at them. Vera didn't move. The woman drove away. He pressed the accelerator at green, crossed the Sunoco service station. "I have no one left. I have nothing." Vera's voice was dull. "I fought with Papa. It wasn't even over something important. I didn't speak to him after that. I never told him how much I loved him. I never said I was sorry for running away. He was everything to me." Cutter glanced at her again. Vera's hair was like a curtain obscuring her face. Her knees were drawn up to her chest, her arms hugging them. She was scrunched up against the door. He made to speak when the sedan, coming up fast from behind, rammed into them from the right. Chapter 98. Metal crunched and rubber squealed as Cutter lost control of the Range Rover. It climbed the curb from the impact. Vera screamed and ducked low in her seat below the window line as her door buckled. "Stay down!" he roared. No other traffic on the street. A tattoo parlor on his left. He gripped the wheel tight to straighten the vehicle and avoid crashing into the store's glass front. The sedan continued to force him on the sidewalk. "There's one more behind!" Vera yelled. Cutter's eyes flew to the rearview mirror. She was right. A silvery sedan climbed the sidewalk too and rammed into them from the back. He jerked from the impact, swearing loudly as he struggled to control their ride from smashing into the line of buildings on the left. Vera kept shrieking. Both attacking cars backed off momentarily, probably thinking, "I'll crash." He gritted his teeth and swung the wheel hard to the right. The Range Rover's souped-up engine responded with a surge. They rocked in their seats when their ride climbed off the curb and settled on 36th. The sedan on the right swung towards them wickedly. Its rear passenger window slid down. A man thrust a rifle and triggered. Vera yelled in fright at the thudding of the rounds. Web cracks appeared in her window at the impact. "We are armored," he shouted. "The bullets will not get through. Stay down, however." She flinched at another shot, nodded blindly at him, and stayed small and low in her seat. She sobbed over her harsh breathing, her fists curled tight under her thighs. Cutter cursed beneath his breath when the Range Rover shuddered from a twin impact when both the sedans crashed simultaneously from the right and the back. He wrestled with the wheel to steady the vehicle. "We're dead if we crash to a stop." Lampposts blurred past. They blew through a red light. It was past 2 a.m. No one else on 36th but them. They might try to force us into a dead-end street. He felt sweat bead down his face as their ride rocked and swayed from another impact from the back and more rounds ripped into their heavy vehicle. Wright's sedan attempted to overtake him. He glimpsed the driver, bearded, hunched over the wheel, face intent. "Vera," Cutter said tightly, "take my phone from my central console. Use its camera. Hold it above your head and point it at your window. We might be able to identify them later." That will distract her from her panic. Their attackers were either Russians or Sombras. Their identities didn't matter, but His suggestion gave the teenager something to do. The sedans held back momentarily, as if they were assessing their next moves. Cutter glanced past her at right sedan. The driver gave a taunting grin. He sneered when Vera's hand shot up with the camera. Cutter's eyes narrowed at the approaching central divider. Rear sedan has fallen back. Looks like both sets of attackers have realized they can't shoot us to a stop. You recorded something? Yes, Vera replied shakily. That's enough. Stay down. Hold on to your seat. What are you planning? Her words ended in a scream when he yanked the wheel hard, going on the attack, shouldering right sedan away. The Range Rover was heavy, close to 3,000 kilograms with its mods. The attack car didn't stand a chance. His glancing blow sent it careening towards the sidewalk. Its driver tried to straighten it, lost control, and the car spun across the street ahead of them and slammed right into the central divider. Cutter stomped on the brakes hard. Momentum threw him against the windshield, and only his belt, stretched tight across his body, kept him in place. A quick look at Vera, who had nearly fallen off her seat, hyperventilating. She was safe, however. Another look at the mirror. Rear sedan had braked hard to avoid colliding into them. Its driver was spinning the wheel to the right to get around him. Nope, Cutter growled to himself. You aren't getting away. He shifted into reverse and jammed the gas. The Range Rover's wheels spun and then found traction. It rocketed back, accelerating. Cutter rested his forearm on Vera's seat and looked back, navigating with one hand. He loosened his body for the impact, which, when it came, made the Range Rover shudder and rock. He left forearm tensioned on the wheel, controlling the heavy vehicle, continuing the ram into the sedan. The sound of metal tearing, smoke and steam arising from the sedan, glimpses of the driver and its passengers through the shattered windshield, moving frantically. Cutter shifted to drive, sped ahead several meters. Rear sedan took corrective action. Its driver nosed right. Got you, Cutter muttered savagely. He reversed and accelerated, spinning his wheel in a controlled move to get as close to the car as he could safely get. Keep staying down, he rapped at Vera. He reached back for the HK from the rear floorboard. He lowered Vera's window an inch and thrust the muzzle through it. He triggered a long burst aiming at the driver and passengers' windows as he reversed, and then, when the Range Rover had slid behind it, shifted to drive and crashed into the now stationary car to send it lurching sideways into the opposite lane. Another reverse to make room for his ride and then ahead, stomping hard to accelerate, firing at its tires as he swept past it. Cutter released his hand from the wheel and slapped in a new magazine, latched onto the steering again swiftly, and gave the Range Rover some more gas to get it close to right sedan, which hadn't moved from where it had crashed into the divider. He shot out its rear tires too, and as he went past it, fired a long burst at the driver's window. Blood darkened it, and then he was away, speeding down 36th. He slid Vera's window up, checked the right side mirror, which miraculously was intact. That side of the Range Rover was buckled deeply. Checked the rear view mirror. No pursuit. The entire chase, attack and counterattack had taken less than 5 minutes. Feels longer. He wiped sweat with his sleeve. Time always slowed down during action. The Range Rover rode well on its wheels despite the damage it had taken. It steered and responded to his commands. That's all I need for it to work until we meet Gina and Peyton. Are you okay? He rasped. Are they? They're behind us. They can't chase us anymore. She sat up, panting. She turned her tear-streaked face at him and shuddered. I thought we would die. I'll do everything possible to keep you safe as long as I'm with you. Her breathing was loud. He locked his eyes with hers until her trembling eased. She licked her lips. Her gasping subsided. They won't give up. Her voice still shook. We won't give them any more opportunity. I will drive to a safe location and we'll stay there until Gina calls us. She nodded. How are you so calm?" He grinned in an attempt to relax her. He wiped his forehead and showed her his palm, which was damp with sweat. "This is calm. We have a good vehicle," he continued, patting the wheel. "That's the only reason we haven't been captured. You are like some super—" "I was a soldier before I became an investigator. I picked up many skills." He headed her off. He felt her eyes on him, wiser than her age. She didn't ask about his past. "Where is this safe place?" A hotel. The hotel was on Biscayne Boulevard, not far from where he had accosted Patenko. Cutter drove into its parking lot and stopped near its entrance. "That," he pointed to a nearby security camera. "And those," he said, indicating the bright lights, "will keep us safe." Vera looked around them and leaned back. "Is any of this real? All that's happened? Everything feels like a dream." He kept silent. "Will I feel safe again?" "Yes," he said confidently. "What is the point when I don't have Papa anymore?" What can I, an adult man, say to that, he thought bleakly. "Sleep," he said instead. "I will wake you up when Gina calls." The call came at 4 a.m. "Gina, are you back?" He lowered the volume on the car's Bluetooth speakers, recognizing the number. Vera stirred and sat up, brushing her hair back from her face. "She is, and so am I." Cutter froze at the man's voice. "He's speaking Russian." "You know who I am?" the man sneered. "Kuznetsov." Cutter couldn't hide his shock. Vera's face took on a pinched look. "Da," the assassin said. "Bring the girl." "Where are Difiore and Quindica?" Scuffling sounds. The NYPD detective came on the line. "Grogan," she said in a strained voice. "Contact your friends. They will know what to do. They will help protect Vera. Do not bring her to—" Her voice broke away in a shriek. Kuznetsov came on. "Da, don't bring the girl to me if you don't want to see your friends alive again." Cutter breathed deeply. He looked around the parking lot to center himself. "Don't panic. There is a way out. Figure it out." He was glad his voice was calm, confident when he responded. "How do I know they will be alive when I bring her to you?" "You don't," the Russian said flatly. "I could kill them after you hang up and capture you and the girl when you come here. I hold all the cards. Do you want to play?" "I don't have a choice," he thought grimly. "Where do I bring her?" "Cutter, don't!" Peyton yelled in the background. Her voice too broke away in a choking scream. Vera gasped. Her fingers dug into his forearm. "Do you want me to continue hurting them?" Kuznetsov asked harshly. "Where do I bring her?" Cutter asked tightly. "That same house where we kept her, opposite Jenny Young's house. You know the rules. No police, FBI, or any surprises, or they die. Move fast. My men are saying they want to play with your friends. I may not be able to control them for long." Cutter's thoughts whirled when Kuznetsov hung up. He reached for his phone several times and drew back each occasion. "Kuznetsov has Gina and Peyton. There's no one I can call for help." He couldn't think beyond that. He roared in frustration and pounded the wheel repeatedly until a hotel employee came out and stared at the Range Rover's honks. He held up an apologetic hand, and when the man disappeared, wiped his face and lowered the window to get some fresh air. Shouting will not help. Vera had a determined look on her face. Her eyes were hard. Her voice was firm. She wasn't trembling anymore. "I know," he growled in frustration. "You can't be afraid. You must think logically. There must be a way out." "I can't see one. Patenko's Bratva has informers everywhere. They will know if we go to the police or FBI." "What about Beth and Megan? Are those the friends Gina was referring to?" "Yeah, but they are back in New York. They won't be able to get here in time." She regarded him for long moments and then nodded decisively. "Kill me." Chapter 99. Cutter whipped his head around to stare at her, thinking he hadn't heard right. "What?" Kill me, Vera repeated. Her cheeks were still wet with her tears and perspiration, but her eyes were calm, her voice steady. Oh, he worked out what he meant. You mean I tell Kuznetsov that you are dead? That won't work. He won't believe me. No. Then, you mean I show him someone's body? That won't work either. We'll have to find someone who looks like you, and even if he believes me, why would he release Gina and Peyton? Cutter Grogan. Her nails bit into his forearm. Her eyes glittered. Stop talking. Listen to me. Take me to that house. Hand me over to Kuznetsov. Take your friends, and when you are leaving, kill me. Cutter felt as if he had been punched in the guts. His air was sucked out of him. He shook his head to clear the shock of her words. 16-year-old Vera Kovalenko regarded him calmly, her blue eyes glinting fiercely. There is no other way. You cannot let them have me. You will have to shoot your way out. Stop, he yelled. What you said, I am not going to do that. It is my life, she shrieked. I will decide what happens to me. Papa is dead. I have nothing to live for. At least you can save your friends this way. You cannot allow the Russians to have me. I won't. How will you stop them? I will think of something. What? You said you cannot go to the police or to the FBI. Your friends are far away. You are alone. I know how dangerous that gang is. My country needs every advantage it has. Russia cannot get Aegis's secrets. You must shoot me. It's not going to happen, he raged. Why not? She yelled. You don't seem to have any other ideas. He couldn't help it. His lips twitched in a smile at her fury. I am serious. She blazed and launched at him across the seat, her fists pounding his chest. He caught her and held her close, felt her shoulders shake as she wept and released her after a while. You have to kill me, she repeated with a sniffle. Vera Kovalenko. He shook his head at her stubborn insistence. I could be dead by the end of this day. Gina and Peyton too. But one thing I can promise you. I will do everything possible to keep you alive. I don't want to live. What would your father say? Papa would say, I should kill myself before I fall into Russian hands. Cutter threw his hands up exasperatedly. He got out of the vehicle and leaned against it. She came out and joined him and followed his gaze to the sky. An airliner made its way across the dark canopy, its solitary light moving steadily. You don't seem to be scared of dying, she said. I'm not. She shifted, leaned her right shoulder against the door and regarded him. Why not? You have a wife, girlfriend. I have friends. Girlfriends? No, just friends. You never married. I was. I have been in your situation, though I wasn't as young as you. I know how it feels when you have nothing to look forward to, but over time, that will change. The sun always rises. The earth always rotates. Those are the only things that don't change. Everything else does. I can't forgive myself. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I shouldn't have run away to Lviv. None of this would have happened if I had stayed with Papa. Maybe I could have helped him in the bathroom. Maybe he could have lived. I couldn't forgive myself either when my wife died, with our unborn baby. You don't understand, she said angrily. You are here. She waved her hand at their surroundings. You don't know what it's like in my country. Every day we survive is like a miracle. My death does not matter if my country can remain free. I know what it is like. I have been in wars. As an American, your country has never lost a war, she scoffed. I have lost friends. I lost my wife. I have been in situations where killing myself was the only way to let my team survive. You didn't. I didn't because we escaped or got rescued. Stop, he said when she opened her mouth. You are a programmer. You talked of logic a while ago. What do you do when you come across something that appears impossible? There's always another solution. We have to think differently. She trailed off. Exactly. You know why your president goes around the world meeting other leaders and speaking at events? It's not just to get support for your country. It is also to demonstrate to every one of you in Ukraine how confident he is that you will win. Confidence, belief, positivity. If you think you have failed, you have already lost. He straightened abruptly and went to the rear of the Range Rover. He opened the floorboard compartment and heard her suck in her breath when the weapons were revealed. He brought out several C4 sticks and lined them up on the ground. "What are those?" "Explosives," he told her. "You're going to throw them at Kuznetsov? How?" "I am going to turn this vehicle into a giant bomb." Chapter 1. 100. Vera watched him line the sticks up on the vehicle's doors and cover them in dark tape. Cutter ripped up the floor mats and stuffed more explosive underneath. He armed the sticks and removed his shoes. He removed a detonator from the compartment and tuned it and placed it inside his right shoe. "What are you doing?" she asked, puzzled. "If I press my toe over that—" He slid his foot inside his shoe and laced it up. "The car will go boom." She shrank away from the vehicle. "No, it requires 3 hard presses. The detonator isn't that sensitive." "What about when you press the accelerator?" "Not even then. I use the base of my feet for driving." "How will this work?" "They will be waiting for us at the house. They will search me. They will take away my phone, my gun, and knife, but I'm sure they won't search the vehicle. Even if they do, it will be to check for microphones or other people. They won't find the explosive." "How can you be so sure?" "I'm not. But if I were in Kuznetsov's shoes, I would be more worried about cops. What if they find the explosives? Then we are screwed," he thought to himself. "Think positive," he said, and got behind the wheel. "What's the plan when the car explodes?" "When that happens," he said grimly, "run to the back of the house, and if the door is locked, escape through the same hole and keep running. Don't wait for me, Gina or Peyton. Get out of there at the blast. Here." He caught her palm and scribbled a number on it. "Memorize this in case your sweat washes it away. That's Beth's number. She and Meg are together always. Call her once you get a phone. They will rescue you." "Your plan doesn't sound great." "It's the best I can do." "Mine is better. Kill me." "Your plan is not acceptable to me. No." He raised his voice when she made to protest. "No more discussion." "What about you? What will you do when the car explodes?" "I'll be dead. Kuznetsov will shoot me. I'll be rescuing Gina and Peyton," he lied. Chapter 1. 101. 5 a.m. Traffic was light when Cutter drove them out of the parking lot. He took 40th Street and headed west, ran through a mental checklist, snorted at himself. There isn't much I can do other than blowing up the Range Rover. Orange streaks in the sky. He lowered the window and looked up appreciatively, inhaling deeply the smell of fresh air, gas fumes, and the sea. "I don't like what you are doing," Vera said flatly. "What am I doing?" "You are preparing to die. I can see it in you." He was struck again by her perspicacity. "I observe," she said as if she knew what he was thinking. "I was surrounded by people always, Papa's friends in the army. In Bakhmut we had to be prepared for enemies. All of us, my friends, were taught to watch people to see if they will attack. That's what happens," she said bitterly, "when you grow up in war." The breeze from the open window stirred her hair. She brushed it back from her face and played with the collar of her tee. She inspected her nails. "When I was in the tunnel, I used to dream of taking a bath. Papa always complained I used all the hot water. Now, I want to die. I thought Ukrainians were tough people." She closed her eyes, leaned back, and ignored his comment. Southwest 18th Street was unchanged when he reached it. A distant house was lit, but the rest of the residences were dark. Jenny's house looked empty, as was the Bratva's safe house. Both houses will have shooters in them. They might even have watchers who would have spotted our ride and informed Kuznetsov. Cutter rolled up on the safe house's driveway and climbed out. The door opened instantly, and two men emerged with one hand behind their backs. He saw a shooter in the window pointing an AR-15 at him. "Call the girl out," one man told him in English. Vera got out of the Range Rover at his nod. He could see she was scared. She came close when he held out his hand. "Remember to run," he transmitted with his eyes. He didn't know if she understood, but she nodded. They went inside the house. Chapter 1. 102. The men searched Cutter thoroughly in the hallway. They removed his Glock, magazines, and Benchmade and tossed them to the floor. One of them took his phone while the other man made him remove his shoes and check them out too. The other shooter searched Vera, who stood with a scowl. His hands lingered over her chest. Cutter moved without conscious thought. He caught the hitter's wrist and snapped it viciously. The thug's howl rang out in the hallway while the second Russian clubbed him across his face with his AR-15. Cutter's head snapped back. He felt his lips split and his head rang from the impact. Vera screamed and punched and clawed at the hitter who had assaulted her. "Stop that!" Kuznetsov roared, appearing in the hallway. Black shirt hanging loose over black jeans, dark boots. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled back to his elbows. "He broke my wrist," the injured thug snarled. "I would have broken your neck," Cutter growled, wiping away his blood. "Ask your men to behave," he directed at the Russian assassin. "He was assaulting her. I will kill anyone who touches her." The Russian assassin sized him up with a strange look in his eyes. He checked out Vera and jerked his head towards the living room. "Bring them inside." Cutter felt Vera's fingers curl around his forearm as they were prodded into the living room. 7 men, he counted swiftly, including Kuznetsov. 6 of the men were armed with rifles while the Bratva assassin was empty-handed. Gina Difiore and Peyton Quindica in the center of the room in wooden chairs, their arms and legs secured to the furniture. "I told you not to bring her," the NYPD detective began. Her head rocked at Kuznetsov's slap. The killer was making to punch Quindica too, who was cursing when Cutter yelled, "Release them! I brought the girl! You got what you wanted!" Kuznetsov's eyes glittered. He laughed scornfully. "You really expect me to do that?" "We had a deal." "Deal?" the assassin scoffed. "You are either a fool or—" His eyes sharpened. His hand went beneath his shirt and came out with a Sig Sauer. "Where are those women who were with you?" "Which women?" Cutter saw the blow coming. He tried to duck but wasn't fast enough. The Sig's barrel slammed into his temple, sending him stumbling backwards. He crashed into a thug, who cursed him and shoved him away. Cutter stood reeling, blood flowing from his temple and lips. He breathed harshly and blinked sweat away from his eyes. "This is nothing," he told himself. "You have been tortured by ISIS and the Taliban. You can deal with this." Vera moaned as she watched with her fist jammed in her mouth, her eyes wide with fright. He tried to look reassuring, but he knew the blood streaming down his face didn't make for a convincing look. "Are you all right?" Quindica lipped at him. He nodded. Kuznetsov saw the interaction and moved swiftly to jam his gun against her neck. "I will not ask again," he rasped. "They're in New York," Cutter said hoarsely. "They returned when we found Vera." "Didn't you have men tailing me?" he taunted. "They would have seen them go." The killer regarded him for a moment. "Call them." "Your people have my phone." "Ivan," the assassin snarled, "give him his phone." The shooter came from behind and handed over the device. "Put it on speaker," Kuznetsov ordered. "One wrong word and I will kill your friends." Cutter dialed Beth. It rang for several moments before she picked it up. "What the hell, Cutter? Do you know what time it is? What's so important that you had to wake me up?" "Where are you?" "Where am I?" she yelled. "I am in my bed, dumbass, in my apartment in New York. We took the first commercial flight from Miami. You dropped us at the airport. Don't you remember?" Cutter gripped the phone hard, involuntarily. Hope surged inside him. They never fly commercial. They take their leer wherever they go. They're still here. He tried to keep his face expressionless. "Video," Kuznetsov whispered and pressed the gun harder against Quindica. "Let me see you," Cutter asked her. "What?" she shouted. "No way! Are you perving on me? You had better have a good explanation for your behavior when you return to New York." She hung up. Cutter would have grinned if the Russians weren't around. He would have punched the air if he could. They are planning something. I've got to be ready. "Satisfied?" he asked Kuznetsov coldly. The assassin removed his cig from Quindica's neck. He held out his hand wordlessly and caught the phone when Cutter tossed it at him. "Kill them!" he ordered his men. "Let them go!" Vera shrieked. "You have me!" Kuznetsov didn't reply. He nodded at Ivan, who raised his rifle. Cutter tensed. "Beth, Meg, now's your time." His prayer had no response. A siren wailed loudly in the neighborhood. Ivan stopped and looked questioningly at Kuznetsov. "Call the men in the opposite house," the assassin ordered. "Ask them if they can see anything. Ask our watchers on the street, too." He sidled to the window facing the street and looked out cautiously. Cutter watched as well. The street remained quiet. The siren grew louder. The hitters grew nervous. They shifted restlessly. "No one's picking up their phone," Ivan replied tightly. Kuznetsov spun on his heel and thrust his cig at Cutter. "What have you done?" "I brought Vera to you. What do you think I've done?" The assassin's lips curled. He began to swing his gun. "You are a fool," Cutter told him contemptuously, thinking rapidly on his feet. "Don't know if the twins are behind that siren, but I've got to buy time. Potenko must be stupid to make you the Bratva enforcer. Why don't you send Ivan outside to check?" The killer nodded sharply at the shooter, who went out of the front door. Cutter remained expressionless. His eyes flitted to Difiore and Quindica. They were regarding him curiously. He made a thumbs-up gesture with his right fist against this thigh. The detective's eyes went to his hand. Her body seemed to relax. "Where is he?" Kuznetsov broke the silence angrily. "Even?" he shouted. "How long does it take to check the street?" He whirled on the rest of his men and was making to yell at them when the siren cut off abruptly. A round punched through the living room side wall, making a big hole, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris. It smacked into the opposite wall harmlessly. A ball flew through the opening and rolled onto the floor. "Grenade!" Cutter yelled. Chapter 103. The ball had several lenses on it and rolled clunkily, and came to a stop in front of Difiore and Quindica. It opened up to reveal a Glock nestled inside it. "I know that device." Beth and Megan had demo-ed the apparatus to Cutter in their New York office. They called it the Ball, a device whose lenses relayed a 360-degree view to Werner. It was a surveillance device. The twins also used it as a spotting scope. He had watched them shoot using just the feed from the Ball. Werner took the video and images, made complex calculations considering their own positions, and guided them on shooting angles and direction, all in nanoseconds. It was nowhere close to a grenade, but Cutter got the desired reaction when he shouted. Several of the shooters yelled. They shrank from the device. "It's not a grenade!" Kuznetsov roared. His cig turned to cover Cutter, rage on his face. Cutter stamped his toe thrice and dove sideways at Vera. The Range Rover's explosion rocked the house. Windows shattered from the shockwave. Doors rattled and lights swung from their hangings. "Go!" Cutter yelled at Vera when he landed with her in his arms. Through the kitchen. He pushed her up and away and rolled desperately to the Ball. She circled the living room and ran towards the hallway leading to the kitchen. Dirt filled the room. A light fixture crashed to the floor. He snatched up the Glock and got to his knees, felt a round burn over his head, and spun to see Kuznetsov aiming at him. "Kill them!" the Russian shrieked. A shooter's head exploded. Another hitter staggered back as if a giant fist had punched him. His chest opened in a gaping wound. Kuznetsov dove to the floor. 3 down to Beth and Megan. 4 more to go, Cutter thought dimly, as he threw himself backwards towards Difiore, crashed into her chair, heard her swear. He brought down his bunched fist on the furniture's leg and felt it break. Something punched him in the chest and sent him backwards against Quindica. The blow felt like a mule kick. He landed on the SAC and felt her chair break. "You're hit!" she shouted in his ear. "Armor!" he gasped, breathing wheezily, and rolled away to see Kuznetsov lining up for another shot. He triggered his Glock blindly, knew he had missed, cursed, and was readying for another shot when a hitter slammed his rifle on his chest. Cutter groaned, doubled over, and punched the man's leg. He was aware of the assassin running towards the kitchen, felt Difiore and Quindica break free, sensed another shooter fall from the twins shooting. The thug above him reversed his rifle even as he staggered from the punch and started lining up his muzzle. Cutter jammed his Glock in the man's belly and fired twice. He snarled as he got to his feet and shot him in the face. "Get Vera!" Difiore panted at him as she swung the remains of her chair at another shooter. Cutter ran towards the kitchen. He slipped on a glass shard and fell, heard the teenager scream, felt the floor shake from pounding footsteps, and looked up to see Kuznetsov, one arm around the Ukrainian, holding her effortlessly, enter the living room. Cutter rolled out of the way when the Russian raised his cig. He felt round smack into the carpet. Glass cut into his cheek. Feet appeared in front of him. He caught them and yanked hard. A lifeless body, that of a shooter, his head blown apart, fell next to him. Cutter swore furiously. He had lost time. Kuznetsov had escaped through the front door with Vera. Chapter 104. Megan lay on the floor with her cheek nestled against the Barrett's stock. In front of her was the shattered window through which she had shot. She was on the first floor, on the landing of the neighboring house, to the right of the Russian safe house. Her screen was in touching distance, the relay from the ball filling it up. Werner made the shooting easy. Her muzzle was a red dot on the screen. A hostile glowed green when she had him in her sights. The hostile remained red when the angle wasn't right. She and Beth had filtered through the neighborhood earlier. They had launched drones which had alerted them to the Bratva's watchers on the street and the soldiers in Jenny Young's house. 4 men on 18th Street, 2 each on the far ends, and for more inside Jenny's residence. The Russian shooters didn't stand a chance. She and Beth took them out ruthlessly with their Barretts. The men fell, shot down by invisible bullets, their lives crushed by the 800 grain rounds that left the muzzles at 900 meters per second. Beth had entered Jenny's house and taken position in the first-floor bedroom whose window had a view of the safe house. Megan had entered the neighbor's building, a family of 4. She had apologetically cuffed and gagged them and left them safe in the parents' bedroom. She had reassured them repeatedly that she wasn't a burglar or a kidnapper, but she knew from their panic she wasn't believed. "I'll return later and apologize in person," she had told herself. She had gone to the landing from where, guided by the drones and Werner, she had taken the first shot. She had deliberately fired high to avoid hitting anyone. Her round had punched through the safe house's drywall easily, leaving a hole large enough for the ball. The device's launcher had sent it flying through the opening, and then she and Beth had commenced their wrecking. "You have a clear shot?" she asked her sister. "Nada. Too much happening. Gina and Peyton have freed themselves." She trailed off in a curse. Megan clenched her jaw at the reason. Her screen showed Kuznetsov running with Vera. Cutter was still on the floor. We might have a shot once he's outside. Yeah, Beth replied unconvincingly. What about his ride? We didn't see any vehicles on the street. They must have parked them in some driveway. We didn't get time to check them out in any case. Wait up, she said sharply as the drone showed two SUVs hustle onto 18th. The vehicles stopped 4 houses away and disgorged several armed men. Who are they? Beth asked. Bratva soldiers? Megan zoomed a drone's camera on one man. No, she replied tautly. Sombras. I count 8 of them. They are going to the safe house. We can't warn Cutter, Peyton, or Gina. They don't have their phones with them. They and Vera will be caught in the crossfire if the Sombras open up. Megan thought rapidly. We can take many of them out, but a stray shot could hit Vera. No, we can't risk that. We'll have to hold back until we get shooting opportunities. She clenched her fist in frustration. A voice broke in, hard with a hint of yearning in it. Did someone say sombras? Megan couldn't help herself. She fist-pumped when she recognized it was Buana. Chapter 105. Cutter raced to the front door, ignoring Difiore and Quindica's fights with the remaining soldiers. A shot rang out. The detective cursed. He didn't look back. Vera was the priority. He yanked open the door and was leaping out when he slipped on glass. That saved him. Kuznetsov's round crashed into the door where he had been. Cutter dove desperately onto the lawn and brought his Glock up. "Drop it," the assassin snarled, "or I'll shoot her." Kuznetsov was 15 meters away on the driveway to his right. The killer's shirt flapped in the light breeze. His left arm was wrapped around Vera's waist to lift her in the air easily. He seemed unbothered by the teenager's punches, kicks, and curses. Ivan's body lay near the Range Rover's wreck, his head splattered beyond recognition. The vehicle was still smoldering, smoke and steam emerging from it. "You have nothing if you kill her," Cutter replied, assessing his chances. "I'll have to turn my gun 30 degrees to aim at him. That's too risky. He'll have enough time to shoot her even if I get him." He heard another shot from inside, worried briefly about his friends and then put them out of his mind. Gina Difiore and Peyton Quindica were lethal. They could handle themselves. He looked beyond Kuznetsov. Jenny's house was to his 11. Its neighboring house was to his 1. The house next to the safe house, on the right, was to his 4. There was no sign of Beth and Megan. They probably don't want to risk a shot either. "I didn't say anything about killing her," the assassin smirked. "I can shoot her in the leg or in the shoulder. You want that? Throw your gun away." Cutter tossed it away. "You won't get away. The neighbors will have heard or seen the explosion. Someone would have called the cops. They will—" "No one will come for some time," Kuznetsov said dismissively. "We have our people in NYPD and FBI. They will slow down the response. Victor is waiting for me at the airport. We have a plane. We'll fly to Russia with Vera. You lost, Grogan." "Why is it that you are always running away when we meet?" Cutter goaded him. Kuznetsov cursed. He swung his gun around. His gun hand straightened. Vera bent her head and bit his forearm. She lashed out with her legs simultaneously and found his groin. Now or never. Cutter grunted to himself and launched off the ground. Chapter 106. Kuznetsov's round blew past his ear with an angry whine. Cutter jumped wide to the right and kept going. "I'll shoot her!" the assassin yelled, bending his gun hand towards Vera. Cutter lunged forward, catching his wrist with both hands to twist the gun up. The assassin triggered several times, the rounds going high in the sky. They fell to the ground, Cutter on his side, still clinging to the killer's wrist, the assassin on his back, still clutching the teenager. "Run to the neighbors!" Cutter bellowed at Vera and freed a hand to punch Kuznetsov's neck. The girl scrambled out of the Russian's loosening grip and sprinted to the street. The assassin roared in anger and struck with the base of his palm. The blow caught Cutter's throat. His vision blurred. Tears streamed from his eyes as he gasped desperately. He felt another blow coming and ducked, but couldn't get out of the way of the hammer-like punch that got him on the temple. He heard a scream and looked up hazily to see a bunch of men approaching Vera. Who are they? Russians? Sombras? Sudden fury surged through him. He gritted his teeth, kept the killer's gun hand pinned to the ground, and rolled on his body to slam an elbow in the man's chest. Kuznetsov grunted. He counterpunched hard. Cutter shuddered from the impact to his ribs. He groaned and fell away when the assassin heaved upwards. He nearly blacked out when the killer's flat-edged palm caught his neck. Kuznetsov got to his feet. He retrieved his cig and with a triumphant yell started pulling the trigger. Cutter dove at his legs. He felt the round burn his shoulder, and then he was on to Kuznetsov. His face twisted sideways from the killer's upthrust knee, and both were staggering backwards and then stopped abruptly when the assassin screamed as his back came in contact with the Range Rover's wreck. Cutter punched his groin and stood up. He lashed at the assassin's gun hand and sent the gun flying away. He ignored the killer's blows to his body and thrust his palm against Kuznetsov's jaw and applied his full weight to force the man backwards, smothering him with his body to jam the killer's face against superheated door of the vehicle. Kuznetsov shrieked and struggled. He punched and kicked, but Cutter, his universe narrowed down to the Russian's face, held on relentlessly, absorbing the blows, grunting and moaning with the effort and the punishment, feeling the assassin's skin burn and smelling the pungent stench, and still he kept forcing the man against the vehicle until the smell grew so strong that he had to fall back. Then he staggered back, searched for the fallen cig, found it, and shot the Russian in the forehead. Cutter swayed drunkenly and then remembered Vera. He lurched around and stumbled down the driveway. The teenager was on the street, trembling, her face slack with shock. The men were surrounding her, 7 of them. An 8th man came up the street. Cutter recognized him. Juan, the Sombras had arrived. Chapter 107. Go! Cutter yelled at Vera. Raising the cig in his shout was no louder than a whisper. He didn't know how many rounds remained in the gun. Go where, gringo? Juan taunted. She's ours now. You, the enforcer looked at him sardonically, can barely stand. You are going to stop us? His men laughed. One of them reached out for Vera. Cutter triggered. His gun clicked on empty. The Sombra soldiers laughed again. One of them shook his head sneeringly. He will fall down if we push him with a finger. Look at him. Cutter looked on helplessly. He met Vera's eyes. Bitter rage swept through him. I'm not dead yet. He took a step towards her and then another. The Sombras didn't stop him. They jeered as he stood in front of her. Gringo is going to protect her till he dies, one of them sneered. Let's kill him then. He has to pay for our men. Play with him if you want, Juan told his men, still several meters away. But I will finish him. No one else. I am his death. Chapter 108. Zeb came around Jenny's house. Buona, he called softly in his collar mic. In position, his friend replied. I'm to your right, near that hedge. I can take out a few of those soldiers. I can take out 2, Beth called from the bedroom. I don't have the angles for the rest. I have 2 in my sights as well, Megan replied. Vera and Cutter will get in my way once the shooting starts. We're covering the rest of the street. Bear checked in. No other hostiles. Zeb paused for a moment by the side of the house. He hadn't been seen. 20 meters to the street. Juan closing in on Cutter and Vera, his soldiers grouped loosely around the 2. He heard the enforcer's words. No, he called out, gliding across the front yard, taking advantage of the surprise. You are dead. 2 hitters went down. their chests exploding from Beth's rounds. Two others near Cutter and Vera collapsed from Megan's headshots. Buana's HK bucked in his hand. Zeb was focused on Juan. The enforcer was pivoting on his heel. He stood tall, straight, his hand streaking to his waist. Zeb closed in on him. His mind was empty. He was in the gray fog where nothing existed, the beast in him filling every pore, powering every muscle, turning him into a lethal killing machine. Juan's gun came up, a Beretta. Zeb's cane whipped up from his side and slashed his hand. The enforcer howled when his wrist broke. His left hand came up with a knife. Zeb twisted the cane and withdrew the rapier that was concealed within. He jabbed the blade in Juan's belly. It was a katana, a gift from a friend in Japan. It was made of tamahagami, jewel steel, and had been smelted and forged by one of the finest swordsmiths in the country, and had been passed down for generations until the friend had gifted it to Zeb. It slid through Juan's flesh like butter. Zeb withdrew it and cut the enforcer's knife hand. He stood motionless for several moments, giving time for the Sombra man to surrender. Juan charged at him with a roar. Zeb was remorseless. He lifted the blade. Its shine caught the early morning sun, and then it disappeared in Juan's throat. The fog receded when the enforcer's body had stopped twitching. Zeb looked around. Buana stood over the bodies of several soldiers, his face grim. Megan, at the window of the neighboring house. Vera, in Cutter's arms, her face buried in his shoulder, her body quaking with sobs. Difiore and Quindica at the driveway of the safe house. Cutter spoke. "You brought a knife to a gunfight?" Chapter 1, 109. Cutter stood swaying, holding Vera. He closed his eyes, feeling the sun warm him up. The teenager sniffled and wiped her face against his shirt. Quindica came to him, worry on her face. "You need to—" "Thanks," he told her. "That soldier would have taken me out if you hadn't shot him." "That wasn't me," she said sardonically. "Gina is the better shot. She fired." He looked past her at Difiore, who was on her phone. "Thank you," he mouthed at her. She nodded expressionlessly, issued several orders, hung up, and came to them. "Our team will seal off the street. This is our scene. NYPD isn't involved. Potenko is going nowhere. His aircraft is grounded. I have our people watching him. We'll arrest him once we're finished here." "I left you back in the house." "Grogan, don't get sappy on us," she snapped. "Vera was the priority. You broke our chairs. That was enough for us to get free, and that Glock in that, whatever it was, helped. Who was shooting?" "Not me." Her hard eyes flicked over him and then moved to Zeb, who was with his team. All of them in black combat outfits with no markings on them. She took in Beth and Megan and the Barretts they held competently. "We owe them." "They don't do thanks." "Yeah," she said dryly. "We have experienced that." "What happened? How did Kuznetsov get you?" "Later." She waved when sirens filled the neighborhood and JTF SUVs and command vehicles entered the street. Cutter sat on Jenny's fence and watched as she and the SAC took charge, gave statements, and got the scene secured. A TV camera arrived. Officers got it to move way back. More journalists arrived, but they were pinned back the security cordon. "No drones!" Difiore exclaimed sharply when an enterprising reporter launched one. An officer got him to take the bird down. An EMT approached Cutter, inspected him critically, and began tending to his injuries. "You're lucky," she said. "It looks like you have a broken rib. I'll tape that up, but you don't seem to have any major injuries. Those bullet grazes will heal soon. You should get to the hospital." "I don't feel lucky." He winced. Kuznetsov packed a mean punch. "Who's that?" "Dude who got toasted on the Range Rover." Buana spoke from behind. Cutter looked back at his friend, who was blocking the sun. He gripped Buana's forearm and squeezed hard. No words were necessary. Vera took in the agency operators when they arrived. "They're friends," Cutter told her. "They're with Beth and Megan." The teenager nodded. Her eyes flicked between Buana and Bear. The African-American got close to her and took a knee. "Vera Kovalenko," he rumbled, "will you marry me when you get older?" Cutter thanked him with his eyes. His friend had taken the right approach to making the teenager feel comfortable. Vera giggled and wiped a tear from her face. "You'll be too old by then. What do you know of computers?" "They have a screen." "That's all you know? You're not my type," she chortled. She went quiet when Difiore and Quindica returned. "Explanations," the detective snapped. "Why don't you start?" Cutter told her. "How did Kuznetsov get you? He was at your hotel room." "Yes." She made a face. "That's sighting. We think he suckered us in while he planned to grab us at the hotel. He was there, waiting for us. Why did you come with Vera?" Her voice roughened. "Why wouldn't I?" he challenged her. "I had a plan." "Yeah, an exploding Range Rover," she scoffed. "It worked only because of them." She nodded at the agency operators. "How did you arrive at the scene? Where were you shooting from?" The last question fired at the twins. "I was here." Beth nodded backwards at Jenny's residence. Meg was in the neighbor's house to the right. "How did you know about our capture?" "We were tracking Cutters and your phones." "Our phones?" Difiore's frowned. "Yeah," Beth replied unapologetically. "We saw your movements and figured what had gone down." "Perving?" Cutter grinned. "How did you think of that?" "It was enough to fool Kuznetsov." "I'm smart." Beth smirked. "You never left Miami?" Quindica asked. "No. We came to know of Aegis and decided to stay back till Vera was safe." "Should I ask how you got here?" The SAC arched her eyebrow at Zeb. "You can," he said. Cutter stifled his grin when he didn't elaborate. Zeb Carter wasn't known for being verbose. "You could have taken Juan alive," Difiore accused the agency team leader. "I could have," he replied. Difiore looked at him for several moments and then sighed. "We'll have to come up with an explanation for their presence," she told her partner. "You can say we were FBI too. Easiest answer," Zeb said. And she nodded and was making to speak when he brought out his phone and made a call. "Bodan, Vera is safe. I'll brief you later." He gave the phone to the teenager, who took it with trembling hands. "Dyad, Uncle," the teenager began and cried as she spoke. "I am so sorry. If I hadn't run away, this wouldn't have happened." Cutter couldn't make out her rapid Ukrainian, but it looked like the SBU head was reassuring the girl. His words seemed to calm her down until she started protesting and finally nodded reluctantly and handed the phone to Zeb. "He says I should stay in America," she said dully. "Yes, I agree," Zeb replied, spoke briefly to Bodan and hung up. "You are safest here. Gina and Peyton will make all the arrangements." "We will," Quindica said confidently. "I have nothing here," Vera burst out. Her lips quivered. "I told Cutter he should kill me. That would have solved everything." "She did," he said when everyone's eyes rested on him. "I know what you are thinking," the girl burst out. "But what is left for me now?" Megan silenced Cutter with a look. "You will feel like this today, tomorrow as well, for many days, and then you'll start feeling differently." "It's easy for you to say," Vera challenged her. "Beth and I lost our mother early. Our dad was killed in a police incident. Beth lost her memory for several months." "Yeah," the younger sister drawled. "I know exactly how you feel. It will be hard accepting that you lost your father. You'll think there's no one for you. You are wrong. You will make new friends. Heck, you can even come to New York and spend some time with us. You can help us on some projects." "You mean that?" A glimmer of hope in Vera's tear-filled eyes. "Yeah." "Will the FBI let me?" "FBI will do everything to keep you safe and comfortable." Quindica smiled. "Spending time with them is not a problem. We will find a way to make it happen." Zeb straightened after a while. Where's Rodrigo? He's gone to ground, Quindica replied automatically. We'll get him. It's a matter of time. And Guerrera is in Colombia. As far as we know. Difiore's head flashed up. Zeb Carter, you will not make any moves against them, is that clear? The agency team leader didn't reply. He signaled to his crew who left along with him. Cutter stood alongside the detective and watched them leave. No, Difiore said. Don't say a word. I wasn't planning to, he smirked and got an elbow in his ribs. Chapter 1. 110. New York, Lafayette Street. Phone off? Check. Laptop? In sleep mode. Office door? Locked. Cutter went down his mental checklist and confirmed he wouldn't be disturbed. He leaned back in his swivel chair and reached beneath his desk. He brought out the paper bag and inhaled the aromas deeply. Bliss. He rolled back, placed his feet on the table and opened the bag. The door opened. Gina Difiore barged in. Peyton Quindica close behind. Stop! The detective commanded. Is that from Lin Shun? Don't lie to us, she continued. It's for me, he said weakly. Not anymore. She snatched the bag from his hand and inspected its contents. That's a lot for a single person. She's trying out a new menu, Cutter said resignedly. The intrepid PI wasn't feeling so intrepid. I got the first batch from her. How did you know I would have the desserts? He scowled. Are you tailing me? Difiore didn't reply. She breathed deeply, a beatific expression crossing her face. She dug into the bag and brought out a dessert. Pistachio rose baklava, Cutter said mournfully, watching the delicacy disappear into the detective's mouth. She grinned and licked her fingers without embarrassment. Thank her for me. She straightened when Quindica cleared her throat. Where are my manners? Vera! The teenager came around the SAC with a shy smile. Cutter jumped to his feet, went around his desk and hugged her deeply. It's 2 weeks since I saw her. She's looking better. You finally took a shower, he teased. Tack. She grinned. And got new clothes. Ate a lot of food. Here, try this. Difiore offered a dessert from the bag. That's a honey lavender macaron, Cutter said wistfully. It's still warm. I know, the detective mumbled with a mouthful of baklava. I can feel it. They are from a local, Cutter began, smiling when the teenager's eyes widened at the first bite. Don't tell her, Difiore interrupted him. She's a teenager. She can't help going on the socials. She'll put it on Insta or whatever kids are into these days. We don't want that. The fewer people who know about Lin Shun, the better. Better for us. Cutter rolled his eyes and leaned against his desk while his visitors occupied chairs. Is she okay? He whispered to Quindica, while Difiore and Vera finished the contents of the bag. Getting there. She still cries and gets lonely. We have arranged a therapist for her. That's helping. She'll stay with a foster family that she's comfortable with. We gave her a choice of living in D.C. or New York. She chose here. She's getting enrolled in a private school. You and Gina are taking a personal interest in this. We are, and not just us. Beth and Megan, too. In fact, Vera's with them right now for a few weeks, in their Columbus Avenue building. That's got her excited. What's Bowden saying? He's requested that we keep her here until it's safe to return. It's not a problem for us. This case has got the president's attention. He's ordered a fast-track citizenship for Vera. She can decide later if she wants to stay here or go back to Ukraine. Did you find the leaks in your office? Her face darkened. Assistant SAC. Senior and trusted enough to be looped into everything. He got the security gate to turn a blind eye at the tunnel. He spun a story that a special ops team was training there. We nailed his ass. Did you work out how the Sombras found the safe house? Yeah. It was your Range Rover. That color was a giveaway. Their watchers in the city spotted it entering Coral Grove. Patenko is ready to sing if he gets immunity. He won't get it. We'll squeeze him. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison unless he gets shanked inside. Did you hear about Guerrera? Difiore wiped her hands on a paper napkin. Yeah, an airplane dropped a bomb on his residence. And Rodrigo? Body found with a GSW to the head, in Brooklyn. Zeb killed them, she said bluntly. I wouldn't know. Even if you did, would you tell us? Moot question. He would never tell me. We're friends, but he and his team don't tell me about their missions. Ha! Difiore scoffed in disbelief. There's a reason you came, other than to bring Vera and steal my desserts? She brought out her phone in response and made a brief call. She went to the door moments later and ushered in a woman as tall as her. Cutter Grogan, meet Louise Difiore, distant cousin, close friend. Lou, this is him. He's annoying, thinks he's too smart and good-looking, but he'll do the job. Cutter, puzzled, shook the newcomer's hand and smiled automatically. The woman had the same deeply tanned look that Difiore had, similar dark eyes and hair with vibrant streaks in it. She was in a sharply cut suit and carried a stylish handbag. A client for you, Difiore said. Billing, in case you haven't worked that out. Mr. Grogan, Louise's voice was low, husky. I'm a lawyer, work in a big corporation as in-house counsel. I suspect my CEO is indulging in corporate espionage. Stop right there, Cutter told her. I'm maxed out. Really? Difiore growled. It looked like you were enjoying a snack before a siesta when we arrived. Yeah, really. I'm taking a break. Besides, ma'am, why come to me? The police or FBI should be able to help you. I don't want to go to them. Don't look at me. Difiore raised her hands. We're here in a civilian capacity. Lou won't tell me what this is about. She insisted on a PI. You were the only one I could think of. Cutter went to his desk and ruffled through several business cards. He brought one out and gave it to Louisa. They're good. I can vouch for them. Hawk and Stryker. She read the names aloud. In Greenwich Village. Cale Stryker and Aston Hawk. They were in the army with me. We did several tours together. They're good friends. What? He demanded when Difiore made a face. We know them, the detective replied. Why that expression? Because Stryker is as annoying as you. Are they good? Louisa asked. Yeah, Difiore smirked. Better than Grogan. In fact, I should have suggested them in the first place. You come to my place, eat my desserts, and insult me, Cutter demanded. I'll insult you anywhere, anytime. He grinned at Vera's curious expression. Difiore loves me, but doesn't want to show it. I don't. Cutter walked them to the door where the detective turned to him. Your rib? Has healed. She searched his face. You shouldn't have come for us. I'll always come for you and Peyton. We know. She kissed him on his cheek. Her expression hardened. If you ever refer to that, I'll shoot you. The end